right, good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of Austin Independent School District for Thursday, April 6, 2023 at 6:07 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV and YouTube. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on those platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Hunter to approve the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Secretary Boswell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Te honro, bandera de Texas. Te juro lealtad, Texas. Un estado bajo Dios, uno e indivisible.
So next we have an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing, and we have time for up to 60 speakers. As a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in active listening, and while we wish we could respond or provide direct feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow-up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting, called a dedicated AISD phone line, in advance of the meeting to audio record their remarks. We will now play the recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
My name is Natalie Rickle, and I'm the parent of 2 Becker Elementary students. The essential area redesign did not serve our children or our amazing essential area teachers. The redesign undervalued the importance of education in the fields of music, art, and PE, and negatively impacted our essential area teachers' ability to provide quality programming in their area of expertise. I ask that you reflect on the feedback from teachers and families before creating a system that recognizes the value of all teachers and the importance of essential area education in developing well-rounded children. Thank you.
Letitia Anderson, parent. African American students have been waiting for this board and Interim Superintendent Matias to make them a priority because they can't read or not reading on grade level. Or did you forget that data? I didn't. When will African American students become a priority in this district? How long do they have to wait? School is almost out. You tout college, career, and life. How can those students participate if they're not reading on grade level or can't read? When will they be a priority, or are we still focused on adults? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Minda Anderson. I'm a librarian here in the district, and I'm calling on behalf of the essential area teachers in our district that I've worked with and our students. We've seen this year that the essential area redesign does not work. Our students are struggling. 2 large PE classes, not enough art and music time, especially given this trauma recovery we're trying to get through post-COVID. I know the redesign was pushed through with the best of intentions, but we've seen its effects and it's not working. The essential area teachers that I've worked with in my career are some of the most hardworking, passionate, caring people, and they deserve a chance to do right by our students. Please pause all work on planning for schedules for next year until we can take a hard look at the essential areas in elementary. Thank you.
My name is Trudy Richards, and I'm the parent of 3 students in AISD and the president of the Aikens PTSA. I greatly appreciate the board and the City of Austin prioritizing parent support specialists in Title I schools across the district. These specialists provide an integral conduit between schools and families. However, the current system is not equitable across the district. Aikens High School, the second largest school in the district, is assigned 1 PSS for more than 2,600 students, the same as many elementary schools whose PSSs serve only a quarter of that number of students. This allocation simply does not allow our devoted PSS to adequately provide for the needs of our families. In addition to this, even though these specialists provide a vital service to our families and require both a significant level of administrative organization and incredible interpersonal skills, these classified non-exempt positions are some of the lowest paid positions in our district. We'd like to ask that when budget planning, you consider both an increase in compensation for parent support specialists and a more equitable allocation of these essential personnel among campuses. Thank you for your consideration.
Good morning, AISD. My name is Liz McGee, and I am calling on behalf of the Teacher Reuse of Central Texas. We are a hub for teachers. We collect supplies from retiring teachers, teachers who are moving school or positions and have things that they want to give away. We also collect donations from businesses, and we give them away to teachers for free. We had a pop-up in Hayes ISD at the beginning of the last school year, and over the course of those 3 or 4 months, we served over 500 teachers and saved them an estimated $70,000. We are a nonprofit. Our aim is to serve the teachers of Central Texas. We serve 27 districts, including AISD, and we just want to let y'all know that we're here for your teachers. So we're going to do a donation collection in May, and we're hoping to open up in a new location in July. And teachers come in, everything is free. So we just wanted to let y'all know that we're here. You can find out more at theteacherreuse.org, or feel free to give me a call. I'm the board president. My number is 347-684-2096. Thank you for the work you do. We really appreciate you. We really appreciate your teachers, and I hope you have a good meeting. Thank you.
My name is Becky Shaheen, and I'm an AISD parent of a 3rd and 6th grader. I'm calling tonight to ask that y'all reconsider pausing all work on elementary master schedules to reflect on the feedback received so that we can create a more equitable system that honors all our teachers and students. Essential areas teachers must be leading this conversation. It's my understanding that there were 2 staff listening sessions, and less than a week later, these parameters were released. This raises a red flag for me. I also hear that master schedules are due today. With the family survey due yesterday, is feedback truly being considered? I sure hope that when the district asks staff and families to use their precious time answering surveys, that it's at the center of decision making and not asked for at the tail end when decisions have already been made. I don't doubt this board wants to center teacher voices, but we must put a pause on this in order to get it right this time. I truly believe we can do that if our teachers are at the head of the table.
My name is Chrissy Haney, and I'm the parent of an elementary student in AISD. I strongly encourage you to reinstate the 3-day essential areas rotation in elementary schools effective next fall. The 3-day rotation had been in place for decades, and it was one thing our district had going that didn't need to be redesigned. Not only does the 3-day rotation give our youngest, most impressionable students a balanced complement of physical education and the arts, it provides an opportunity for essential areas teachers to develop relationships with those kids and help foster their creativity and imagination. Our district prides itself on its social and emotional learning focus, yet we've stripped our most vulnerable kids of some of the very foundations of social and emotional expression. Parents and teachers warned against this redesign last year, and it should be no surprise that it's turned out to be an inequitable mess. It's time to right this wrong and do right by our teachers and kids. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah West, and I have a child at McCallum High School and Murchison Middle School, and I'm calling regarding school safety and the importance of sharing secure storage messaging with parents in our district. I would like to see AISD require parents to attest that any firearms that they have in their home are stored securely and not accessible by minors in accordance with Texas law. Registration, or even online registration, would be an ideal place for this to happen. Many other ISDs, including Houston and Dallas, already do some form of this. In nearly 3/4 of school shooting incidents, the firearm was obtained from home or a relative. In light of the recent shooting in Nashville, this is more important than ever. I also keep reading about small children, even toddlers, who are accessing unsecure firearms in the state of Texas and killing themselves and or siblings. We must do more to stop this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Wyatt, and I'm calling regarding school safety and, in particular, secure firearm storage at home. I have 2 children at Cassis Elementary and AISD, and I worry about them and their wonderful teachers every day. I'd like to see the district require parents during registration to state that any firearms they have at home are stored securely and not accessible to minors. I've seen reports of other ISDs in Texas do this, including Houston and Dallas. As we've seen in many school shooting incidents, the firearm was obtained from home or a relative. But even outside of school shootings, bringing safe gun storage information to parents is a way to ensure that all kids are safe at home from unintentional gunfire. Thank you for the work that you do for my kids and all kids in the district. Take care.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Foster. I'm a parent and CAC member of Herman Becker Elementary. Last year, our PTA wrote a letter expressing our concerns about the central area redesign, as we felt strongly that it may not be the best solution to solving the problem it was meant to address. This year, our staff and students who have lived through this redesign have expressed concerns related to safety, quality of instruction, lack of facility space, and the additional unpaid labor put on PE teachers who are now serving entire campuses of students daily. This redesign does not honor the whole child or our talented teachers that are having to implement it. Why are we treating essential areas teachers like their sole purpose is to cover classroom teachers' planning time? Please consider pausing all work on elementary master schedules now to reflect on the feedback received this year so that we can create a more equitable system. I would also like to ask that planning time be prioritized for teacher planning, not PLCs where data based on flawed test scores consumes all the discussion. Our students are more than these data points. Our educators are more than these data points. Thank you.
Good evening, ASD trustees and Superintendent Segura. My name is Gracie Hopkins, and I'm a 4th grade dual language teacher at Perez Elementary and a Private Education Austin member. Here are the 4 main concerns that we're having with the essential areas redesign. Campuses are spending hours upon hours to try to get the parameters to work. It's nearly impossible to go back to a 1 specials block if we want to have consistent daily schedules. The alternative is a 2 specials block, but we feel forced to include the counselor and librarian into the rotation to make that work, and that will decrease instructional minutes. We implore district admin to try to create a schedule that works and see how challenging it is with the current parameters. There is immense inequity of the parameters across the district. Secondly, once again, SPED teachers are quote unquote recommended to participate in PLC. If we're serious about inclusion-driven practice, we will provide supports and guidance that make this more than just a recommendation. Once again, SPED continues to be an afterthought. Finally, the Texas Education Code expectation is 135 minutes of physical activity per week, not physical education. It's important we listen to PE teachers about the difference and why that's important to create flexibility. Also, the workload on PE teachers is unsustainable. We aren't providing them with team lead stipends, stipends for having over the class size limits, or bilingual stipends. That decision speaks volumes. We know our worth. We know the value.
Hi, my name is Kate Barrett, and I am a parent of a soon-to-be pre-K student at Johnson Elementary. I'm also a close friend of who is one of the organizers of Education Austin. I'm calling today to support the demands of Education Austin, specifically on the focus of the redesign of the essential areas. The new parameters do not reflect the value that the essential area teachers bring to their campuses. I'm urging you to pause all work on the elementary master schedules and take this year's feedback into account to create a more equitable system honoring the work of these essential areas teachers. Thank you.
Hello, Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent Segura. My name is Megan Vasquez, and I'm a Becker PE teacher and Education Austin member. I was finally able to see feedback summarized from our listening sessions and principal check-ins from a principals weekly sent out on March 9th. And a summary from 78 elementary principals, and the row of what hasn't worked was all the concerns PE teachers elevated last year. Not enough space, especially during inclement weather like today. Too many students. the increase in behavior issues and injuries in PE. We set out an alarm last year because people on the ground, knew that this would be the reality. It didn't have to be this way. It was validating to see the elementary master's schedule redesign slides acknowledge the longitudinal comparison. Our PE teachers provided 5,400 more instructional minutes this year than the previous years, and to classes sizes upwards of a whole grade level. Please keep this warning and consider making a budget amendment to create a stipend for our AICP teachers. I'm worried that the impact of increasing their workload exponentially without acknowledging their value or increasing their compensation is going to impact PE teacher retention for next year. We need a system, and we need clear, consistent, and equitable parameters implemented across campuses in this district. Our essential area teachers are essential and more than just classroom teacher planning.
Hello, trustees and Superintendent Segura. My name is Alyssa Turnipseed, and I'm a PE teacher at Perez Elementary and a proud Education Austin member. Here are some of the main concerns about the essential areas redesign for me and my colleagues. Campuses are spending hours trying to get the parameters to work, and it is nearly impossible to go back to one specials block if we want to have consistent daily schedules. We want district admin to try to create a schedule that works and see how challenging it is within the parameters. There is immense inequity across the district, and that is causing huge gaps in essential areas for different campuses, where you can see the priority is to maintain high-quality essential areas rather than just the minimum of minutes. Next, the TA expectation for 135 minutes per week is about structured physical activity, not just physical education. It's important that we listen to PE teachers about the difference and why that's important to create flexibility. Finally, the workload among essential areas teachers is completely lopsided. Art and music teachers are providing 2,000 minutes, and PE coaches are providing over 4,000 minutes of PE. That's literally double, on top of schools like mine that slam us with extra duties. Yet you aren't providing us with team lead stipends for over the class size limits, or bilingual stipends. That decision speaks volumes. We know our worth. We know the value of our essential areas. Now it's time to show us that you do too.
My name is Karen Cervantes, and I am an art teacher at Maplewood Elementary and a proud member of Education Austin. Last year, we warned you of the new consequences of the many new parameters for elementary essential areas, and this year, our staff and students lived through them. This redesign does not honor the whole child or our talented teachers that are having to implement it. Why are we treating essential area teachers like their sole purpose is to cover classroom teachers' planning? Our new parameters do not reflect the value our essential areas teachers bring to our campus or the significance of their classes. Our essential areas teachers bring joy and create formative experiences for all of our AISD students and families. From field days, musical performances, and art exhibits, their impact can be felt throughout the whole community. Please consider pausing all work on elementary master schedules now to reflect on the feedback received this year so that we can create a more equitable system that honors all our teachers and students for next year. We know our essential area teachers are worth it.
Hi, it's Marie Orlean. Item 6.1, preliminary budget. Please pass a budget that includes an empowered ombudsman and allocates more funding to special education. Please do not pass a budget that supports the EA redesign. 7.1, reading and math. All elementary and middle school campuses need COUTs in the budget for COUTs. We do not have math interventions, and we need them. High school campuses need COUTs. Item 7.2, students with disabilities are not being meaningfully included. Every 504 and IEP has to address extracurricular activities, and they do not. Our policies and processes need to be inclusive so that students with disabilities are able and encouraged to try out or sign up and can qualify to participate. As well, once they're on the team, students with disabilities need to be accommodated, and they are not. 9.1, we need mental health services in the district. Gramercy doesn't exist, and we need to develop a proper RFP to get a new provider. 12.2, FFH and FNCA conflicted by preventing discrimination based on natural features such as hair, but allowing in the second policy at the discretion of coach, admin, or anyone else. We need to ensure these policies don't conflict and represent our true values and commitments. 12.2 and 12.5, retaliation is an issue in the district. Thank you for looking at the policy. We need to ensure these policies represent our true values and commitments to not retaliating against staff, students, teachers, and families. 12.6, we must oppose vouchers. 14.1, I am for the board granting. And please increase the amount of time. I have asthma and I cannot breathe. Thank you so much for your time and service.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Aquino Garza. I'm a parent of an elementary student at Becker and a middle school student at Lively. I'm calling to ask that you consider the redesign of the essential areas. Again, this shift that were made in the last years have not really benefited our students. My daughter is constantly being pushed around in different spaces because our schools are too small to address and allow for the space that you would need to have concurrent physical education happening. Our teacher has been asked to do significantly more work, and she's not being compensated additionally. And you removed her the bilingual stipend that she used to receive and our essential teachers used to receive. And so all those things do not value and show our teachers how much we value the good work that they are doing. We know physical education is important. We know that the way the system was working before with ABC allowed for a lot of the good work to happen in a thorough curriculum around physical education to really take place, and what's happening now does not. So I ask that you reconsider the redesign so we can go back to the way it was in years past with the ABC system. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Star, and I'm an art teacher with Austin Independent School District. Last year, we warned you of the consequences of many of the new parameters for elementary essential areas, and this year, our staff and students had to live through them. The redesign does not honor the whole child or our talented teachers that are having to implement it. Why are we treating essential area teachers like their sole purpose is to cover classrooms teachers planning? The new parameters do not reflect the value that essential area teachers bring to the campus or the significance of their classes. Our essential area teachers bring joy and create formative experiences for all of our AISD students and families. From field days, musical performances, and art exhibits, their impact can be felt throughout the whole community. Please consider pausing all work on elementary master schedules now to reflect on the feedback received this year so that we can create a more equitable system that honors all our teachers and students for next year. We know that our essential are worth it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Miller, and I have some questions. Why did the board allow the Student Data Management Department to be eliminated? Why is the human capital so involved in campuses' budgets, especially in the Title I schools? Why haven't ALC received additional resources to accommodate students that are sent there for drug and serious mental issues? When leveling takes place the next school year, please don't allow the Special Education Department or Human Capital to remove any special education teachers or TAs temporarily. Some never return to the campus or leave the district. What's going to be done about the increase of drug use in all the campuses across the district? Is AISD considering partnering with City of Austin and Travis County to address the mental illness issues in the school district? Thank you.
My name is Abby Burnham, and I'm a high school visual arts teacher, proud executive board member for Education Austin, and parent of 3 children in AIC. I'm deeply opposed to any essential area plan that will increase numbers for art and music. Small class sizes are consistently a high priority for teachers and staff as we understand their importance for addressing the whole child, but leaving essential areas out of these staffing ratio expectations is insulting to these esteemed professionals and will only hurt the students. Why are we treating essential areas as lesser under these plans? Study after study shows the correlation between strong fine arts education and improved test scores and critical thinking. We've seen the real examples of harm that was done in PE with large classes and small spaces and the strain it puts on teachers and students. If the same doubling is done in art and music, it will only serve to water down these classes as well. How can we expect elementary art teachers to do play or painting projects with 30-plus students in a room, in a small room with only 40 minutes of time, including setup and cleanup? Kids will miss out on the joy and experiences of a robust elementary art curriculum and will be relegated to simple make-and-take projects that do not grow their critical thinking skills. Further, how will we ever expect our students with special education needs to get an appropriate level of attention and required modifications in essential area classes if they are packed to the brim?
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Ferry, and I'm an AISD parent to a Bowie grad and a Cowan second grader. And I would like to add my support to the resolution opposing vouchers and again urge the district to appeal the proposed conservatorship. My child receives extensive special education services due to his rare syndrome that causes several disabilities. Since coming to Cowan, he has thrived with the help of the extraordinary staff there, the district's bed coordinator, the principal, and his teacher life skills. This is a kid who belongs in the community, and we fear that he would not be accepted into private programs with no accountability to IDEA. I also need the board, who I stood in line to vote for, to resist political appointees taking control of the services my son desperately needs in a conservatorship which is unlikely to provide much more than maneuvering, moved goalposts, and more political theater. AISD has provided my son with the support he needs, and I want him to stay in the environment where he belongs. And like all children, my son belongs right here in his local community. Please continue to represent our needs and know that in kind you have our family's full support as involved parents, advocates, voters, and community members. Thank you.
All right. So thank you to all the callers. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Kaufman?
Thank you. Could I just ask for background on the concern about pulling special education teachers or TAs temporarily from the ALC? Is that something that we've done, and what's the background around that?
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Trustee Kaufman, at the beginning of the year, especially given the teacher shortage that we had, being that there's not many students at ALC to start off of a year, those teachers were asked to go and help other places in the district. We're going to do everything that we can right now to not do that and to leave teachers in place. And hopefully we believe we've staffed in a much better place from snapshot versus day 30. So I think we're going to be in a better place next year.
And were they, the suggestion was that they were not necessarily returned to ALC? Were they all able to return to ALC when the students populated that school?
To my knowledge, sir, all of them went back. There was leveling, though, also, and so that could have also affected that. But I can certainly look to make sure and tell you which ones went back and if there were any that did not.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Brandy.
Trustee Hunter?
Thank you. I have a question. One of the callers mentioned the parameters that we gave, that the administration gave to create the master schedules around essential areas. Were there amendments? It's a two-part question. Were there amendments and adjustments made to the parameters yet? And changing them now, how does that impact the timeline of master schedules?
So, Trustee Hunter, I mean, we do have a deeper dive in the superintendent's update. We actually are going to get into essential areas, and at that point, I am certain we'll cover the scheduling aspect of it and timing of it. Would that be okay to hold it? Okay, so we will have that opportunity to have that conversation.
Perfect. And then another caller mentioned that the current mental health service provider is non-existent. I'm not sure. We do have a mental health provider, correct?
Yeah, Gilbert, would you like to come answer that?
And I guess I kind of think I know where they're going, but I'm not sure. And this is an on-the-spot question. Do we know like a rough approximate of how many students that they've served?
I would have to actually pull that information.
Okay.
I know the way that the structure of the agreement works now is they are deployed. And so that's one of the things that we're working to address and remedy in future years, but I don't know the number specifically at this point.
No, not a problem. Thank you.
So, well, Gramercy is the current provider.
Okay.
Did you have any other questions, Trustee Hunter?
No. Dr. Kaufman addressed it.
Okay, great. Yes, Trustee Boswell.
As a follow-up to Trustee Hunter's question, I would love an update just on that student data about Gramercy, kind of how many people have been served. We haven't gotten that in a while, so thank you for that. And then I have a question about the callers who called about the safe storage information. I know that's one of our legislative priorities, and we based that on the governor's report after the Santa Fe shootings and creating a DPS program to increase awareness of safe storage, which has been shown to increase young people's access to guns, either to do harm, to hurt themselves by accident, or to hurt themselves deliberately. And wondering, Houston does send home a notice just notifying people about what the law is as part of their registration paperwork, and whether that's something we would consider.
Trustee Boswell, we are going to do that. It's not something we're considering. We are doing that. One of the things that we are, as an organization, working through is the Comprehensive Safety and Security Initiative. And so I know the team has taken language. There's language out there. Houston is a good example. We've worked with the Safety and Security Committee internally to determine kind of what is going to be appropriate for AISD, and then also identify kind of which means to provide it. The registration platform was one opportunity, but we also recognize that there are paper aspects of this. Many of our families do choose to use paper. And so we're working through that. I did confirm with the team we are doing it. I knew that we were doing it. As far as specifically timeline-wise, it's going to have to align with the rollout of the larger registration system that we provided an update to the board, I think, about a month and a half ago. But I can provide more details regarding specific timelines, perhaps in a follow-up document.
Excellent.
But we are
Thrilled to,
doing it.
yeah, thrilled to hear that. Thank you very much. I know it's something we've been talking about for a couple of years now, year and a half or so. So thank you. I'm really thrilled to hear that, and thank you for everyone who's working on that. And colleagues, I would love for us to talk with Central Texas School Boards Association to see if other districts in our region want to join us in doing that once we have a model. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Singh. I wanted to ask about the caller from Aikens High School that had questions about parent support specialists. I was just there last night for their CAC meeting, and the issue was raised there. I just question whether or not one parent support specialist is appropriate for a campus that is as large as Aikens is, and what we could do to reconsider that ratio, because that's a lot, and it is a Title I campus, and there's a lot of need there, and there's a lot of good work for the parent support specialist to do. But that's also not the only issue she raised, but I just wanted to,
Trustee Gonzalez, parent support specialists are integral to our family engagement that we are committed to here at AISD. I will tell you that as part of the larger initiative, where we're actually looking at all the resources that PSSs have and how we support them, and organizationally where they actually live within AISD and how they're supported, all of that's under consideration. I think part of that is, what is the appropriate kind of staffing allocation associated with PSSs? Given that they are, funded significantly by the city of Austin, just trying to understand kind of what parameters we have to work within. But for larger school populations, especially those that are Title I, we probably need to consider, adjustments. I just don't at this time have a recommendation.
Any other trustees? All right. Well, as a reminder to folks, feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So our first item tonight is under the President's report. Last week, the district was notified by the Texas Education Agency that they intended to put the district's special education department under conservatorship. We held a special board meeting this last Monday to discuss this new development and share what we know with the community. And I should clarify, it was the district under conservatorship with a focus on the special education department. We want to ensure our community knows this is not a takeover of the district like what was currently happening in Houston ISD. The trustees and interim superintendent, as you can see, are still in place, and I feel like we are united in doing what's best for our students with suspected and diagnosed disabilities. There's a lot of work to do in this area. We really encourage our community to continue speaking out and providing us feedback on what you would like to see. We have a pretty good idea, I think, of what needs to happen. It really is just a matter of, I think, planning and making a lot of those things happen. But we are continuing to learn and look into this very deeply with our staff and with our community. Later in the agenda, the interim superintendent is scheduled to provide an update addressing the TEA notification and our next steps. As a reminder, tomorrow is a student and staff holiday, and we wish our families, students, and staff a restful weekend. So our next item is a superintendent transition update. So last week, the board voted unanimously to extend the contract of interim superintendent Matias Segura through June 30th of 2024 and pause the current superintendent search. Really, during this next year, our board and the administration remain laser focused on 4 key, uniquely time-bound issues, and it's really critical to not disrupt the work that's happening right now. And I'm going to kind of list what those 4 things are. Well, number 1 is adopt and support an elementary school curriculum based on the science of reading and informed by the science of biliteracy, which will help all students, and especially our historically marginalized students, before another school year passes. Number 2, retain and recruit teachers after an unprecedented teacher exodus in the past 2 years, as our students should not endure another school year without a highly qualified teacher in every single classroom. 3, address the Texas Education Agency investigation and disability rights lawsuit concerning our special education evaluation backlog, which has since evolved into a potential action to place conservators over Austin ISD special education, which the superintendent is scheduled to discuss more tonight. And 4, support and sustain our campuses that are currently under the Texas Education Agency's improvement required status or are on the cusp of that status to make sure we're meeting their needs for college careers and life and to avoid potential accountability sanctions for the district. We are making progress in each of these areas and will continue to share that progress with the community in the coming weeks and months. And while we look forward to sharing these updates, we will be pausing the superintendent transition updates during board meetings until we start back up the search or have new updates for the community. Additional information and work to date can still be found on the superintendent search website, which will remain up at www.austiniSD.org/board/superintendent-search. So our next item is a legislative update. So Secretary Boswell, do you have an update to share?
I do, yes. Thank you. So right now the House is debating, or at least as of about 30 minutes ago, the House has been debating HB 1. That's the House budget bill. It provides currently $5 billion in public education funding, which sounds like a big number until you consider that there are 5.5 million students in Texas. Schools have faced about a 14.5% inflation, as a lot of us have personally, since the last increase in the basic allotment. It would take about a $900 per student increase to just account for that inflation. The original version of the budget was discussing, there's another bill that was discussing a $50 per student increase. The current version of HB 100, the bill that was talking about that basic allotment, has been raised to perhaps 90 and 140 is what's being considered. There's other funding scattered throughout other bills, but we're nowhere near seeing that increase yet that would really match that inflation, unless you count property tax relief that won't increase the funds available in our schools. Amendment by Representative Abel Herrero to prohibit the use of appropriated money for school vouchers or other similar programs was adopted today by a vote of 86 to 52. That does not mean that vouchers are dead, but it does mean that 86 members of the House today voted to support that amendment to the budget. An amendment filed by Representative Patterson would prohibit any state funding from flowing to a school district that contracts with the Texas Association of School Boards, and that one was withdrawn. The Senate passed 2 bills that affect school districts. Senate Bill 9, sponsored by Creighton, does quite a few things. Among them, it provides a one-time compensation increase for classroom teachers in 2023-24. That would be $2,000 per teacher for districts with 20,000 or more students, and $6,000 for districts with fewer than 20,000 students. That's a one-time compensation increase. It eliminates sanctions for teacher resignations under certain circumstances, creates a new teacher incentive allotment designation, and increases the teacher incentive allotment amounts, creates a grant program to assist with costs relating to hired teachers. To hiring retired teachers, helps cover the costs of what's called retire, rehire, creates a teacher residency partnership program for mentoring. We've heard Trustee Whitley Chu talk about mentoring with great passion and force. It expands pre-K eligibility to include the children of classroom teachers. Senate Bill 175, sponsored by Senator Mays Middleton, prohibits the use of public funds by political subdivisions for hiring or contracting with a person required to register as a lobbyist or to pay dues or fees to a nonprofit statewide association that primarily represents political subdivision and hires or contracts with a person required to register as a lobbyist. That bill targets TASB, among other things, the Texas Association of School Boards, and about 5% of TASB's income comes from member dues, and their advocacy is a very small part of what they do. I know we purchase through them, through a purchasing cooperative, and I know we get good prices by having a big collective purchasing agreement with them. And get rebates back from that. They do some, quite a few other things, and we're a member of that group. And then the House Public Education Committee will hear 6 voucher bills next Tuesday, beginning at 8 a.m., and you can view the posting on capitol.texas.gov. Click on Texas House Committee meetings, and if you wish to, you can watch a live video of the hearing. I will tell you that the hearing today for the budget was actually, as hearings go, very exciting. Lots of drama if you're into that kind of thing. You might be able to tell that I was. And you can find who represents you on the legislative website's homepage. I want to thank everyone who's been advocating in our community. Heard some Austin ISD teachers testify on Tuesday about House Bill 100, the budget bill. And I also want to thank the administration for helping me translate at $90 per student for a basic allotment increase. That would be about $6.6 million that we would see in Austin ISD, and really want to thank our team for helping me translate that into what that would mean for our people. For context, to give a $1 raise to all of our classified employees with corresponding raises for people who make at the higher levels would be more than $9 million. Just so that 6.6 would not go very far in our budget. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Boswell. So next we have an update from our interim superintendent, Segura, on essential areas and some other fun stuff.
Okay. Thank you, President Singh. So the couple different updates I'd like to provide, and just for context purposes, I'll continue to give updates around various initiatives, both at the information session as well as our regular scheduled board meetings. The first update would be around the TEA notification that we received last Friday. We're continuing to provide updates to our community as we move through this process. As y'all know, we had a very engaged opportunity to share kind of what this process was like and the history behind it at our special called board meeting on Monday. And we're continuing to provide updates to our community as we move through the process. It's been one thing I am continuing to tell our organization, our teachers, principals, is that the work will continue. We have developed a comprehensive plan, one that is founded and aligned with our values in this organization, and we are committed to continuing with that plan as updates come about, and as we collaborate with the Board of Trustees, we'll be sure to engage and communicate with our community. So the next update I'd like to provide is around Mendez. So at the last regular board meeting, we had the opportunity to hear an update from Third Future. They shared with us how their students are currently progressing, and we certainly appreciate the dedication and hard work in supporting our students. We are continuing to collaborate with Third Future and committing to monthly meetings and just really trying to identify opportunities where AISD can collaborate to support our students. That work will continue. We'll also be looking at aligning schedules and updates so that our Board of Trustees will receive updates kind of continuously, but also at the appropriate time as we move into the fall semester. And so just wanted to make sure that y'all understood and our community understood that we are very much engaged in collaborating with our partner there at Mendez Middle School. As we move forward, I'd like to invite Gilbert Hicks, our interim chief of school leadership, to provide an update on the essential areas refinement. One of the things I'd like to share as we bring up the presentation here is, this is a challenging refinement to work through. It really is. We certainly acknowledge the value in planning time for our elementary school teachers, and we certainly also recognize that when you go into a gymnasium and you see the number of students, you can feel when it's working and you can feel when it's not. And we have worked in a kind of expedited process to improve the systems that we have. I will tell you that this will be a continuation of work, and it will continue after even this budget gets set and as next year starts. The one thing that I'm very mindful of, however, is any disruption to the planning process that is afforded to our principals as they prepare for the next school year. And so just always being mindful of the budgeting process, the staffing, the vacancies, and just wanting to make sure that our school communities are well positioned as we start the calendar year, or sorry, the next school year. So with that, I'll hand it off to Gilbert. Please take it away.
Good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Gilbert Hicks. I'm the Interim Chief of Schools for Austin ISD, and I would like to update you on recent developments with regards to the elementary master schedule redesign and our planning initiative around the elementary school planning time. The goals that we began with more than a year ago when we started this initiative remain the same. Our goal is to provide PLC opportunities for elementary level teachers during the school day to maintain high expectations and equally high outcomes for all students, and then to promote equity and planning among grade level bands between the elementary and the secondary levels, and then ultimately to increase teacher retention through teacher support. So, first slide, we have had a number of interactions with stakeholders in order to work on refining our parameters that were developed more than a year ago to initiate this initiative. And you can see what those are there. We continue to engage. There have been, even that's not included on this particular slide, have been opportunities for principals to have basically office hours with one another to work on their schedules and to collaborate. They did that here at Central Office, and they continue to do that in their weekly meetings with each other and their learning communities as well. So, and some of the stakeholder feedback that we've received, and we continue to receive through the survey, and you heard that tonight on the communications, and we're taking that into account as well. I just want to say that the refinements do not stop tonight or next week or the next week. We continue to tweak as we need to. But the takeaways that we have so far across stakeholder groups, from principals to campus-based staff to even our meetings with the executive board teachers that with Education Austin, include that there were some commonalities. The need for a consistent daily schedule emerged, and along with removing the requirement to have daily PE every day, the 5 days of PE per week was overwhelming for many, and we understand that, and so we are reacting to that as well. Both principals and the Education Austin Teacher Executive Board expressed their belief that the additional planning time during the school day was beneficial to teachers and students, and that it should be maintained in some form. And lastly, campus-based staff and Ed Austin representatives advocated for additional time in art and music, additional minutes, and we know that that's been a consistent theme since we began the initiative. So there was a steering committee that was formed, and you notice that on the engagement chart at the very beginning, and that included a number of representatives across the district offices and then principals and teachers as well. And the steering committee had a couple of meetings, and they decided on some agreements that were based on the feedback that had been received to that point, providing parameters that allow for a consistent daily schedule, again, being one of the things that's very important to all three groups of stakeholders. The professional learning community time is still important, increasing the number of minutes of art and music from where we are right now. And then thinking about the fact that TEA, or the Texas Education Code, actually requires 135 minutes a week of physical activity for elementary school students. And before we started the initiative, we were meeting that time through a combination of physical education time and what we call WOW time, working out for wellness, each week. And so now we're looking at how we can provide that time without having to have the working out for wellness time included in the schedule. And then ensuring that the parameters are clearly and consistently communicated so that implementation is equitable across campuses. So the recommended parameters are here, and you can see a side-by-side where we currently are in 22-23 and where we desire to go in 23-24 with the tweaks that we're recommending, and that principals are currently working on with their staff to make the schedules much more conducive to the parameters. So 45 minutes of daily PE is where we are currently. Many are operating at 4 or 5 days per week. That would go to 135 minutes of weekly PE as mandated by TEA at a minimum. That would be the equivalent of 3 45-minute periods per week. The 450 minutes of planning that's required by TEA code as well, Texas Education Code, would remain in place, and we would make sure the teachers receive that. Then the additional 90 minutes that would go into the schedule, that are currently in the schedule, will remain in the schedule for the professional learning community time. And currently, we have a minimum of 180 minutes of both music and art in a 3-week period, 60 minutes times 3 for each one. And then now we're looking at a 2-week period in the 23-24 parameters, and you'll see a chart in a moment that will explain how those minutes pan out, but it could be anywhere from 135 to 180 minutes of music and art in a 2-week period. And again, the numbers will be explained on a chart coming up. And then we definitely know that it's important for special education teachers to have planning time with their core content teachers, and so we want to be sure that there's flexibility in the schedule to make sure that that can happen. So longitudinally, we thought it would be beneficial for you to see a comparison of what was, what is, and what we propose to have happen. So the prior year, currently we're in 22-23, so prior to that we had, you can see the minutes laid out, and I really want to focus on the cumulative minutes at the bottom of each one of those each one of those boxes. So in 21-22, you see the number of minutes of music, art, and PE. And then this year, we reduced the amount of time that was available for art and music, and we heard loud feedback about that. And so you can see the difference in those number of minutes, and increased substantially the number of minutes that would be occurring for physical education. So with the parameters that I've already mentioned before, you can have a minimum to a maximum. If you think about it's staying consistent with the 135 minutes of PE per week. In a 2-week period, you'd have 270 minutes of PE in both of these scenarios. But the number of minutes of art and music could be different depending on what a school is able to do, depending on staffing levels, depending on the feedback from their own staff and from their own community. So anywhere from 135 to 180 minutes in a 2-week period for art and music. And so then you look at the cumulative amount of minutes for music and art if you do either one of those, and you can see that in the first example, if there were 135 minutes of music and art in that 2-week period, that would be still a little less than we had before, but more than we have right now at 2,160 minutes. And then obviously substantially more in the last box with 180 minutes of music and art in a 2-week period. And then we've also heard feedback about instructional minutes and the impact on instructional minutes of having so much PE. So we wanted to make sure that we counted those minutes, and we're very transparent about those. So again, I'll draw your attention to the bottom of each one of those charts, and you can see the comparison of instructional minutes from year to year. Prior, 53,500, and anywhere from 55,000 to 480 for this upcoming year at 135 minutes of art and music a week, to 53,860 at 180 minutes of art and music for a 2-week period. So either one of those actually gives a little bit more instructional time than we currently had in the year before. Okay, and that summarizes what we're recommending for the tweaks in the parameters for right now and the refinement in our essential area redesign and our planning initiative.
And before we open it for questions, I also want to point out to the Board of Trustees that we did have a survey that we released as part of a weekly newsletter that goes out from my office. And we're going to keep that open for one more week. Is that right? Until this next Friday. Really in an effort to make sure that we captured all voices, and so just want to make sure the board was aware that that will continue on.
Thank you so much. So trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Hunter.
Thank you. I guess my first sort of point is that these are the parameters that everyone is seeing right now, correct?
Yes.
So all the calls that we heard tonight, they've seen this.
That my assumption would be they're reacting to that because they received the survey.
Yes, exactly. So what we have, they're telling us those parameters still aren't what they want or what they need or what they feel is best. Now, smarter minds than me know how all of this works and knows how master scheduling works. But we've been here before where the community told us one thing and we did something different. And here we are again. So I would just really, and I understand that there's an impact on master schedule. I don't understand exactly how it impacts master scheduling to keep making changes in the parameters, but there has to be some sort of give and take in this process, I feel like. We said that 135 minutes with no wow time included. I've actually seen some, and I don't know that that message is getting to everyone, because I've actually seen a master schedule with wow time included, right? And so I really like, so that we're having really good communications about that. I don't know why wow time is not included. Perhaps you can help me understand that. And I think that Marathon Kids is included, or am I wrong on both counts?
So, well, the history of WOW time, it comes from the fact that we needed to have the minimum number of minutes of physical activity, and we didn't have it in the ABC schedule. There were some days when we would only have PE 1 day a week, and so we needed to make up that time, and so that's where the 20 minutes per day of WOW time came from. So in this initiative, when it began, eliminating the WOW time and including it as PE gave us the 135 minutes a week that we needed, or actually a lot more than that. So there should not have been, and I didn't observe it, but there could have easily been some WOW time in schedules, but that should have been eliminated from the schedules because that would impact instructional minutes.
Okay, and then what about the Marathon Kids included in the physical activity or no?
Well, the Marathon Kids would be one activity that would be available for the physical activity time, but it's not listed on the schedule as, and it's not like this is your Marathon Kids time, but if you're in recess or if you're in PE or, well, those two times mainly, that Marathon Kids would definitely be something that's highly recommended.
Okay, but it's not counted in the 135?
Well, if they're doing it during PE, it would be, but it could be outside of that time if they're doing it before school, after school as well, too.
Okay.
It could occur at many different times during the day.
Okay, and then the last is really just a concern that I'm always going to have of the 28 schools, a lot of elementaries in D1. And we say we have a spectrum, right? 135 is the minimum, 180. Last time what happened to all of our schools that really struggled to hold on or had that part-time, and I know that's not happening anymore, part-time art and part-time, what's the other thing? Music, thank you. We saw that they just weren't getting those minutes. Like kids were not getting art, kids were not getting music. That's just full stop what happened. So now we're saying we can do 135 or 180, and my concern is that who's gonna get that 135 and who's gonna get that 180, because I really feel like when we look at equity, that kids that really need probably 200 are gonna wind up with 135 or even less. And I don't know, like, what guardrails are we putting in place to make sure that those priority schools are really getting what they need?
Right, and I heard you at the board.
Excuse me, first of all, let me not say priority school, because every school in Austin ISD is a priority, first of all. But those schools we know where that's really gonna be necessary.
That's a coaching opportunity for us to ensure that we're actually watching that. And there was a suggestion that was made for us to create sort of a heat map of where those minutes would be in the district. And so we have that on our list of to-dos. And so we will be doing that and paying close attention to where those minutes are and making sure that there's not large disparity.
So when that heat map is made, there's time to course correct. It's not like, that's what we have for the school year.
Yes, because as you mentioned, one of the staffing priorities that we have is not having half-time teachers at the schools, and many of those schools that you're mentioning are smaller schools that did have to adjust a lot with half-time teachers, and especially if there was a vacancy at any time.
That's all I had. Thank you guys so much for the clarity.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Singh. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hicks. Has there been, or is there a specific demonstrable academic benefit that you can point to from over the course of this year as a result of moving to this plan?
Well, we don't have data on that yet. I would say my data would be anecdotal right now, and then also there's research that does say that increased planning time does result in increased student achievement, but I couldn't give you a number right now, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that I think about whenever I look at this, and it's in relation to the conversation that we had on Monday, when I look at, being on a campus and how many students are in an elementary PE classroom, and it's in conversation with agenda item 7.2, where we're talking about like athletic persistence in the high school grades, I just think it's like, how are you providing individualized instruction at those really crucial elementary grades if we're trying to increase vertical alignment, athletically across the district? It feels, having seen it, it feels very chaotic. And to the other point additionally, it's really tough to be up here and have the conversation that we had about special education on Monday, right? And how it's at the forefront and it's their priority. And then it's literally the last bullet point on both of those, and it still says that the participation of special education teachers in that planning time is optional. So I have a difficult time with that, and that's also a lot of feedback that I've received in the time since this survey was made public.
Good point about where we place that particular bullet. We do prioritize special education, and we know that special education is a major priority. And so I will take that feedback, and I will make sure that special education is prioritized in the master scheduling and the consideration of how they are able to provide those minutes.
Thank you. I mean, it's more than just the placement of where the text is on the slide.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
No, I mean, I hear you. I just want to, reiterate that. The other thing is you mentioned earlier that principals have had the opportunity to participate in workshops. How many of our elementary campus principals have participated in that workshop? And at those workshops, has expertise in elementary PE been made available to them, is my curiosity, because I've seen some drafts of the schedules that Trustee Hunter mentioned, and I'm just curious to that, if they're being advised on best practices for elementary PE. Is that part of the workshop that you mentioned?
Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily part of the workshop, but we work closely with Pat Werner, and she visits all the schools, and she works with my team closely and meets with us on a pretty consistent basis and provides the feedback, even when we're not meeting, about what she is seeing and what needs to be done to ensure that we are implementing best practices in elementary PE.
So there is collaboration between
Yes.
the school's office and
Yes.
elementary PE. Okay, good. Were campus administrators advised to keep their master schedules confidential?
No.
No.
Okay.
And if you've heard that, please let me know.
I have.
And me too. Oh, well, you just did.
That's not my expectation by any means.
I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Okay, thank you.
Gilbert, I'm sorry.
It's good. That's my name.
One of the things that Trustee Gonzalez had just mentioned was just the activity that occurs in our gymnasiums now, right, as a function of the essential areas master scheduling process. And so some of the things that we're proposing will bring that down. Could you please identify a couple things that will kind of reduce the frequency that we would see the number of students that we see now in the gymnasiums? We talked about the not having a partial, and we talked about the minutes and the size of the campuses.
Well, yeah, but not having PE is often, it's not every day, so therefore there will be opportunities for the consistent schedule to happen that, the planning time might not occur with everyone going to PE at the same time. Some will go to PE, some will go to music, some will go to art. So it won't quite be an ABC schedule again, but it'll be some modification of that almost. And so that's one way that the class sizes will be reduced for sure.
Okay. Any other trustees have questions?
I do.
Oh, Trustee Lugo, is that you?
Oh.
She's on Zoom.
It's operated. All right. So thank you all thank you, Mr. Hicks, for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions, and some of the audio I couldn't hear at the very beginning, so my apologies if this was covered and I just didn't hear it. So first, help me understand what kind of communication and collaboration has taken place with elementary school teachers? Because I know that throughout this school year, PE teachers, elementary PE teachers, have reached out to one or more or the entire board. And I don't know if all of those emails get forwarded to you, but at least when I've read them, depending on which school the elementary PE teachers are located at, some of them are really feeling undervalued. It doesn't capture how they're feeling, but that's the best word I can find. They're feeling undervalued. It's difficult to get through the school year, just in terms of the chaos that they're having to deal with. And so I'm trying to understand and envision what does that look like? How has communication and collaboration rolled out to all elementary PE teachers, especially those with higher student ratios?
Right. We remember we promised at the beginning of the year that we would have the listening sessions that would occur, and we've had 2 sets of those. That's one way. I'll talk about others as well. And so we didn't have very much participation in the first round of listening sessions in the fall. So we did change the format for the second round of listening sessions that we had recently. And so it was on Zoom, and we had a lot more participation then. And then also I utilize the executive directors a lot, working with the principals and the visits that they have on a regular basis to the schools to ensure that we're checking on particularly PE, but the essential areas in general at almost every visit. And then we do get a number of the emails, and so we do respond to those, and we work on a case-by-case basis with situations that we see. I mentioned just a few moments ago that Pat Warner is a person that in her department, she has other coordinators that are working with her in physical education, that we utilize the feedback that they provide to us as they visit PE teachers regularly to tell us, to show us what is working or what is not working on a particular campus and what tweaks we may need there. And those are a number of the ways that we've actually looked at how to work with PE teachers.
Thank you for that information. I guess it just, it can be subjective, right? Like some PE teachers may still feel like they're not fully engaged or have that opportunity to collaborate. So kind of along those lines, and I don't know if this is for you, Mr. Hicks, or maybe for someone else in the administration, but I think about policies and procedures and practices, and I'm just wondering, given the lessons that I think we've learned through this redesign and the manner in which the decision was made and the way that it rolled out, are there any adjustments to policies, practices, procedures? Has there been a lessons learned document, something that says we should include teachers, or we should listen to teachers when they tell us, or staff when they tell us, here are the roadblocks that we're going to encounter?
Well, you're speaking my language, Trustee Lugo, with the lessons learned and the project management concepts. But we don't have a lessons learned document per se, except that I might call the a revised standards of service sort of a lessons learned document, and that we've made major revisions to that I know that y'all are reviewing, and that I would say that would be the closest thing we have to the lessons learned. But we have learned a lot, and so we are trying to take that and every lesson that we have learned into account. For example, the traveling teachers is a great example, and the fact that we saw that didn't work, and that was a major lesson learned, and we adjusted quickly for that for this year.
So I would just, go ahead.
Trustee Lugo, this is Matthias. Just wanted to also say that as far as lessons learned go, one of the things that I've observed is just that the planning and engagement required to roll something out like this, anytime there's a disruption to schedule, anytime there's a disruption to budgets, it takes time. And I know when this was first introduced, it was over a very short period of time. And unfortunately, because of the disruptions over the last year, the refinements are occurring over a very short period of time. And so we definitely have learned from that. I think just given where we are and when all this started, we're limited in really all the things that we'd like to do. I can tell you moving forward, however, any initiative, any introduction that will disrupt the campus in any way will take place over a longer, more thoughtful timeline, for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, actually, that is to a certain extent reassuring. I just want us to think about how we can leave behind some better practices for the next board, for the next administration. I would hate for something like this to happen again, and to the extent that we can have documented lessons or documented practices, I think that is one way to hopefully prevent the same thing from happening in the future. And I'm glad you mentioned the budget, because I was wondering what, if any, impact does this redesign have, whether it's on this year's budget, but really more so looking at the 23-24 budget?
So, Trustee Lugo, we actually have a couple line items in the budget update that Ed will be giving here in a moment. Ed, our Chief Financial Officer. We can cover it at that point, or we can perhaps do a brief update now, but it is in there.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll wait for Ed's presentation. And then the last thing is I wanted to just echo what Trustee Gonzalez said about the special education teachers receiving planning time. And so I look forward to an update around that and how all campuses have been able to implement that. That would be the expectation.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Was there anything else? All right, thank you. Any other trustees have questions or comments? Yeah, Dr. Kaufman.
Okay, yes, thank you for the planning process and for the presentation. So a few questions, and just before I start the questions, some of these questions will be about the workload and the conditions of our teachers, and I just want to kind of remind everybody that when we focus on the needs of our teachers, that doesn't mean that we're ignoring the needs of our students. We're not putting children first, that we are taking care of the adults who will then take care of the students. And so whenever someone brings up, are we focusing on, putting students first, or are we focusing on adults, I will always reject the logic that putting students first means putting adults last. We have to take care of both. So for anyone listening who hears me ask about our teachers, please understand we have to take care of our teachers. So first question, I just want to go back to the special education issue that was raised twice. And one thing that any inclusive-minded principal knows is that when you plan your master schedule, you plan it around special education. You start with the needs of special education and the schedule that will allow for the teachers to serve those students first, and you build everything else around that. I would add that you also build around dual language to ensure that you have your emergent bilingual students' needs being met first, and everything else falls into place after that. And so I just want to echo the concerns of Trustee Gonzalez and Trustee Lugo to say, like, can we look at this through the lens of how do we first ensure that our special education teachers have the time to collaborate with their colleagues, to have time to do the planning that they need to do to serve students, and that the schedules allow for them to serve students. And because I've heard many concerns just around the ability to schedule the services for students when the schedules are all different. Most recently, I've heard a concern about adaptive PE, notwithstanding the fact that we have many adaptive PE vacancies apparently, but that we also, it's difficult because the schedules are all different for the adaptive PE teachers to schedule their time because they do travel and they have to go to different campuses. So I just want to just kind of put that out there. Hopefully that can be addressed, or it is being addressed during this refinement, but absolutely in the planning for the following year, I really hope that we can put that first and foremost. So that's one comment. Question is, are there, my understanding is that the parameters were set and then principals were asked to create sample schedules that might work for their campus. Was it considered about going back to having a standard schedule and then figuring out what is the flexibility needed to that schedule to allow for the planning time that's needed? Rather than just saying, here's the parameters, plan your schedule? Was it considered having a standard schedule to adapt rather than having parameters to create a schedule?
When you say a standard schedule, you mean every elementary school have the same schedule and then work from that?
Yeah. For example, when I was a principal, I could have easily told you any given year exactly what staffing I needed or what flexibility I needed in order to create common planning time. Because that was always a goal, was how do you create common planning time for all of your grade levels? And you could always look at it and say, man, if I could just move this fourth grade to there, or if I could just have one open period in my schedule. But the standards of service don't allow you to have an open period for your special areas teacher. So I had to fill that one, which means I couldn't, so I could always tell you, or if we needed, when we did create, like say we need to have common planning time with an extended period of time. We could say, well, in order to do that, we're going to have the librarian and the counselor and do this, cover classes, right? So I could tell you at any given time, here's what I would need to have a weekly common planning time for our teachers. So what I'm saying is, like, if we had, that was an alternative last year, right? We could have said, we have the MAP schedule that's been working great for 25 years, but it doesn't allow for common planning time. So principals, what would you need at your campus to be able to build in common planning time? And that would have been a different approach. So was it considered that we could have like a standard schedule like MAP and then say, principals, now what would you need to make common planning time available?
Honestly, no, we did not consider that at the time. That's always something we can put on the table, and it might even be a lesson learned as we move through this year. But we use the parameters as the North Star for the schools, and now we're tweaking those parameters in order to provide another North Star.
Okay. Well, I hope that that's an alternative approach that could be considered for either this process or, again, for the longer term. Are there any limitations on the PE classroom size? I know you said that there are ways to reduce that, but are there any actual limitations that say thou shalt not have a class size larger than this?
I mean, the goal is to have no more than 30-1, but it could go up to 35-1 at the most. But then again, we have staffing available to help assist the PE teacher in those situations.
Okay. I mean, but I think we've all kind of talked about how seeing those large class sizes and just the challenges it creates for safety, the challenges it creates for actual instruction, the challenges it creates. So, but yes, I would like to see a limitation on PE classroom size. That's actually a limit. I would like to see that considered.
Trustee Kaufman, one thing I would like to say to that, though, is that the staffing that has been allocated to campuses right now is based on the old parameters, essentially. And so with the new parameters, with the requirement for less PE time in the week, that should just organically cause the class sizes to be smaller as well.
Okay. That will lead into another question I have. But so are we considering in the budget stipends for the PE teachers who have large, or any of the essential area teachers who have oversized classes, like we have for classroom teachers who have oversized classes?
Randy will answer that.
Good evening, Board. Trustee Coffin, we did not consider that this year. When those stipends were put in place, it was to mitigate. Next year. Right. Okay. Just for history as to why those were ever existed. I'm sorry. So for historical sake, it was due to us exceeding our standard 24-1 ratio in a traditional classroom. At the time, the consideration was, well, the state of Texas is 45-1 in a PE classroom. We're not exceeding that. To your point, though, should we put a cap on PE classes, a hard cap on PE classes, that's absolutely something that we could consider doing should we need to exceed that for a reason. We would need to figure out a way to measure that, how many classes, how often does that happen, et cetera, but that's always a consideration we could take into account.
Thank you. So the question this leads into around the staffing is how much extra staffing does this create for PE, music, and art? And the basis of that question is, like, under the MAP schedule, there's a very strict piece, around 7.5 ratio. For every 7.5 classrooms in the building, you get one special area, essential areas teacher. And then it created those halftime positions, or even, these fractions of teachers who then had to travel. Of course, there were always challenges with the travels, but what we knew about that was it's very efficient in terms of the staffing for art, music, and PE. So I understand from this that that the current parameter is that there would be no traveling teachers, so you have a minimum of a full-time art teacher or music teacher, even if you have a campus with a small number of students. And normally I would never be opposed to any, the more teachers, the better in terms of making sure we have resources. But in a budget that is strapped for pay raises, and a budget that is strapped for cultural proficiency and inclusion, and a budget that's strapped for parent support specialists at large campus, I am wary. I absolutely would never want to underinvest in music, art, and PE, but I'm wary about overinvesting. So my question is, what is the overage in terms of number of PE teachers and TAs, number of music teachers, number of art teachers that we anticipate from this plan over what would be necessary under a very efficient plan?
Trustee Kaufman, I don't have the figures in front of me at the moment. I'm happy to go do an exact comparison of 2021, is that right? 21-22 to current, which was our last year in the traditional MAP model, right? Ballpark, it is roughly 85 TAs, 85 to 100 PE TAs that did not exist prior to this. And I believe somewhere in the ballpark, please give me some latitude on this one, somewhere about 60 teachers probably additional. So it has been a significant cost in the budget.
Yes, but part of what we were paying for with $8 million last year was for common planning time, right? And
Correct.
Common planning time is a value, it was something
Absolutely.
to value. So I guess what I'm wondering is, once you've created the common planning time, and once you've provided the art and music minutes that students need, how many PE teachers are we going to have that are extra? How many music teachers who won't have a full schedule and may be assigned to do something else? So it's really the extra. I know that you may not have that answer right now, but I really would like us to keep a close attention to that.
Sure.
And I would just, I have one vote out of 75,000 in terms of feedback into this plan from our community. But my personal feedback is I would rather not use our precious dollars right now to over invest. Which leads me to my next question, which is, are there guidelines to kind of protect the professional work of the art, music, and PE teachers so that we don't have a music teacher who's got a schedule partially full of music who then gets assigned to cafeteria duty, who then gets assigned to math tutoring or something that's not like their professional calling?
Mm-hmm.
We'll be working with principals to make sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, so those two, right? Because now you're going to kind of over-investing, but so I just really want to be attentive to that in a tight budget.
Can I get clarity on your question, Trustee Coppin? What you're asking is if is for a reanalyzation of the essential areas in a traditional format with those adjustments that would create for those common planning times. What is that?
Yeah, and I don't need an exact answer to this, so you don't have to go back and run. I just really want us to look, when we look at all the schedules that have been turned in, is to look for where are those kind of blank spots, or where are those spots where a music teacher may be asked to do something else that they may be willing to do, or they may be, not happy about that because that's not what they went to school for 4 years for.
Right.
So I really want to just be attentive to assigning people out of field, right, to doing something that's not what their job is, and also to having extra staffing on a campus when we need, there's so many other priorities.
Absolutely.
So just being attentive to those things. Awesome. And then are we, are we really looking and getting the feedback from the the multilingual education team expertise to ensure that these schedules are going to support the parameters of a dual language program?
We'll work with Dr. Villapano's team to make sure that they have input as well.
Okay, and I'm wary of that again because the plan was implemented last year at a time when our fidelity to the dual language model was very limited. And so without safeguards to ensure that the fidelity to the model is happening, then like, oh, let's make a schedule, there may not be a priority to actually making that work. And I've heard from principals who, I'm not going to say 1,000, but last year when this was happening, I heard from some principals who said, this is really hard to make a dual language schedule work because the fluctuation, the change in the schedule every day, the loss of instructional minutes time, which are always essential, but like even more essential when you're trying to get a language balance. So I really hope that we can like look and make sure that the schedules that are being turned in are going to meet the needs of dual language. Okay, and I have one more, a long comment, no more questions. So I really appreciate the work that's going into this design and the thoughtfulness that's going in around it, and I do believe that this process is much more productive than the process we went through last year. And I will, on this board, always be looking ahead to how can we do better. But sunshine is the best disinfectant, and we need to acknowledge mistakes of the past before we can move on to the future. So I just want to recap my understanding of how this process worked last year when the essential areas redesign went into play. My understanding was that around February, the essential areas redesign plan that involved daily PE and changing the schedules was decided by the highest level district administrators with no input from principals, from the district PE supervisor, or the director of the Visual and Performing Arts Department. That the PE supervisor was shut out from all the planning, that there was misrepresentation about AISD's compliance with the law requiring 135 minutes weekly of structured physical activity, with repeated statements in board meetings that we were violating the law, that this was a surprise, that we just found out that we're not meeting the law around structured physical activity, which was pointed out by Trustee Lugo at the time as being incorrect when she read the law during the meeting, that there was misrepresentation about what teachers were asking for, saying that teachers want this, teachers want this, teachers want this, but what teachers were asking for was for planning time to do the grading, to do the lesson planning, to do the things that they needed, that they were currently doing on their own time late at night and on weekends, that they wanted planning time. And that what was provided to them was structured collaborative planning time with a set agenda. There's value to that, but that's not what teachers were asking for, right? So I do believe there's value to that, but that was not and never was what teachers were asking for. And they were very clear about that when they were providing the feedback that was ignored. Principals who expressed concerns on the feedback forms that they were given were told that if there was no solution attached to their problem, that they had to delete it. They could only provide concerns or feedback about the proposed plan if they had an actual solution to attach to it. That district staff members directly responsible for essential areas were verbally reprimanded for raising questions or concerns about the plan that they had been excluded from designing. That the principals brought to a board meeting to share positive feedback about the schedules they developed that had additional time for music and art that were handpicked based on having schedules that worked, and that at least one was removed from that meeting, was removed from being presenting at that meeting because the comments that they had submitted in advance were deemed to be insufficiently positive about the plan. So I just wanted to put out there again and I am confident in this reading of this based on all the people I've talked to and what I observed and witnessed during the time. And I just want to be clear that that's what we're fixing is something that was created through that type of process. So I commend you all for having a different process this time. But I think it's important for us to acknowledge that publicly because that is a mistake, an embarrassing mistake that our district made, and that we can never do that again.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. Any other comments, questions? So I have a couple of questions. Sorry.
Sorry, that's okay.
I misread your.
No. I really, first of all, thank you, Dr. Kaufman, for kind of naming that process where we were last year with this. I appreciate that. And commending the different process, including the third-party engagement, a lot of really authentic interest in hearing what people have to say in the survey that's out right now, greatly appreciated. And I do think that gets us all to a better place, gets our goals met, but in way that gets buy-in and makes them better with all the ideas that come from the campus level from everywhere. So thank you for that. I want to add my voice too to the as possible and to the greatest extent possible, which I think that tends to be something that falls away. And if we don't make it a priority, then with all the demands pulling people in every direction, it becomes a non-priority. And I have real concern about that. And we also know that our special education teachers in that planning time have a lot of information and valuable resources and knowledge to share with our general education teachers as we continue the work that you guys are all doing so well and so thoughtfully to make sure that everyone who encounters kids on campus has the skills to differentiate and serve all kids. So let us know how we can support that being moving from as possible to making it happen. Thank you for that, for our special education teachers who deserve to be part of that, and for our general education teachers who can benefit from that time together as well. I also want to add my voice to the PE class size and really having a limit on it. I've had the chance to spend time in some of those classrooms and know the high quality. We were a national leader in the quality of our PE. In PE that was super joyful for kids no matter what their athletic ability. We have lost that this year because they are so crowded that kids they don't have the space to move their bodies. They don't have, PE in a portable. So I really think that class size is valuable, and hearing the injury reports and just the behavioral issues at a time when we're trying to reduce those disparities in discipline for kids who that environment just creates more opportunity. So thank you for that. Would appreciate an update, as Trustee Hunter said, as you see how those schedules come on that heat map that you're talking about where the minutes are and how it works. I have a question for you about the TAs and the number of TAs required for the program this current year and then next year, when we know we also have a real shortage of TAs working with our students who need special education support throughout the district. And does the demand on TAs for this program contribute to that gap in TAs for the kids who receive special education services? And I would love to know a little bit more about that as we're considering what to do and how to deploy really scarce people to areas where they're needed. So do you have information about that?
Trustee Boswell, I would say that absolutely that you're pulling on the same pool for teacher assistants. There are certainly some that would strictly want to be a physical education TA, and there are some that want to serve kids in whatever capacity that they can. And so I of course, we're absolutely pulling on a finite amount of resources with an additional pull with physical education TAs, no doubt about it.
Okay. I would hope that we would consider that as we make our plan, and that a little bit of WOW time may be better than not having a special education TA as we're balancing reality, right? That there's the plan in theory and then adjusting, which I appreciate you talking about, that plan in practice and kind of where we need to be flexible to make use of what we have right now. So thank you for that. I have been hearing from teachers that instructional time is kind of chopped up this year, and I'm wondering if it will come in more blocks with less transition, if that's one of the things that will come out of this, that teachers will have more time in bigger chunks without moving kids around as much.
I'll be able to answer that question better after we've had a chance to review the schedules.
Okay.
That would be ideal, of course.
Sure.
And uninterrupted blocks work best.
Yes.
But I can't guarantee that every single one will be, but we'll definitely be looking for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, because I know those minutes go quickly when you're moving a bunch of 6-year-olds from one place to another, and bathroom breaks and all that entails, and sometimes in really big buildings. So thank you. That's another thing I've been hearing. And then, Trustee Gonzalez, I appreciate your question about the data to show the impact, and I really hope that's a question we're asking as we get our data department back. That we can ask and answer those questions more effectively, because when we're making these big shifts and these big investments, I think it's our obligation to ask those questions. And that's when we look at our reports and our oversight role and our governance role. That's a huge part of what we need to make decisions along with you. So thank you for that. If we can start looking at that, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Boswell. Anyone else? Trustee Walichu.
I wanted to know, so we said that the classroom teachers got more planning time. Did they get any more unstructured planning time?
The idea is for them to have 7 blocks of planning time in a week. 5 of those blocks are theirs for the 450 minutes of planning time they would get every 2 weeks, and the other 2 blocks would be dedicated collaborative planning time or PLC time.
Okay, so they got no more than the legally required unstructured planning
Unless
time?
they have unless they're taking more minutes. And it could be planned that way, but at a minimum, they would have what I just quoted.
Okay. And so I like when we talk about like planning time versus PLC time to like not, because for teachers, it's like not interchangeable, the term. What are the district requirements of PLC?
Well, there are no policy requirements
Okay.
for the PLC time. The practice had been for the 450 minutes of planning time for all teachers, elementary and secondary, as part of Texas Education Code. And during that time, actually, that was guaranteed time for themselves to do things that they needed to do and not time for the principal or anyone else to say that this is required planning time together. So as a value in AISD, we have that additional planning time that's secondary. So that time is used for collaborative time to work together, structured planning time at the secondary level. And so we were trying to match some of that time at the elementary level by having the 2 PLCs in addition to the 450 minutes.
Okay.
Every 2 weeks.
So with yeah, because lots of times I would use my 450, a lot of teachers will use that for collaborative planning time. So PLC, is there always a deliverable? Can that just be your or is there some flexibility with that for teachers?
What we've been working towards is having, yes, a deliverable in that we would have one of the planning times be what we call a looking forward planning time, and the other one a looking backwards. So looking at the data, reviewing the data, seeing what the next steps are, what kids need more help, how we're going to refine our lessons, how we're going to do the reteach, and teachers working together and practicing amongst themselves to do that. And then the planning forward is what is going to be the next week's lessons and how are we going to teach those, and how are we going to do our no-shows, and what is it that we're expecting kids to know and be able to do in answering all the professional learning community questions.
Okay.
So structured in that way.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll be hearing in the presentation in a little while from our Goal 4 about our plans for professional learning community training this summer to strengthen that even more.
Okay. And so y'all were talking about ratios for PE. So that's like teachers, adults to child TA ratio.
The state ratios?
No, so you said like 30, our goal, I guess, is that like 30 to 1 or 35 to 1?
Yes, ma'am.
So it could, but the class size could be quite bigger. So that could be like 60, if there's 2 adults and there's 60 or 70 children in the gym. Okay.
It could be, but yes, the adult to child ratio is a number that we were quoting.
Okay.
But we would, the gyms are different sizes, so it just depends on whether or not you can fit that many in a gym safely or not, and so we're going to be cognizant of that as well.
And how many portables did we have to deploy because of PE or become?
So, Trustee Walichu, we have not added any portables in AISD. There are, I think, a couple portables that are used as gymnasiums, but they've been there for an extended period of time. I can't think of any portable that's been added because of this. That would have to come to us. It actually requires significant financial investment to move that portable. So there's not one that's been added in the last 2 years that I can think of.
So I heard that, so were they moved, I don't mean added like we got a new one, but moved for PE?
I don't have that information. Do we have that? There's one. Can you? It's just Christine, Interim Chief of Operations.
Good evening, Board Trustees. Yes, we did add one at the request of the principal and Gilbert Hicks.
Okay.
Where was the location?
Highland Park Elementary.
Highland Park.
Okay. And so what, yeah, and so what I've heard, like the feedback I've gotten about, like, is it going well with the big PE classes? Or people are like, yeah, it's going well for most kids. Well, not really our kids with sensory needs. So a lot of our kids receiving special education services who used to be able to be in our like old size PE classes are being moved to like other, like, so I know like the portable or like a different space are having to be moved out into like smaller, a smaller class or a different area where they're not getting to be included in PE. So I really want us to look at our inclusion practices with the essential area redesign to make sure that this is a good space for our kids.
Thank you, Trustee. Anyone else? I have a couple of questions and comments. First, thanks to the trustees for your really insightful thoughts. I appreciated hearing Trustee Kaufman relate his experience as a principal. It's always helpful to get that perspective, so thank you. And I really, in particular, the idea of like, let's start with what the needs are and then build around that, whereas I feel a little bit like what we're doing is we're taking like a question, an idea and kind of tweaking it to make it better, which is fine, but it is interesting to see how that process plays out. All that, however, I actually this plan seems much better to me, I think, than what we had previously. So thank you. I think it's much better. And I know that you guys are doing a lot of community engagement around this. And so I think what we come up with in the end is not going to be perfect for everyone. I think, however, what I would like to see are like, we got to make sure like the main issues, the main things we've been hearing complaints about are addressed in this iteration of it. And when I look at the feedback that you had from the principals, the campus and Education Austin, I saw something like people do like having a predictable rotation. I don't know if that's part of this plan, but hopefully our schools are getting some coaching on that. But I think the biggest concern I have right now is the lack of SPED planning time that's written into this. And so it may not be solved by the essential areas design. Like, I don't know if this is the place where it's going to happen, but there does need to be some place where our general ed teachers are collaborating with special education specialists to learn how to make modifications to the curriculum. I mean, that is one thing I've been hearing so much from our parents is, most of the special education services are offered in the general ed classroom. And so, the IEPs are being implemented by gen ed teachers. So do those gen ed teachers have the support they need to do that? Is there an expectation for them to read the IEPs? How is that built into the structured PLC time? If you have 2 PLCs a week, maybe one of them should just be about special education, modifications or something. Like, I don't know how you do it, but I was actually talking to someone just casually today, and they said, well, because I was like, well, what if we just had like an after school where you compensate the teachers, but like once a month they stay after school and do that planning with the SPED teacher. And people don't really love the idea, but they said, well, what if we had a substitute teacher that kind of rotated through that would give teachers time to collaborate with a SPED specialist or something like that. I don't know the solutions. I'm just saying, like, I really want to see something definite that would allow like some regular time carved out for our SPED and our gen ed teachers to collaborate together, because that's where the magic is going to happen, I think, and it has to be good quality. So I don't know how to do it, but if you can get that in there into this plan, I think I'd be pretty okay with it. I mean, there's some things I don't love still that I have serious concerns about, but I know that you guys are working in the right direction.
Thank you, President Singh. One of the things, I think I've had a conversation with Trustee Hunter about this. You know, I'm envisioning, as we move forward, the heat map, certainly, where we kind of can show the allocation of minutes across our entire district, but also identifying those things that are the guardrails, right? Like, you know, we talked about building a schedule around multilingual education, or building a schedule around certain aspects. Like, figuring out as an organization, what are those things that we're going to check for in every one of these schedules, and then also making sure that we're providing the support as they're getting built. And so we've had conversations around that. We don't have that kind of singular document, but I think it would be helpful to have that. So at least as an organization, we can say, these are the things that we are going to kind of, you know, like really want to ensure are supported as we move through this process. And you should see them reflected in each and every schedule, regardless if it's where it is in the city of Austin or in Austin ISD. So that is something we are working on.
Thank you. I forgot one more thing is, Trustee Kaufman talked about, like, what if we had started this by saying, okay, just continue with the 3-day map rotation and then try to figure out how to insert a common planning time? I mean, it seems, so we can't, tell me true or false. It is impossible to have a common planning time with the 3-day rotation that we had a couple of years ago.
That depended on the size of the school and how many classrooms there were at a particular grade level. So say if you had Kiker has 7 third-grade classrooms, but only 5 blocks of time at that particular time for art, music, and PE for whatever reason, then no, they wouldn't be able to have common planning because we weren't splitting classes to do that.
And would it have been able to have additional planning time, like the 2 PLCs?
Not in the ABC schedule.
Okay, so I think that needs to be really clearly communicated to our campuses. I mean, maybe they already get that, but I know I heard a lot of the comments saying, let's go back to what we had. But I also know that, like, I think our teachers do like having 2 additional planning periods. I mean, they're PLC, so it's kind of it is scripted. I don't know how much they love the scriptedness of it, but I think we can massage that. But I think it would be hard to say, oh yeah, okay, let's just go back to what we had before once people have had a taste of having these 2 other periods with their colleagues. So that is one message that maybe needs to be amplified, is that we really can't do that and get these 2 PLC blocks, right? But we could maybe help provide some templates of schedules that show a 3-day rotation, so people are getting the predictability that they like in the schedule. I know that's really hard for a lot of our, especially the little ones that are just getting used to school. They like to have the predictability, and then offer the other things. Maybe you're already doing that. I don't know.
Well, one thing that we're going to definitely do is share schedules, and they're going to see each other's schedules and get ideas in that particular way as well, and learn from one another. So
Yeah.
We're hoping to scale the best schedules across the district.
Okay. And then the board is still going to be voting on this.
On the standards.
On the standards.
Which is an attachment. So and I think there are red lines in the document, so you can see what we had last year, some of the proposed changes. Certainly looking for any feedback the board may have as we move forward, but we are looking to get that approved here shortly. I think we have it cited for April or May. Yeah, I think April.
Okay, thank you. So I would really encourage the community to email the trustees before we vote on this, and really with like as many concrete ideas that you have around, like, getting that common planning time for SPED is really what I'm going to be looking for. But I think that's just going to help all of us progress this work together, even if it's not within the essential areas like framework. But if you have an idea to get this time, I'd love to hear it. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? The next thing, let's see, we will now move on to the next item, information reports and updates. So would you please introduce the next item?
It's preliminary budget.
Yes.
I'd like to invite Ed Ramos, our Chief Financial Officer, to provide the fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget. And Brandy, you monthly. Back up? Okay.
President Singh, Interim Superintendent Sewuda, members of the board. Tonight, we're going to present the fiscal year 23-24 preliminary budget. Keeping in mind that these numbers are, again, preliminary. They will change, knowing that there is a legislative session currently in progress, as well as we are still yet to receive our overall estimated property values for next year. Those will come actually in the month of April. And so once we have that final number and once the legislative session comes to an end, these numbers will be finalized. So the numbers that you will see before you tonight, again, are very preliminary. And so we kind of like to think of this as a worst-case scenario that we are looking at as a budget. So these numbers will improve, just as an FYI, as you begin to see them. So one of the first things we do is estimate where we think we will be with revenue and our recapture payment. So currently we are estimating our recapture payment for next year at $915 million. Again, that number is subject to change based on our final property values that we will receive from the Travis Central Appraisal District. I'm sorry. Yep. And so that puts us at a, once you look at our recapture payment, our operating expenditures, we are estimating that currently at $866 million. So that would put us at a negative fund balance of $29 million. We are including as a planning amount $37 million in compensation / budget priorities. That number will be tweaked and improved as we go through the budgeting process. And so right now, looking at also we use vacancy savings in our budget projections, and I'll explain that a little bit further in the presentation. And then ESSER 3 supplanting, we are estimating original ESSER plan did include $9 million to be included in the 23-24 budget via supplanting. So right now we're looking at a worst case scenario of a $41 million shortfall. Again, very preliminary. That number will improve as we go through the budgeting process. Some of the assumptions that we currently are using, enrollment, we are projecting a flat enrollment for our October 2023 PEIM snapshot date, 73,681. Keeping in mind that that is 1,000 students less than where we projected this year's budget. So that's partly where some of those numbers are changing. Our average daily attendance, 68,523, which is a 93% attendance rate. Currently as a district, we're at 91%. So we are hopeful that that attendance rate does continue to improve as we begin to move further and further away from the original pandemic. Also, property values, we are estimating those at 15%. Last year, or this current year, we were at 18%. So we do expect a high property value growth, and we will find a more solid number at the end of April from the appraisal district. Collection rate in taxes, 98.5%. Our maximum compressed rate, so this number is likely to change. And so right now we are estimating a maximum compressed rate of 72.46. We add our 8 golden pennies, and so we're estimating an M&O tax rate of 80.36 cents. The reason I say that number is likely to change is because of the legislative process currently, which is heavily investing in property tax compression. And so I'll go over our potential tax rate in a few slides further on, but that number is, again, likely to change. And then our appraisal collection and fees, we are estimating a 2% growth in those fees. We continue to meet with our community, with our staff. Before you see the different groups that we have met with during this budgeting process. We have scheduled some Zoom meetings in the month of April, specifically engaging staff. We are using the Thought Exchange platform to receive feedback, and so that product is working very well for us. It allows us to collect feedback very quickly, and we are able to summarize that pretty efficiently. As far as where we are with budget priorities, so we did, again, collect feedback from Thought Exchange. We collected feedback from our trustees. And so the priorities you see before you, the top 10 priorities from our Board of Trustees, these were included if they received a minimum of 3 votes from trustees. So you see teacher librarian raises, counselor raises, classified staff raises, bus driver raises, special ed market adjustments, IT raises, so that special ed bilingual stipend increases. All that has to do with compensation. So one of the areas that we know our trustees want us to consider and continue to really prioritize is compensation in this budget cycle. We also have an ombudsman department, DRE department coming back, and Literacy First expansion is also included as one of the priorities. With regards to input that we've received from community and staff, and these are in order based on the thoughts and the ratings that we have received from our community via the community feedback. We have received over 3,186 ratings. So through the product in Thought Exchange and in one of the attachments to the board book, you'll see reports and the actual thoughts that people have been creating and letting us know. But from those, we have 3,186 ratings, which means people are looking at others' thoughts. They're rating those based on where they think. And so the top rating that we are seeing, again, is teacher and staff compensation. So that's 27%. Specifically, our community wanting us to concentrate in compensation. Librarian and library services, 20%. Special education, concentrating on investing in that program, 9%. Multilingual education, 5.5%, mental health services, 5.5%, and then lunch monitors, 2%. So a lot of this data is actually areas that we are in line with our Board of Trustees and areas that our board did want us to look at as well. And so in looking at our proposed investments, this is just an example of kind of what we're looking at. So right now, we had to make certain decisions as a district. And so those decisions have been made based on timing and recruitment efforts. And so that, we know we have invested for next year's budget, $9.88 million. So what does that $9.88 million include? That's small campus, full-time equivalents, which means we've invested in our secondary small campuses to make sure that we adequately staff our smaller campuses. The economically disadvantaged emergent bilingual weights, we have increased those weights. Essential areas, not to share staff, that has been included in this budget. And then our special ed bilingual stipends have been increased. And the reason we wanted to put that information out early is because of recruitment and retention efforts. So we knew other districts are starting to put information out, what they're looking at with specific stipends, with specific programs. And so we wanted to make sure that we were aggressive and inform our staff where we stood with our budget. Overall, in looking at just as an example of other areas that we could look at, and the format is not good here, but it's a lot better in the attachment. But basically, if we look at some areas that we already know we are prioritizing as a district, compensation increases for professionals and classifieds, bringing back the research development team, the ombudsman's department, that would be an additional cost of $30.5 million. Keeping in mind that as a planning tool, we are using $35 million. That is what we have to work with under current law, under current funding. And so just giving an idea, we would need an additional funding of $50 increase to the basic allotment to get us close to where we would need to be with these investments. And that just is an idea to throw at the board so that you all understand where we are with each little investment that we do in this district. And so the next slide kind of gives you a better picture of if we do different scenarios, what is that going to cost the district? And so as a district, we already committed to investing a 5% pay raise for teachers at a minimum and a pay increase to all of our employees. So if we look at a 6% increase to teachers and a $3 hourly increase for classified employees, that comes at an additional cost of $22.9 million. An 8% increase for teachers, $5 increase for classified employees, $41.2 million additional cost. And then a 10% increase, $8 minimum to classified employees, $66.9 million, above the $35 that we are currently already investing in. And so in order for us to meet any of these different criteria, the basic allotment would basically have to increase exponentially. So as Trustee Boswell noted earlier, one of the original House bills did include a $50 increase to the basic allotment. We've been fighting for an increase to the basic allotment, not only to reduce our recapture payment, but to make sure that we are able to invest in our employees and their compensation. And so House Bill 100 just increased the basic allotment to $90 next year, and then the following year $140, so $62.50 and $6,300. And so again, looking at $90 and $140, that is a minimal increase to the basic allotment. If we were to give a 6% raise to teachers, the basic allotment would basically have to increase $350. We know for a fact that inflation has really eaten into that basic allotment increase from House Bill 3 back in 2019. And so we've experienced a 14.5% inflation growth. So for the state to catch up and just meet inflation, they would have to increase the basic allotment to $900 per student. That would be a $63 million increase to our budget. But in looking at the discussions currently occurring at the legislative level, they're nowhere near that $900 increase. We're talking closer to between $50 and $140 currently. And so, again, that's where advocacy becomes very important. Right now, the majority of the investment that we are hearing from the legislature is in property tax relief. Between the Senate and the House, that investment is between $16 and $17 billion. You heard Trustee Boswell note that in education they're investing an estimated $5 billion. So it's a huge difference in what they're investing in property tax relief. Property tax relief does not gain us any additional revenue, and so that is a huge benefit to our taxpayers. But for us as a school district, we would not receive any additional revenue from property tax relief. And so some of the increases in operating expenditures that we know we will see next year. Again, we've invested in the special ed bilingual stipends, about $2.5 million. Compensation budget priorities, we're investing $36.6 million. The 35 plus the local leave that we're looking at as far as when an employee leaves the district, they can be paid for some of their local leave, and so we are looking at that in local policy. General Marshall is a brand new campus that will open up next year, so that's an additional $3 million cost that we know is coming our way. Property insurance premiums, $1.7 million. Economically disadvantaged and emergent bilingual weights, increasing those weights an estimated $5 million. And essential area teachers, making sure that we don't share staff between campuses, $500,000. And then the small campus teacher minimum, about 17 FTEs, that's $1.2 million. And so what decreases are we currently looking at in the budget? Again, this is very preliminary. We did include projected vacancy savings of $8.6 million. And so why do we include vacancy savings? So when we create our budget, we assume that we will staff at 100%. Well, when you look at the reality of our real world, we know that we won't staff 100% the entire school year. And so we don't want to tie up those budget dollars to areas that we could have invested in other areas such as compensation. So we have to kind of balance that out with project vacancy savings, which is why we are looking at an additional $8.6 million for next year. Other areas that we are continuing to look at, we have generated a vacancy report, and we will begin analyzing that report and seeing if there are positions that haven't been hired between 6 and 9 months, and then do we really need those positions? So that's one area we're looking at. We're going to be looking at large contracts over 100,000 and seeing if those contracts are giving us the benefit for the investments that we make in those contracts. And then we are also looking at software, and are we maximizing the software that we purchase as a school district? As far as increases and investments that we make in staffing, and so we do have the small campus minimum staffing for our secondaries. So all of our small secondary campuses, we did increase staffing. That's 17 teachers district-wide. Also, we invest in increased economically disadvantaged and emergent bilingual weights. So that is an additional $5 million to next year's budget. So with the weights that we currently use, we do invest an additional 121 teacher units as a district. So that's not new teacher that we will hire next year, but as an overall district investment, that weight does add 121 teachers to our budget. And then as far as we have increased the minimum requirements for a counselor at our middle schools and high schools. So we do have a minimum of 2 counselors and APs at our middle schools, 3 minimum counselors and APs at all of our high schools. Also, we do, as a district, invest in our elementary campuses for pure language instruction. So as a district, that is a choice we make, and that is a cost of 388 additional staffing units. But again, that is a cost and an investment that we make as a district to ensure that we have the student outcomes in those specific areas. Also, we are, again, not sharing our essential area teachers. That would be 8 additional teachers in this budget, and you see the campuses listed with that decision. We also, as a district, invest in different areas that other districts may not invest in. And so we do have an employee-only health plan with a 0 cost. And so if an employee chooses one of our health plan options, there is an option that we offer that is a 0 cost to the district. Not every district offers that to their employees. We are also one of an estimated 4 to 5 districts that pay into Social Security, and so that does offer a huge benefit, especially to employees that are nearing retirement, and so that is a huge benefit that we do continue to invest in as a district. And then we do invest in 6 of 8 periods for secondary campuses for planning time, and so not all districts in the area do that. And then we do invest in an extended dual language program through the secondary levels, and most of the districts in our area just do that investment through elementary school. So with regards to recapture and enrollment, again, we are estimating a flat enrollment for next year, 73,700. Because our property values continue to grow, that will cause our recapture payment to continue to escalate. So currently, we have revised our recapture estimate this year at $913 million. Next year, we're estimating $915 million. That may change in late April. And then by 2025, we're pretty certain it's going to hit over $1 billion with no changes to the current funding formula. We are also looking at our administrative cost ratio. As you see, the black line is the TEA standard for a district our size. And so, as you know, in 2021, we were above that threshold, in 21-22 as well. And so we are projecting for the 22-23 school year to just be a little above that at 0.088. And for next year's budget, it is going down, but we still think it's going to be above the 0.855 threshold. And so we are continuing to look at that. That's all going to depend also on the investments that we make in compensation and also staff vacancies. So staff vacancies last year or in 21-22 really hurt us. as a part of the pandemic. And so what that did is that decreased the denominator in this ratio, and so we did go above the administrative costs. But as a district, we are still looking at where we spend in specifically Function 41 and Function 21, and seeing if there are opportunities to reduce those costs. Then overall, again, with our budgeting dollar, when you look at a $1 bill, we're sending $915 million to the state next year. As a district, we have about $886 million left to operate, so that's over half of our dollar going back to the state. We continue to be committed as a district in the percentage of our budget that we invest in employees, and so next year we are estimating in investing 87% of our budget in our employees. This year it was 86%. Next year we're projecting 87%, so that continues to be a priority in our budget. Here you'll see expenditures by function. So as a school district, we have to basically categorize where we spend our funds by functional level. When you look, this year we put it in the picture of a schoolhouse. Again, recapture being the majority of our function, one of our functional expenses. Instruction, again, $519.9 million. Facilities and operations would be the next biggest area. Instruction on school leadership, student services, transportation, support services, general administration, and then other. And so that gives you a good idea of kind of where we as a district do spend and invest our dollars based on functional level. And then we also look at program intent codes. Where do we as a district spend our funds with regards to different programs? Those programs are categorized as PIC 99, which is the operational costs, central office, admin, UIL. Also PIC 11, which is basic education. That's a majority of many of our costs. But again, you see that recapture makes up half of our apple. And so when we look at program intent codes, that is half of our budget goes to recapture. Special education, $146.1 million, and then you see the other categories. But we try to make it in a more friendly, understandable format for our community. And then unassigned fund balance, again, we're continually looking at our fund balance to make sure that we do comply with our local policy of 20%. So for next year, we do know that we will be in compliance with local policy. We are projecting a fund balance of $175.5 million. That is the local 20% policy, and you see the gray bar in 2024. We will be above that. Again, continually monitoring the out years, 25, 26, and 27. We project to be below that if there are no changes to education funding in the at the legislative level. So we do continue to monitor that very closely and make adjustments as necessary, especially that budget year. Our tax rate, so here's where we talk about property tax compression. So when we went out to our voters and projected a tax rate next year, we projected a 96.66 total tax rate, and that included a 1 penny increase to the debt service. This year, we are projecting actually below that, 92.66, and so that is our projection for next year. That doesn't include tax compression. So some of the conversations that are currently happening with regards to tax compression is that that could lower school district property taxes by 15 cents. And so if that is the case, we would be closer to 86 cents as a school district. So that would be, again, the lowest tax rate we would have as a district in probably over 25 years, 30 years. And then that is the end of my presentation, so now I open it up to questions.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Hunter.
A real quick one. Is the budget tool still open?
Yes.
And till when?
Till, I mean, you can play with it as much as you want and send us feedback, but it's still open, yeah.
Okay, no, I asked because I had an opportunity to speak with some students on Wednesday, and they had asked me some questions, and I explained to them that they could use that budget tool and set their priorities and comment on other people's priorities. The Sattler Means, ambassadors and student council, and they have a leadership circle, and they were interested in, I sent that tool to them. I just want to make sure that I didn't send them something that was closed. I saw in, just to make sure, I want to understand this, because I may be asked this question and I don't know. So you said the property tax relief that we're hearing lots about will bring absolutely no more dollars for the school district?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Anyone else?
I have a few questions and a comment. Thank you for the new recapture graphics. It's interesting to see them not on a pie chart, and it's like a thank you, no thank you, I guess. But it's the schoolhouse is very compelling. The apple's very cute, but I think when we see it in a different way, we see it with new eyes, and we think about it in a new way. So thank you for that. That is a massive, massive, massive number. Yeah, and I continue to hope that we can make some movement on that for a lot of reasons. I have a question about when we'll see savings related to the bond and what that will look like. I understand the construction will take time and that will, kind of come in the same way the 2017 bond savings came, kind of incrementally over 5 years, plus as and then over the lifetime of those buildings with lowered utility costs, all of that. But I know one of the things in the bond was a fund to take care of all those emergency repairs. Will we realize any savings from that out of our M&O dollars that can be used for savings this year?
Well, and this is, so before I move into this role, I was working with our CFO to project that out, and I can tell you that we had begun to pull some of those savings in. And so we see it in a couple different ways. One is our general operating budget and the expenditures that we see on an annual basis tied to maintenance, and those expenditures per year can get up to $12 million. So we did begin to see some of that get taken off, and I believe that's incorporated, but it's not a large amount, because as the improvements occur over time, that's really when you'll see those savings. The other place that we were projecting a cost savings was in utility cost. And so we began to model that, but then you also saw an increase here. And one of the reasons that is because Austin Energy increased their rates. And so though we were kind of becoming more efficient in driving that cost down, we then had a counter increase in costs, which is why we ended up where we did. It would have been worse if we hadn't been as efficient as we are. But I don't know, Ed, if you'd like to add anything else to that. I can't speak to the exact number. Ed may have it, but we did incorporate at least some initial savings from the 2022 bond program.
And so when we build a budget, again, we try to be conservative with our numbers. And so we do know that there will be bond savings, especially on some of the repairs that we used to take out of the operating budget. Those are not reflected in these numbers. And so as those costs begin occurring and those investments begin occurring on the bond side, we will immediately see the savings on the operating side. So that should happen easily starting next year and also the following school year. Probably by year 3, we will really start seeing some significant impact with utility savings as we begin modernizing and investing in our campuses, whether it's via, as part of the bond scope, solar, LED lighting as well, just to make our utilities more efficient. And so those dollar savings will occur as soon as next year. Once we have better data, we'll be able to incorporate what that more or less truly looks like in future budgets.
Okay, so that $6 million, for example, that we talked about with the bond that we were taking out of M&O dollars to patch roofs and, kind of hold together AC systems and those really kind of emergency repairs, will we still be pulling from M&O next year, or will that only come from bond dollars?
It's going to depend on the size of the repair. If it's a large repair that involves the complete equipment change, then that can be taken out of bond dollars. If it's a smaller type repair, then that comes out of M&O dollars.
But we don't feel like we have the information yet to take some portion of that and put it into salaries to add it to that $35 million?
So that's where the numbers are going to continue to be tweaked and improved, yes.
Perfect. I think it would be super helpful to just have a projection as we start talking about our budgets going forward that we can just kind of bake in over the years to kind of see that shift would be helpful to our community.
Yes, and Trustee Boswell, I think we're at a point now where we need to get fairly creative with our strategies as we look at increasing compensation as high as we possibly can. And so as Ed Ramos had said, I think there's an opportunity to forecast what some of those savings might be. and then maybe look at kind of the next adjustment over the next month. I think right now we're in a solid place with fairly traditional assumptions, but now if we probably need to look a little bit deeper about some of those, and maybe we can lean on them to generate value.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That's exciting to start imagining what that's going to help us do, so thank you for that. So the slide, I would love to go back to the slide if we can, about the minimum counselor and AP ratio for secondary campuses, and we talked about it at our retreat, and I had a question about whether that was a minimum of those positions together or if it was this and this for that total number, and you told me what it was, and I just want to make sure people have the same understanding that I had. It was the happy way to read that slide.
So I'm bringing my staffing expert to answer that
Yes.
question.
That we're talking about 2 counselors and 2 APs, not that merged together.
That is
We're talking about
correct.
4
2
and
each.
6, not 2
2
and
each.
3. Yes,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
thank you. I
2 each
appreciate
and
that.
3 each. Yes,
Just wanted to get that clarity. Really appreciate looking at that software and trying to maximize those savings, making sure that everything we're paying for actually is giving us value. Thank you very much for that, and I will look forward to more about that. And also really want to express appreciation about the points of pride and some of the things we choose to do that cost money, but also make Austin ISD a great place to work. And some of them save money, but I know the 6 of 8, for example, when we look at some of our neighboring districts that are paying a great deal more, they're also they are working a significant amount more, and they don't have that extra planning time necessarily, some of them. And so I appreciate you looking at it. It's a budget choice, right? It's a trade. And I think when we looked at changing that last year, we heard very loudly from staff and families that that's not a trade we were prepared to make. So I think all budget is a trade between this or that, and it's really helpful to highlight that as a choice that we make in support of our staff and our students. So thank you for that. And some other questions, I still would love to really challenge ourselves to look for other savings. And I just have some questions about function 21 and 41 as we see in our financial reports, and that we got dinged on, and appreciate the work to continue bringing that into line. And I went and looked at 41 in the PEAMS report is from the state, is merged with function 92, so you can't really tease those out very well. But function 21, going back to the actuals with the state numbers, the last one that's available online is from 21-22. But if we were at the state average, we paid 2.34 of our budget, $301 per student. The state average was $206 per student. And if we paid at the state average, that would be a $7 million savings. And I know, again, this is a choice, right? We're making choices about where we put our money, and I would just love a better understanding of why we're choosing to invest so much more than other, and kind of what, again, going back to that data, what are we getting out of it? What are we getting out of that? And having that money not in our classroom.
Yes.
So does someone have an answer to that?
So one of the things that we can do is pull specifically what programs we're investing in that are attributed to function 21. And so we can have that future report for the board so they can look at. We're also going to look at that as a leadership team. And so are these areas that we continue to want to prioritize within our budget, or do we move those and funnel those dollars to the new priorities that we are looking at as a district?
Okay, I appreciate that. And school leadership, we see the same thing. A significantly higher investment than is made at the state. And again, and looking at, this is 21-22, where I have the side-by-side comparison district-state, so I understand things might have changed. But just kind of where we're out of gamut, kind of why are we out of gamut, and having a better understanding of why we're making those choices, what our trades are, that money is not going into the classroom in the same way, and what we're getting out of that, kind of what the benefit to our students ultimately is with that, because that's really, how is that helping our students?
Right. To
deploy the money there and not in the classroom. Data processing is another, although I think in 22 we had 21-22 like an oddly expensive year with that. So I hope that's kind of back in gamut. And then knowing that we spend more on social work services, we spend more on, our food service, we spend more on some other things that I think probably reflect our values. Extracurriculars, we spend more. We're going to be talking about that later tonight. So when we're spending more, why are we spending more, and what are we getting out of it? I think is an important question, and I really want to continue with that financial reporting that we are, and with that rating, the first rating that we get. We had been traditionally significantly lower than that. We had crept significantly higher. We were one of the highest districts in the whole state with that, and really understanding how that happened, why that happened, and whether that's the path we choose to continue. So thank you for that. And a report, I think, from about that, not just kind of the numbers, but the why and how that's impacting our students would be really helpful next time we talk about the budget. So thank you for that. And the general administration as well would be extremely helpful. And then my only other question is I would love to see, I think last year we eventually had a per campus, like a note about what was changing campus by campus.
So
that was helpful to see. Is that something you can generate for us?
in the attachments.
Oh, it's in there. Good.
It's in there. We have also uploaded it to our website.
Excellent.
Those
Thank
are
you.
preliminary numbers. Once we adopt the budget, we will update those to have true budget numbers once the budget is adopted.
Perfect. Is it in that supplemental data?
It's the last one.
Okay,
the one
perfect.
that takes
Thank
a while
you.
to
That's
open.
extremely helpful.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And I know I was on a campus earlier this week that said they were losing 3 special education positions, which set off some alarm bells.
Okay.
And so having a better understanding of kind of what's being lost and why would be extremely helpful again. And especially campuses that each of us will hear from, the most is helpful to me. So thank you for putting that in there, and I'm sorry that I missed it. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Trustee Boswell, one of the things that we as a team are really trying to do is be very intentional about any cost consideration or reduction thereof, just because I certainly want to acknowledge that a lot of what we're seeing now is a kind of reflection of cuts that took place a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and it's had an impact. And so as we share information, I think it's really important that the administration show you all precisely why this is the case, and then if we're going to make an adjustment, how that might occur perhaps over an extended period of time, knowing that the fiscal year is over a year and not over a month between now and June. So I just want to make sure there's space for that to occur with the board.
I say absolutely. I mean, I'm not asking for rushing into radical changes. I think we talked earlier tonight about why we don't rush into radical changes and how that's not good for our organization, for the people who work here or the students who learn here, or our community, because it creates upheaval. So absolutely. And I know we crept into that place with the first rating and those Function 21 and Function 41, and kind of how do we thoughtfully move to a place where we're back within, some kind of, we're not an outlier in the state by being at the most extreme end of that, but we may be above the state average. There might be very good reasons for us to do that. I just think it's, kind of asking those questions and how it's benefiting our students, really going back and helping us have an understanding of that. With the caveat that I really do want to get those 2 points back in our first rating. Badly. I mean, I think it reflects where we're putting our money in the classroom, and I at least want to get there. Speaking as me, 1 of 9. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Anyone else? Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. So I am very grateful for the budget timeline and the engagement that's happening this year. I think, again, it's a stark contrast to what we had last year, and I really appreciate that there's been frequent opportunities for people to participate in input and feedback and a lot of transparency, I think, about what the options are and what we're spending. So I do think that's the right way to do a budget process, so thank you. I appreciate this kind of acknowledgement and recognition of trade-offs. I think that, again, as a principal, I'll do that for Trustee Singh. As a principal, I think one of the most enlightening things was when they brought the budget to us as principals and said, okay, you want this? That's great. What are you going to trade for it, right? And so we had that tool similar to the tool that you developed this year, to actually make trade-offs, because it's easy to ask for more things, but it's harder to say what you would give up for them. And that led to some really good cross-level discussions, right, where, secondary wanted to get rid of pre-K, and pre-K wanted to elementary wanted to get rid of the 6 out of 8. And the two groups needed to learn the importance of each of those for each other. So I really appreciate that. I really appreciate or want to see, focusing on the priorities. So when we heard President Singh read those 4 priorities, ensuring that we are absolutely investing in what it takes. I think I mentioned this at a budget workshop earlier. Like, let's really look at not how much money do we have and what can you do with it, but let's look at what are we trying to accomplish and how much money would that require. Knowing that people can rise to the occasion and get things done with fewer resources than they want, and knowing that we're always going to ask for more resources if they're available, but there is a point where you cannot achieve the goal without the sufficient resources. So when we think about the reading instruction, it is absolutely a huge priority that we have no child leave this district without the ability to read at a level that gives them success for life. And as our caller earlier in the day mentioned, like, our African American reading achievement is absolutely must be a priority. And when we achieve that, we're going to raise the boat for all students. So really, I hope that we are really taking a hard look at the budget. Is this budget going to help us achieve our goals? When we look at the staff retention, and I would add to staff retention, and effectiveness, right? Because staff, it's recruitment, retention, but it's support to ensure that they're successful, and that helps to keep staff. So I appreciate the investment in campus coaches, because that is a support that will help teachers be more effective and also help them help with retention. And then absolutely the salary and pay is thank you for the priority on that. Special education. So we've got to, again, what do we need to invest to get to where the success is going to lie for our students? So, and then just one comment on the schools facing state accountability. I agree, that is a focus that we have to ensure, but we also have to get past that yo-yo where a school, they just make it, and then they drop below, and then we invest them, and then they just make it, and then we cut the support. So figuring out how do we get past that yo-yo to where we're not, So I heard elements of that in the budget proposals over the last few weeks. All right. So some questions. The document I saw ombudsman, which I would, ombudsperson preferably, but I saw ombudsperson and I saw ombuds department. So is it accurate that it's a person or is it a department?
So that's still being discussed as far as what is that going to look like?
Okay, I am hopeful.
It's going to be a person within a department.
Okay, I'm hopeful we can find a way to, as money falls from the trees, I'm hopeful that we're able to find a way to invest in a department that can really serve the purposes of that, because I've heard loudly and clearly from our community that we need at least one of the people on that team to be laser focused on our special education concerns. But I also think that there's a function of an ombudsperson beyond that. And so, and I've also heard about the importance of ensuring that the ombuds office meets the needs of our community, that it's formed in a way that it can connect to our community. So that includes considering race and ethnicity and language and other things that will make this person approachable. And so I find that hard to think of how we could accomplish all that with a person. So I'm hopeful that, money will appear somehow to make that happen. And again, if not this year, then, to put that on the list for next year till we can ramp it up.
That's right.
What are the weights for, when you talk about the weights and investing now in the economically disadvantaged and the emergent bilingual, can you just run through what the weights are? So campuses get an allocation for students. What are each of the weights that are given?
Trustee Kaufman, it's an additional 15% for economically disadvantaged, and it is an additional 5% for emergent bilingual on top of that.
Are there other weights? Is there a special education weight, or are there other weights?
They're not in the student calc. They're not in a general staffing calc. Now, the special education students that is a weight that we give when we calculate counselors and administrators. That is something that is an additional weight for that,
Okay.
but not in teacher FTEs.
Okay, okay, that works. And these are in no particular order, but I will state that I'm not in support of the $500,000 extra for not sharing essential areas teachers. I do think that that's an inefficient use, and as much as I empathize with the traveling, I think that the being on one campus and assigned to other duties may be worse for some teachers. So I just think that that is something to reconsider. You mentioned $8.6 million in vacancy savings. How much of that would be like classroom vacancies where there's not a teacher in place for children, or versus other positions that aren't classroom positions?
So these are projected vacancy savings.
Right.
I can get historically what that makeup has been, but I don't have those numbers tonight.
Is
But
that
I can get
different
that
like
for you.
now with the higher level of teacher vacancies? Is that number shifted more towards where more of that vacancy money is coming from classroom teachers?
So I will say it will come from classroom teachers if our enrollment is not where we projected. So this
Okay.
year, we were 1,000 students shorter, which means we were overstaffed.
Okay.
And so that's kind of where those vacancies come from.
Okay, I do not need follow-up on
Right,
that.
right,
Thank
okay.
you. That's fine. Points of pride. I appreciated the slide that had the points of pride because they're kind of recognizing, and I think that has been brought up here before, but like the importance of shouting from the rooftops that working in AISD is about more than just the salary. That the salary, that really helping people see the whole package. Social Security is a huge benefit that a lot of people don't even understand when they're young. But once they go gray, they start to think about how that's important to have that. And so I really encourage you, to really put a complete picture of that so that we can really let people know, not just 6 out of 8, but you also have a 90-minute common planning time in addition to your regular. I think that I do believe I'll ask a question. Our agreement with Education Austin provides for more unstructured planning time for teachers than what is required by law, right? There's 450 minutes of planning time required by law, but are we not entitled by law to have some of that be structured time, but we don't do that because we have an agreement?
At the secondary level,
Elementary?
the
Don't worry about that.
I don't think that we have that in elementary, but I do need to do a fact check on that.
Okay. What I'm recalling, right, is that we have these 5 planning times, but then at least one was allowed in the past to be for team planning. And we could keep teachers after school for up to 2 hours to do common planning time. Those
The
things.
additional hour, yes, sir.
So there is, that's a benefit to working in ISD.
That's outside of the school day, though.
Yeah.
That is correct.
But I do believe that those are kinds of things that we can look at to highlight and say that there's more to working in ISD than just
Absolutely.
the pay, and people need to see that. I would like to see the calculations behind the plus 388 FTEs for pure language instruction. I still have questions about that number, so if I could see the calculations, that would be great.
Absolutely.
Okay. You had shared that the last year or so that we've been underspending on the required spend for the bilingual allotment, PIC 25. Are we anticipating that that's going to go away this year and that there will not be an underspending from the allotment for bilingual, or and forecasting for next year's budget?
So we do know that the increase to the bilingual stipends that we are planning for next year, that's going to really help our PIC 25 bilingual expenditure spending. This year, we're watching it pretty closely because we don't feel that we're where we need to be. Part of that is because of vacancies in the district, and so we are working with our department to see where we can add professional development and other areas that qualify as a PIC 25 expenditure, bilingual expenditure.
Okay. And I'll reiterate my desire again that when we look at the multilingual education funding, also that it look at what is required to, like, we need to implement that program well. So what is required to invest in order to get there? There's still on the budget a multilingual allocation of $130,000. It ranges from like $120 at one campus to like over $5,000 at a couple campuses. What's your data on how that money is being spent? Like, what does a campus do with $120?
So that all is dependent on the student count. So that was this year is the first year that we introduced that.
Right.
So we'll gather that data and we can have that data
Okay,
available.
I'm skeptical that money is money well spent because again, if it's counting for PIC 25, the monitoring of that being spent appropriately is questionable. And if it's not being spent on Pick 25, I mean, I wonder, and given how short-staffed our support systems are, $130,000 could staff at, almost 2 specialists who would then be able to serve campuses and provide support. And I suspect that support that they provide would be more valuable than anything that someone can buy for $5,000 or $120. I just really hope you take a close look at that and really get feedback from principals on whether that money is worth it. Okay, and the last comment kind of goes again to Sunshine. When you look at the administrative cost ratio, I appreciate that we're working on kind of scaling that back. I certainly hear the concerns around like top-heavy investment in our district, more, people doing the work and less people directing the work, and more people and more parity. I'm hopeful, right, in all the amazing things that our district can accomplish in the next several years. One thing I hope we can really look at is trying to close that gap, right? So we're not like industry where the CEO gets paid 5,000 times more than the frontline worker doing the work. And I hope that we can find a way to close that gap in our districts, that we're not paying, so that the gap between, the people who are paid least in the district and the people who are paid most is like less. So I'm hopeful, and I think there's a model for that. I think there's a way that we can build in a leadership structure that doesn't require us to hire a $350,000 superintendent, that we can find ways to build that talent from within and then find ways to share that leadership so we don't require a corporate level CEO for that work. Okay. But in the meantime, please do continue to whittle away at that number. And just, again, like in the spirit of Sunshine, I'm, so we can own our mistakes so we don't repeat them. I just want to kind of tell another story about how we had recently moved into a situation where there were not going to be 3-year contracts anymore. And then for central office staff, that the only contracts, the 3-year contracts would be for Chapter 21 employees, which includes teachers and others who are required to have a state certification to work. That was reduced to, where the other employees, central office administrators for one, would only have 1-year contracts. And then that was changed to where there would be no contracts other than those required by law to be Chapter 21. And as part of that arrangement, we were directed, when I worked for the district, to change job descriptions so that the jobs that really do require someone to have a teaching experience, like a curriculum specialist, that those job descriptions had to be rewritten in a way that they did not require an SBAC certification. So it's as if you would hire a specialist who didn't have experience as a teacher, right? So that we could bypass the requirement of having Chapter 21 contracts at all. And then, so then we moved to where there were, like, pretty much no one had contracts except for teachers and principals and those who had to have them. But then somehow miraculously, in, I think, May of 2022, 10 employees of the district, all of whom reported directly to the superintendent, were offered 3-year contracts, which bound the district in May of 2022 to 3 years at $1.635 million per year of salaries, for a total of $4.9 million over 3 years. $4.9 million is a lot when you're looking at the numbers on this thing. And so we're binding the district to spending $5 million for employees who within 2 months would be working for reporting to a different person. So this is the value of transparency, is because that is a mistake. That is not respectful to our teachers. That is not respectful to the people working in this office with no contract. And that's not respectful to the taxpayers who are doing this. So not to say that any of those people should not be getting paid that money, not to say that any of those people didn't deserve a contract, but for 10 people, all of whom report directly to the superintendent, to get that privilege when others in this district don't, is something that we can never repeat again. So I just want to, again, acknowledge the mistakes of our past so that we can be public about it and say, we're never going to do this again. So I just wanted to bring that story up. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. Anyone else? Yes. Trustee Whitley-Chu.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I'm looking at, I'm glad you brought up that 8.6 million with vacancies. And, I see, like, it will cost us a lot to pay our campus staff what we need to staff the positions. But I think it will cost us a lot more not to. Because we're up here, talking about we want inclusive education, we want true multilingual education, and we want all of our students reading on grade level and being numeric. And we can't do it. I mean, I know, Brandy, you thought so much about where you put staff to make students successful. But if we cannot pay them enough, so like my business school friends, we know that supply and demand curve, and we know if our wage is too low, we're not gonna hit the supply we need to staff. So I think we are at a critical point where this is an emergency, and the funds available in this budget might not be enough, and we might need to look into first we're looking into legislative advocacy, which I really appreciate our community for pushing hard, but we might need to be looking into fund balance. We're at a critical point when I'm looking at compensatory education. So I'm part of those compensatory services, so I think I know what they are, but I'm the micro. So that 31.2 million, can someone explain what that is and why we're paying for compensatory education?
What number are you looking at?
Oh, thanks. It's like a rainbow apple.
Oh, I got it. So as part of the state funding formula, the state does look at our student population, and they calculate a number that we as a district must spend in compensatory education, which is basically on students that are economically disadvantaged, on free or reduced lunch. What are we doing above and beyond our regular instruction to address the needs of those students?
Okay, so that's not compensatory services for students who are behind, who didn't receive an evaluation on time? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
that's very helpful. Thank
Yeah, it's
you.
on the instructional side.
Because so that number hasn't been pulled out.
No.
Yeah, okay. And that's something I think would be so helpful is more detail with the budget.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really, we're like scraping the peanut butter jar here. So seeing the detail. So I appreciate looking at those big contracts, but how many tiny contracts? What does that all add up to? And all that little stuff in the budget that we can do whatever we can to staff our instructional positions and our support positions. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Trustee Zapata.
Mr. Ramos, when you first started your presentation, you were giving percentages of numbers. Was that percentage of results from surveys, or what was that?
So the percentages were based on the total number of ratings from the community, and then we took the subject areas and calculated how many were rating, let's say, specifically compensation, how many people rated that was a priority. And so we added all those numbers up, and that's how we calculated the percentage of the 3,186
Okay.
ratings.
And of those 3,000, the 5.1% said mental health was, responded that mental health was one of the areas.
Yes.
Only 5.1%.
5.1% of the total response. So these were the highest percentages that we were able to calculate. So the percentages that you see there, the categories that you see there, those were the loudest categories that we heard from our community. So if they made it onto the list, it's because a large number of our community voted that this is a priority in this district.
Okay, well, yeah.
Yeah, because there's several other categories that didn't even make the top 5 list.
Okay, all right. But this 5% is not going to dictate how the priority we put it in our budget?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right.
No.
So that's low.
Yeah, no.
And that's such a big priority. So what was that number in the budget?
So specifically, well, trying to find the slide. So mental health services, that we have to pull that number for you. I can get that number and what
Okay.
that percentage is within our budget. But it is basically a different, the reason I can't pull it pretty quickly is because it involves different functions, different departments, and so we would have
Okay.
to see what we invest in overall as a district.
Okay, so that would that also include like SEL?
Social emotional learning. yes.
counselors?
Yes, counselors,
Okay.
social workers.
Okay, okay. All right, yeah, because that's huge. I mean, I'm hearing, and I know still would like to, I would like to get some kind of report that tells us, I'm sure the staff don't have time to write every single fight that happens on campus. Every single, I'm hearing even from our elementary schools how vaping is an issue, So that's an area that I'd really like to see how we're addressing, because if we don't, our numbers will not go up. We got to meet their health needs so they can become academically successful. And so, the other thing is parent support specialists. What category do you have them under in staffing? Is it
Parent support specialists.
Uh-huh.
So they're under function 61, and that's community services. And so we are in the middle of kind of reorganizing how that group and who they report to so that they can have more district support. But they are under function 61 as part of community services.
Okay, all right, because in a recent meeting with all of them, one thing they asked is how they could be reclassified as paraprofessionals and not classified. So I don't know if reclassifying them would increase their funding, and I figured out how to do that one too. So the city of Austin raised the hourly wage to $20 an hour. So our PSSs, if they're getting $20 an hour from the city, and then we're giving whatever we give, then that's helping them get the necessary and adequate pay to serve that campus community, right? Because, their job is to work with all those parents on that one campus, where there's 400, 500, 600, 2,700. Wow, that's huge. So I am asking that question to of our council members to go back and see what is it, why aren't they getting $20 an hour? So I just wanted to bring that to the conversation so that, what would it take to rename it? Do we just rename it, or there have to be a certain certification, or what to be a paraprofessional?
Trustee Zapata, it's really a terminology change, but it classified just meaning that they are hourly employees versus salaried employees, right? So
Okay.
I think that if the ask is to move into a structure that it is a salaried position, we would have to have that conversation about where it lands and whatnot. But moving to $20 an hour so when you're talking about an hourly cost, it's still technically a classified position. We refer to all of our classified as truly as a paraprofessional. So that's just really a terminology shift.
Okay. I'm saying $20 an hour from the city side.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Plus, in addition to whatever we're giving, would increase their pay. Okay, the other thing, okay, and I know I've asked this before, a couple of times before, maybe a year ago or two, about evaluating existing programs that we fund, we give grants to assess, to see how are they helping student growth, right? Because when we first reviewed them, when I first came on, there seemed to be just continued funding. But there wasn't any real documentation of why we were continuing that funding. So, and so I'm curious if that ever happened, that assessment of all those grants that we give out, if we were able to do that kind of evaluation, to see which ones are helping support students and academically in our campuses, and if not, did we stop?
So I do know that depending on which grant we receive as a district, they do have different reporting requirements. Part of those reporting requirements are to assess the success of the grant and the purpose. And so I do know that like our Student Support Services Department, they do gather the data and they do provide that report for their specific grants. So a lot of it's going to depend on the grant, how it was written, and what type of reporting requirements we must meet as a district. But we do have data for some of those grants, especially the larger ones.
Trustee
Okay.
Zapata, I would also say that a redevelopment of a DRE department will be an incredible assist to your question, to be able to take a program and do an ROI, or return on investment, on that.
Okay.
So that is a critical piece that our Research and Development Department conducts for us.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Anyone else? Trustee Lugo, did you have any questions or comments?
Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. I want to echo the gratitude for this year's budget process. The way feedback has been solicited, and also providing information and really showing how this administration and this board genuinely values collaboration. And so, like I've mentioned before, if there's anything y'all can do to document this process, include some best practices, I just always think about, well, what about the next administration, right? What about the next board that comes in? But if there's documentation, if there's something that people can look at and see, and understand why a collaborative budgeting process is valuable, my hope would be that future administrations and future boards would think twice before making unilateral budget decisions. So it's just more of a comment. I also want to support Trustee Boswell's request for that budget document that shows campus by campus, what they're gaining, what they're losing budget-wise. And I have a question. Actually, I have two questions. One, can y'all hear my dog?
Oh, yes. We're laughing.
All right. My apologies. So, yeah, my other question is, so do we know what the budget impact is on elementary campuses and continued participation or partnerships with communities and schools? Because I think at least one elementary campus reached out not too long ago, and they were concerned that they were going to lose CIS.
So I can respond to that specifically. Every campus that currently has communities in schools on their campus will continue. In addition to that, we are adding 6 additional campuses. In addition to that, we are funding that at the district level. Historically, we have required campuses to foot a certain portion of the bill. I believe it was about $12,000. And so we as a district are paying for the entire cost of communities and schools. And that's in an effort to relieve some of the title funding at the campus level where they can use it specifically for some of their campus needs.
That's awesome. Thank you. That's really great. My next question is actually picking up on the conversation around mental health. So a couple of things. One, again, just supporting trustee Zapata's comments about mental health services and how we approach supporting our students and staff with mental health, but that is a priority. My other comment on that is one of the callers mentioned partnerships with the city and the county. I imagine there are also, organizations with whom we may be able to partner. So kind of tying both of those things together, where can we see, and I know you have to look up the information and you'll be able to bring that back to us in terms of what the budgetary investment is in mental health. But I also asked if you can break it out, like what's considered internal, where is the money being spent through contracts? And then another request would be for any mental health contracts that we have, how are those contract services being monitored rigorously? Because last year when I attended meetings, small group meetings on this topic, the way that contract monitoring was described left me with more questions than answers. And so my hope is that we're actually doing our due diligence to make sure that we're getting our money's worth. And if we're not, then what kind of changes do we need to make so that mental health services are provided to our students?
I know one of the contracts that was mentioned tonight was with Gramercy, and so we are going to bring back data to the trustees as far as the participation level with that contract.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, more questions. I'll be quick. And then what's the impact so in looking at the budget, is there an impact on the number of custodians that are assigned to schools? Again, last year I know there was an adjustment made to increase the square footage per custodian, and so some schools may have lost a custodian. And I know earlier this calendar year, Interim Superintendent Segura, you had mentioned that the centralization of custodians did not have an impact on moving custodians away from their kind of like home campus. And so I just want to get an understanding of what the budget, how the budget reflects what schools have.
Trustee Lugo, Ms. Matias here. So from 2 years ago to this fiscal year, or I guess, 2 years ago to this fiscal year, that's where the change was observed between any adjustment in square footages and the centralization of custodial staff. From this fiscal year to next fiscal year, there is no change. We're not changing in any direction. We're keeping it the same. And just for, I would say, context, one of the things that was really the kind of a reason for that change back in 2021 was the challenge that we had as we saw vacancies, the pandemic, and our inability to move resources to assist schools outside of their home campus. And so in an effort to provide more support to all campuses, we decided to move them centrally. And I also want to point out that the goal was never to mix it all up, right? The goal was really to kind of create alignment almost so that in a high school that has sometimes between 11 and 12 custodians, if indeed they had additional capacity, that could then help the middle school that was tied to it and subsequently the elementary school. So that was kind of the logic behind it. But between this year and next year, there will be no change.
Okay. And then what kind of feedback has been solicited from campuses regarding the number of custodians they have, or has feedback been solicited?
Yeah, so early on in this school year, we had a lot of conversations with our principals as we introduced the modified or the new approach. I would tell you early on in the process, there were some challenges, just, candidly speaking, kind of figuring out which spaces were truly contributing to the square footage allotment or the square footage, I would say, count. And so what we decided to do was to work, and we actually got feedback from Education Austin. We actually met with a custodial group a couple different times and actually continues on monthly. But what we decided to do was to actually meet with each principal, go through their schedule, identify which things we needed to preserve as far as sanitation, and then also which things were truly tied to the job description. We certainly found, in some instances, not many, that custodial staff were being used for different things around the campus. So really, it ended up being a tailored approach, to be honest, over this fall semester. And every one of those went to the chief of operations, myself at that time, reviewed them, and then signed off on them. And as we move forward, I would expect that to be the case. Again, it would be an initial allocation and then a refinement with the principal and the head custodian at the table.
Thank you. That's great to hear. And just another comment along those lines. For anyone who has ever visited a building or a facility, whether it's a school or just a grocery store, we never think about. I think more often than not, and more of us than fewer, we don't think about the folks that actually make buildings run, and custodians are a big part of our schools, as we've mentioned before. And so I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of what their needs are and how their workload and the impact on the budget, how do we find that middle ground? So a tailored approach. No, I don't know what that means in practice, but hopefully that means that each campus is getting what it needs and the custodians feel like they're able to do the work without feeling overloaded. And then a request for a separate communication. So the attendance rate, so I know for a while we've seen the attendance rate, it's been lower than in pre-pandemic years. And I'm just wondering, has there been any, is there data collection around what the top 3 or 5 contributors are? Is it really just, kids are getting sick and so then they're out?
Trustee Lugo, I don't think that we would be able to answer that question at this time. I think it'd be anecdotal if we were to respond to it. I think what I would do at this point is perhaps allow me some time to meet with Oscar and Katie Cat Stevens and pull some information. Again, I think it would be anecdotal, but we'd be able to provide that and perhaps shed some light on why that percent is down this year versus 2 or 3 years ago pre-pandemic.
I will add that the 91% that we are seeing, that is also being seen by other districts around us. So I've talked to other CFOs in the area, and they are also at between 90 and 93%.
Yeah, that's really helpful too, just to have that context. All right, thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Trustee Zapata?
I just want to add to Trustee Lugo's comment about the custodians, because I've talked to many custodians, and you said you meet monthly still. Well, that's good, because what I'm hearing is some horror stories, the things that they have to clean, the vandalism that happens, that it's constant, you know. I think I wanted to kind of learn or get a report on how many times they have to do those repairs, and just all kinds of really hard issues they're having to deal with at the schools again. And I think until we really get more organized around mental health services for our kids, until we address those issues, that they're going to continue to see the vandalism, the mess that they make intentionally, you know, just out of the blues. And they did share that, you know, there was a campus that lost 2 custodians, and when one is sick or 2 call in, then one has to do the whole school by themselves, you know. So I don't know, in those kind of situations, do y'all send a sub-custodian? Or how do they get that kind of support? Because it's just, it's so much work, a lot of labor, hard labor work for one person. And so we do have to be mindful, and I'd really like to see what are those protocols when there is only one custodian that shows up because the others are sick or some emergency. But they're so committed to their campuses.
Yes, they are.
love their campuses. You can go to any school and it's so clean, you know, and it's not easy. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Trustee Spata, no, I'm right there with you. The incredible work that our custodians do, the love and care that they have, not only for the facilities, but our students. I mean, they are, educators themselves. I mean, I definitely, definitely understand how valuable they are to this organization. Procedurally, just so that everybody's aware, you know, for elementary schools, we will never have less than 3 assigned custodians, even for our smallest schools. But you are right. Sometimes there are absences, or sometimes there is an extended leave that takes place, and we do have substitute custodians. They are actually they report to central office, or sorry, I should say to the service center. And so we do have those custodians that can be deployed to support. I will tell you, however, because of the number of vacancies that we have, given the compensation that we have for custodians, which isn't as high as you would see at Travis County or at the City of Austin, it has been difficult to staff. So we're seeing vacancies not only in substitutes that we have, but also in the custodians themselves, which is why we'll often ask the middle school or the high school to lend a custodian to a small elementary school. Because you're right, if you have 3 custodians and one is out, 2 becomes very difficult, and there are instances where we'll lose the second, and then we have to move someone over from middle school or high school. And I think that kind of reinforces the idea behind centralizing custodians, because I will tell you, my experience over the last several years was that kind of moving custodians to support the system itself was difficult because they were assigned at the local level, right? They were assigned campus to campus to campus, and that was a challenge for us. But again, we never want to move custodians unless there's a need, and in every instance it's temporary. But that's how we manage it now. My hope is that after this budgeting process ends and we're able to increase compensation for classified staff, we would then begin to see that kind of show itself by, you know, increased number of custodians, and again, continuing to support them for the very difficult work that they do.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Anyone else? Trustee Foster.
Hi. Hello. I have now, I'm sure, sat more in my life in these 2 years that I've been on the board, and I'm a little loopy right now, but this is super important, so bear with me, and thank you for being able to sit here, and I just thank everybody. My God. My questions tonight and thoughts are really framed around 2 areas. One is safety, and specifically safety for our most, for lack of a better word, endangered students. So I'm thinking of high crime areas. I'm thinking of where we have homeless encampments. I think of where walking to school, it becomes a thing. and where we have teachers walking kids home, and we have transportation provided in a short area because there's not a safe walkway to school, so that sort of thing. And then the other area is just around providing top quality instruction for, again, our students with greatest needs. So I'm thinking of our campuses with the greatest linguistic diversity and highest needs by multiple measures. So the first one, and I've been thinking and wondering about the relationship between campuses and the range of needs of different campuses, and the other side of the ledger being the need to have centralized systems, centralized ways of doing things that sort of make sense for everyone. And there's, I think, need for both. So when it comes to the allocation of resources where we have a sort of centralized requirement, when we have a centralized requirement, is it in effect an unfunded mandate? Are we saying, okay, we want instructional coaches everywhere, so please Title I campus, reallocate your existing funds accordingly? Or do we say, everyone needs to be doing this, so here is the extra money? So philosophically, and then in some of these pinch point areas where it's bubbling to the surface, can you help me understand?
I'll start with the funding piece. So with regards to specifically instructional coaches at Title I campuses, one of the things that we looked at when we looked at the data is that we weren't maximizing our Title I investment dollars. And so we do know that last year we left a large amount unspent. And so one of the ways that we wanted to maximize those Title I dollars is where can we have the biggest impact on instruction and support for teachers? And that's where the instructional coaches came about. And so, yes, part of the funding does come from the campus allocation, partly because one of the things that we did this year is we increased the percentage to 48% to help the campuses that had the most need. But also we, by including the instructional coaches at every campus that qualified, we also maximized our Title I dollar support for our campuses, which means that we're not leaving any money on the table unspent. And so this year we were projecting to have maybe an estimated $8 million unspent if we didn't maximize and really support our campuses. And so what's the best way to do that? And so that was one of the factors in that decision. And then I'll let Brandy talk about the instructional piece.
Thank you. I fully agree with Mr. Ramos on this, is that there comes a place in time where we need to make sure that we are allocating those funds and spending them wisely. What we don't want is to be in a mad dash at the end of a fiscal year and say, buy as much paper as you can. Right? And that is a reality. And so paper's not going to make us better. We need to do it in a very systematic, structured, and grounded in research type of way. And so paper's not going to make us better. Books aren't. It's not those things. It is tier one instruction,
right,
and building our own capacity. And so the best way we can spend those dollars and not, first of all, not leave them on the table, but secondly, make sure that they're maximized in a way that best benefits our students, is to make sure that we are feeding ourselves and building that capacity. An instructional coaching program at its core is going to be able to provide that to us. I understand 100% why, as a former principal, why I would be salty that thank you for the allocation that you made me pay for. I understand that. However, the power behind that, especially when that instructional coach has not been able to be purchased in that way before, and when it was able to be purchased, it was just scattershot how it was done. There's a great love of autonomy, and then there's autonomy that doesn't really project you forward.
Right.
And so we're trying to do this in a very systematic way that we are going to get better and build capacity. So that would be my answer.
In addition to that, we do have a system in place where we get to, let's say, the month of January. We have campuses that efficiently spent their Title I dollars. They have additional needs and programs, and they would like additional funding. We do have that capacity to look at those requests.
So I like to hear that, and that goes, Madam former principal, to, dare I say, a reality that you kind of hinted at. We have 114, 116, we have all these campuses, right? And I think that I've gotten the wry grins before when I start probing and asking these questions, and I can see from the principal's face, I'm like telling on principals right now, but I can see from some people's face that like, yeah, they got money left at the end. But I've also talked with folks where they actually feel that they're very efficient with their use of funds. And so anytime we centralize and move towards one size fits all, we might be creating an additional challenge for someone who has made it work for them, right? So when we say instructional coach, I'm worried that like on this campus, if they're reallocating existing stuff, they're gonna have to shuffle in ways that might not be the best for their campus because they know their people. So, I mean, would that not be a problem? Would that not happen? Because I'm not expert. So help me or reassure me that no, that wouldn't be the case for any principal, but I kind of feel like maybe it would be.
So we try to address those specific campuses and those specific requests on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
And so campuses that felt, you did leave me with little Title I dollars that I have discretion to use. We did have them request to come and discuss that with us. One of the things that we created was supplemental funding for campuses that did get a reduction in Title I dollars, and so we did make that available to them. And then in addition to that, as I stated, we're going to look at the efficiency in spending, and we look at our carryover Title I dollars in January, February, preferably January timeframe. And if they did spend it efficiently and they have additional needs, then we do have the capacity to take care of them.
Okay.
I would also say, Trustee Foster, that I've had some, we had staffing meetings with every principal one-on-one a week or two ago, and there were very deep dives on the need and how do we make that work on your campus so that it's not a one-size-fits-all. I have a couple of campuses that they're like, yes, instructional coach, absolutely important, but I also need this other thing. I think we can get it done with one instructional coach and provide that support because I also need a reading interventionist. Let's make that happen then. Then let's do that. And so rather than say, nope, you're getting two instructional coaches, sorry about that, well then let's make it the right fit. So we are not so regimented that we are not listening to principals. We are. And, but I will say that where I do not want to go is that a campus goes so far to say is we don't need that because our data says that we do.
Okay. So, and I love that. And that's the kind of, well, it's what makes you all have to work so hard because it's what's the meta, but then also what's the micro, and diving into the nuance and being willing to take the time to get into the nuance for each individual circumstance. So thank you for that. And I know there's 3 principals listening who talk to me. Should I? I don't know if I should have said that. But, but you know, and you all know me well enough by now that I'm pretty open and pretty transparent, and I just love, I guess, as Trustee Kaufman's often saying and others are often saying, I love the direction that we're going, that we can actually have some of these conversations and that they're taken in the spirit, you know, intended. Number 2, where we have campuses with low numbers of English language learning emergent bilinguals, and yet high numbers of native English speakers wanting to see us expand our programming around our, multilingual ed. I understand that desire, and it's really great that we have like human capital and finance together, because these issues intersect. I'm super worried about the coverage for our campuses where we have high numbers of English language learners, emergent bilinguals, and ensuring that those campuses get staffed with our bilingual educators, and that we don't end up having a sort of, because there's not enough teachers, right, with these particular skills. And I'm super worried still that we are going to continue to have shortages in our areas of highest need. And so I'm curious, we've talked about incentivizing in a number of ways. For a number of our teaching needs, we've talked about incentivizing to hire and then retain teachers on our campuses with highest needs. So I'd love to hear like a sort of update of where we are with that. And then at the end of the day, a frank assessment of what you think this will yield next year.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Foster. I'm actually excited to answer your question because as you know, we have implemented a very targeted. I know the word survey is not anybody's favorite word out there, but we have asked very specific questions to our Title I teachers as a target group through our Upbeat survey. We just got our spring data back, and in order, what they need, what is your greatest need, really is what it comes down to. And as a district on Title I campuses, first and foremost was school safety and order. That was number one. And I bet you're going to ask me about that in a second. Thing number two was a work-life balance. Thing number three was compensation. And thing number four was professional learning. And so when we talk about how we truly incentivize an employee, is we address the needs that they're telling us that they have, not the needs that we think they have, but the needs that they are clearly saying this is what we need. And so.
Could you run through the four again?
Yes, sir.
Just real quick. Yeah, I loved it.
Our highest needs on and it was a 61% return rate, I would say. I want everybody to know that. It's an incredible return rate on the survey for our Title I teachers. 61% return rate. School safety and order was number one. Work-life balance was number two. Compensation was number three. And professional learning, meaning that matters to me, that makes a difference for me and my role, is number four. And so that is the work that we have to do very intentionally. I'll come back to school safety in a minute, but when we talk about work-life balance, what that means to me in my role is that I need to staff campuses better so that there's more people able to do the work and carry that lift, right? I have got to be more intentional to staff our campuses in a different way. I truly believe that they are about as thin as they can get right now on staffing. Mm-hmm. So that's number one. Compensation, we are absolutely, as you know, we're trying to throw every dollar we can to it. But again, there comes a point where I go back to the other one with work-life balance. You can pay me as much as you want to, but if it's untenable, it's untenable. And so, again, the staffing piece has to come back into play. We are revamping our professional learning as we speak. We are going to be stripping it down and rebuilding it to make sure that we are no longer pumping out, I would say, here's your professional learning for the year, very one-size-fits-all type of professional learning. We're after talent development, and when you truly talent develop, that means you're meeting that person where they are and giving them what they need. Mm-hmm. There's professional learning, and then there's true cultivation of talent. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about work-life balance, some of the investments that we've made to make sure that our smallest campuses have a minimum threshold of teachers. Those are all Title I campuses, mm-hmm. Every single one of them. When we talk about minimum thresholds, that is meant to make sure that campus is, so for example, when it's leveling time that everybody loves so much, those campuses, that's not where we're going to go level, because they are now protected in that, and they can they can get going with our kiddos there. We absolutely want to make sure that our campuses are staffed correctly. We don't have the pleasure of overstaffing, but there is absolutely a right size fit. So to your point, right now, I'm happy to report to the board that we have 200 RFEs submitted for teachers for next year. That is 200 more than we had this time last year. So I'm at a 200% improvement. Right now, today, I have 448 RSVPs for our job fair, which is next Saturday, that I hope every single one of you will be at. I also have 154 pre-hires in the pool, which is also 154 more than I had last year. So we have submitted those to first of all, we submitted the list of pre-hires to our priority campuses. To your point, everybody's a priority, but to our campuses in greatest need. They got it 2 weeks ago. Title I campuses got that list this last Monday. Our non-Title campuses will get the list this coming Monday. So I have to give these principals head starts, and that's how we prioritize them, and that's how I make sure that they're staffed, and that's how I make sure that I'm not losing a bilingual teacher that should be serving our students on this campus, has already been picked off by a campus over here. That's how you do that in a very strategic way. So sorry for the soapbox, but I hope I answered your question.
I like the soapbox, and I hope it all works, and I'm excited.
Oh, it's gonna
and thank
work.
you. It'll work.
It's gonna work.
I heard like it'll work. So saving the hierarchy of needs, saving the best for last, the base, safety.
Yes.
And I appreciate the connection you made between staff's likelihood to stay has a lot to do with how safe they feel.
Absolutely.
And on several of our campuses, our teachers go above and beyond, not only in terms of their classroom work, they go above and beyond to protect our kids in ways that just, it's unconscionable that they are asked to serve in some of the ways that they are asked to serve, because they're literally protecting our children at the beginning and end of day, from the perimeters, we'll say. And we know which campuses we are. We know very well. But so I'd like to hear about our investment in safety, and specifically around the distribution of human capital. So I think we have 82 officers. I think we're budgeted to add crisis intervention team, so there's going to be officers dedicated to, and I don't know if they'll be detectives or narrowly what they're called, but folks that are going to be working with our kids so that we get ahead of things, right? And we're leaning into mental health, and we're leaning into campus cultures and community cultures of safety. So I'd like to hear about our investment, and I'd also like to understand the difference between a patrol officer, an SRO, a campus safety monitor, a security guard. Like, we've got all these different roles. And I guess to Superintendent Segura, I would love the same sort of deep dive and taking apart and attention to this area, so that we are absolutely maximizing our resources in a way to say, okay, this is where a campus safety monitor is the right fit, and it costs $16 an hour. This is where we need this is where we need that. Because we are at beyond the national crisis of school shootings, we are in crisis in ways we haven't even talked about around the realities of, like, the drug hotspots right across the street from several of our schools, and then the homeless encampments right across the street from some of our, like, literally bordering several of our elementary schools. And this means that principals are doing perimeter walks and rousing homeless people, which it's just dangerous. And, trying to, the kids are coming, you overslept, because the homeless folk, they know the schedule. And so they're often waking up and shuffling off, and they're coming back when? As soon as the buses leave. But there's still kids in the building. And many of our homeless have mental health needs. Many of our homeless have substance abuse needs. Many of our homeless are just workaday folk who can't afford to live. But many of our homeless, there's dangerous situations there. For me, just the same way we're leaning into other stuff, we absolutely have to lean into this because we are in crisis in a way that I don't think we're talking about yet. So I'd like to hear from a budget standpoint where we are.
So, you want to start with the safety allotment?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I know as part of the legislative conversations, there are discussions specifically regarding the safety allotment. Currently, it's at about $7 per student. And so there have been amounts. I know there's a bill that invests $15,000 per campus. I know the debate as recently as yesterday was, we'll give you $15,000 per campus, but this is how you're going to use it. And so it goes back to local control. And so the argument was, no, the school districts know how best to use those funds. And so we're hopeful that that moves forward. It is one of the priorities during these legislative discussions. And so if those funds do come to fruition, we will have some opportunities there. So we are monitoring that very closely.
As far as the staffing piece, Trustee Foster, just for some context, an SRO or a patrol officer, it's one and the same for our district, costs somewhere around.
Cost-wise.
Cost-wise is about $80,000. A safety monitor is a 36-ish.
And when you say 80,000, you mean salary plus fringe?
That is benefits and all in, yes, sir. A safety monitor in our district today, currently, average cost with benefits is $36,000. So peel out benefits and you're talking about $30,000 a year.
Right.
It is no wonder that we also have a problem with recruitment to that, because you're asking somebody to go in and have one of the toughest positions on a campus that is also one of the lowest paid. And obviously, we're having a tremendously hard time staffing that, but the numbers are the numbers and they don't lie. I will tell you, and I should probably tell our CFO this, we are at a point where I do believe that we need to look to, as far as the safety monitor, probably some contract service to help us with that. But I don't want that to be a widespread thing. That has to be very strategic in who needs it, when is it needed, for what reason. You talk about safety, like perimeter walks and stuff. That's not something that we would do at wholesale. There are some campuses that it is more of a mental health response that is needed, right? And so I still think that we had to do some of those adjustments and conversations about what is needed. I think the fear is if we make a choice of this, not that, and that was the thing that we needed in a crisis moment that was unpredictable. So it is a need for us. It is something that I think we need to explore all avenues from. I absolutely want to give credit to Dr. Twyla Williams. She has done a tremendous job in working up a crisis and mental health department like needs list and has it ready to go and is seriously, we are waiting on how can we fund that, because I think her plan is solid. And so we have plans in place for, licensed mental health professionals for district level like the level 3 and level 4 supports, counseling, crisis, and mental health administrative supervisors, additional SEL and CP&I specialists to help even with that basic tier 1 intervention. So it's not just the people with a badge. It's not just the people with a uniform. It's also this mental health need that we have. So to your point, we have the plans drawn. We desperately need to find ways to fund it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think inward facing and outward facing. And now I'll put like my police reformer hat back on and be clear that if we contract, with any security folk, I want to, like, I don't care what the dollar amount is. If it's well below 100,000, I don't care. I really want to see who we're working
Of
with
course.
and what they're all about.
Absolutely.
Because there are absolutely different dispositions when it comes to how to provide safety.
I fully agree.
So we all know that. So you know, I want the safety, but I also want to be clear that we provide safety not by building up higher walls and having more bullets and having more guns. We have a vision that it is provided through mental health, through building a culture, and through having, you know, if there are authoritative figures, they're authoritative figures, but what is their attention to child development? What is their attention even to the homeless folk? So if we, you know, and we've have joint operations, AISDPD is there, code enforcement's there for the city, APD is there, and I want to know that when we are saying, here's your trespass warning, here's how many days before the operation's gonna start, we're gonna ask you to leave, and here's what's gonna happen, and by the way, here are the resources for relocation, and here are the resources for this or that, so that we don't evacuate humanity from the building.
Correct.
Even when, or the property, even when we're saying, I'm sorry, we can't have the homeless encampment on the edge of our thing. So I don't want us to lose our humanity, but it is our sacred mission to keep our kids safe. And like I said, I'll use the word again, I feel like we're in crisis. And I don't want the crisis to be realized any further than it already is. So I will keep asking about this, Superintendent Segura, and looking into how our budget reflects what I hope are the 9 of our values, but certainly my values around this.
Yes, sir.
That was a lot, and I thank you all for all the work you do and all the work we're doing as we're, I don't know, a quarter, a third, I don't know where we are, I can't do the math on it, but as we sharpen and sharpen and sharpen this budget and get it right so that it aligns with our vision and values.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have a question? Go ahead. Go ahead, Trustee Zapata. Yes, please.
I apologize, but I have to, I wanted to talk about, thank you, Trustee Foster, for mentioning Title I. So, Mr. Ramos, you mentioned that we left money on the table. How much money was left on the table?
So last Title I dollars allow us to carry forward 15% of our budget. If you exceed the 50%, you have to file a waiver with TA, and it's up to TA whether they grant that waiver or not. So last year, we left a little over $6.5 million on the table. And so we did file that waiver, and we did get approved to carry that forward, and that's why it's imperative that we are as efficient as we can be with our Title I spending.
Oh my, that's so much money that I know our Title I schools, did they know that there was this money they could get?
So
I don't understand how that much money could have stayed on the table.
So a big portion of it was because of the vacancies and the difficulty in hiring positions, specifically last year. Other times it was just they were finding opportunities to spend that money on their campuses, and so we're trying to do a better job in really guiding principals on how they can spend these Title I dollars. Several of them can be brand new, and so they've never had that experience before. So I think it's imperative that we as a district are able to guide them in how they can spend these funds.
Well, I remember when I was PTA president, I was in the late 80s, and we had a presentation about Title I monies. It paid for full-time extra counselor. It paid for full-time parent support specialist. It paid for full-time in elementary schools for full-time pre-K, and a full-time assistant principal. So that was consistent in all the Title I. So those funds would be spent. I don't know when it changed, because when you pay for those kind of salaries, right, it takes, I mean, it's not in the general budget. And if there's something that needs to be spent, then schools could go to the general budget for extra money. But there is, I just hope we never, ever repeat this, to have any money left over when I know our Title I schools could have used that money. And when you talk about vacancies, I mean, there was other things they could have used it for, I'm sure.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make that point clear because our schools are struggling with resources, and they could have done something with it.
Yes, I agree.
The other thing was safety and security allotment. I mean, what about working with our self-defense schools? You know, this could be community service hours for them, call them the guardian angels, to help us in our schools. Because what they teach is discipline and respect, things that our kids need. And it'll be probably no dollars needed, you know? So building a partnership to help some of our schools, the high schools, like. So I just wanted to share that in, as an idea, because it is hard to find people that are going to do that, but there's people that will do it in a respectful way, in a meaningful way, and relational way that we need in our schools to help address the safety issues. I'm sorry, my magnifier battery died, so I couldn't see. I'm trying to write as big as I could. What does it say right here?
Chance percentage schools follow.
Okay.
Something percentage schools follow.
Okay, well, if I think about it later, I'll bring it up. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata.
Thank you. Okay, I promise I'm going to try to make this fast. I have a couple of questions, and we're going to take a little brain break after this budget presentation, so y'all can look forward to that. But I'm looking at the slide on the fund balance, and I just wanted to double check, because like Trustee Lugo was talking about future boards, I don't want, you know, I don't want us to be kicking our own selves this time next year when we're like, wait, we have this gap between, you know, the forecast and our minimum fund balance, which is 20%. And I know that we usually, I mean, like last year we also had a little gap. I just want to make sure that gap is not getting bigger and that we're just being responsible. Should we be cutting even more this year to save some money? I don't like seeing, it's like a $44 million difference for next year.
This is our worst case scenario. Based on where we're at with our current budget, we're pretty confident that every year those numbers will get better. But again, we want to make sure that we paint, as far as when we budget, we want to be conservative. Okay. This is kind of where we're at.
Which we should, so I'm glad to know that,
Yeah.
but do we need to be even more conservative, I guess is my question.
So I think with the cuts that we did last year, that positioned us to really be in a good spot with our fund balance. And so we don't have to go 2 years in a row doing deep cuts.
Okay, thank you.
It's more of a multi-year plan versus a one-time big budget cut plan.
Okay, thank you. And then I know that a few trustees talked about reducing our administrative cost. And I was wondering, are some of our own requests, like bringing DRE back, the ombudsman, you know, are those contributing?
Some of them could, yes, depending on what the position is. So we would have to look at that closely.
Okay. Like, I would be curious, like, if you feel like there are ways that we need to think about phasing in some of the things that are priorities for us, or if there are other things administratively that you guys might start phasing out to help bring that number down.
But what also will help is, again, prioritizing how we invest in compensation, because that increases the denominator, especially when it's with our classified and our teachers.
Okay, great. And then I also wanted to ask if IDEA, if the federal IDEA were fully funded, how much would that help us in our budget? I don't know if you happen to know that, but are we talking like millions of dollars?
We're talking about millions of dollars, yeah.
Like tens of millions?
Close to, I thought I had that number earlier. I believe it's about 75 million.
Okay. So our advocates, when you're done with this legislative session, start lobbying Congress.
They need to lobby the 118 U.S. Congress. That's where it is right now also.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, that's true. I mean, they're in session now. Okay. Well, we got big problems now, too, so.
And it's also.
Go ahead.
There was also discussion today from Representative John Bryant from Dallas, proposed an amendment to House Bill 1, the House legislature for the state of Texas to fully fund special education services. And statewide, about $1.8 billion more is spent a year on special education service than is put in the formulas.
Wow.
And in Austin ISD, our proportion of that is about $75 million a year that we pay above what the state covers in their formulas.
Thank you for that. The other question was regarding our, okay, so I know that we have a backlog of evaluation, right, in special education. We have 21 positions filled, right, and we have 72 available total, so there's a gap there, about 50 positions that are not filled. I know that we have in here some stipends for our SPED and bilingual teachers, but does this budget reflect like a dramatic increase in salaries or dramatic bonuses for LSSPs and evaluators?
Trustee Singh, the special education and bilingual stipends will include other positions other than teachers. We are working through that right now. I want the board to be, and everybody listening to be assured that we are working to be as inclusive of that as possible so that we are compensating for a skill set. To your point, over and above that, we have done market adjustments. The issue that historically we've run into time and time again is that related services, if you will, OT, PT, LSSP, SLP, the list goes on, are built into the administrative professional pay structure. And so when you can't just give raises to these individual positions because they're built into a larger structure that affects, they're in a structure with other positions, right? So I asked my team to actually pull these positions off of the structure and put them on their own structure so that we can raise them, and we can raise them independently as we need to. So if you gave a 2% to the AP, which is the administrative professional structure, you could give 5% to related services so that we're not compounding the problem. And we have done that. We have done a market analysis for counselors, both counselors and related services, that will be achievable through within our budget window. So we are excited to be able to offer that as well.
Okay, good. So thank you for that systemic change. And also, do you have a sense of how much more we would be paying? Like in my mind,
Sure.
Yeah, like I think we need to pay like 10%, 20% more than any other district. Sorry, other districts, but like
Yeah.
we need to staff up. So how is
We
that?
do. So the market analysis said that we are between 2 and 6% behind. So we're really within striking range with one, and we're 6% behind in others. And so as we go into the 7-8%, then we really start to gain. We did do this a cost out with competitors in the area, and there are some that we would leave in the dust with that level of adjustment, and there are some that are still well ahead of us. But we would gain great ground on them.
I appreciate that. 'Cause the nice thing about this, it's a relatively small number of employees. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, but I would definitely like to see like a dramatic increase.
I fully agree, and by removing them from the AP structure and putting them on their own pay structure, we can do that.
Okay. Did you have a comment on that, trustee?
Just, yeah, I'd like us to see us be a lot more aggressive than that and do that sooner and even right now for the people who have been so dedicated, who have stayed. Because, part of it is not just paying more than the other districts, which we're going to have to, we have to show that things are getting better here. We're going to have to pay far more than other districts because of the difficulty that we're having. And when we're fully staffed, it will not be as difficult as a job. It'll be more manageable. And some of the cost savings from that can come from the contract employees that are the contractors that we're paying, where you're paying so much for that even if we did a really big raise, I would like to see it. I think it would save us money just from when I'm looking at the number of contractors and from what I'm hearing in the community about how much we are paying. So the contractors are making so much more. So that means that the private company that is getting even more than those wages. So I think it's not just the right thing to do. It's the fiscally smart thing to do, and we will support. I speak for myself, but I know that this is a number one priority for the board members and for you as well.
We fully agree, Trustee Whitley, too. We can't move fast enough on it. I also want to mention to the board that we removed any experience caps on those positions as well. So that will create even a further increase for them. Even when you do a percentage increase, when you remove a cap on years of experience, it pushes you up the scale. So fully agree and can't move fast enough on that as well.
Thanks for putting those structures in place so we can support you closely with that.
That's really smart. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to echo support for that. I know that we're kind of saying that, but I want to voice absolute support for that, and that, to know that we also need that skillful leadership to help other people understand why that's not available for everybody. But this is one of those situations where that is an absolute existential crisis for our district, and it's a enormous priority for students who are not getting those services now. And so, that skilled leadership to be able to say, we all deserve to have double your salary, but right now we have to double the salary for this group of people because that is
that's right.
an unprecedented need in our district. So I just really want to highlight, and not necessarily double, but I am in full support of a ridiculous.
Yes, sir.
Ridiculous, even. Seriously. So, and how I remember last year when we increased the bus driver's pay, we did that even before the budget was officially approved because you had gathered, that was right. Can we do that now? Can we already start advertising? If that we're all
we'll crunch the numbers, but
okay.
How about we'll have something out within a week, to y'all, to show you what we can do. We're all on the same page.
Okay.
I think we're just trying to make sure sequence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things I'll talk to you about.
Okay, yay. Okay, last thing is this. I know in our last board retreat, by the way, this is such an engaging conversation. I know everyone else out there is bored to death, but I am loving this because it shows such a care for the use of our funds and our fiscal management responsibilities. So just want to acknowledge that and thank you all. But the last question I had was about at the last board retreat, when we talked about the budget, we had all these great ideas about how to incentivize our teachers to teach at Title I schools or traditionally hard to staff schools. Does this budget reflect any of those ideas?
It reflects the staffing pieces of those because as we spoke on during the board retreat that day, that truly if we can lower class sizes in that way, that's probably one of the most meaningful things we can do. It does not reflect any sort of financial incentive at this point.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you. And this, I want to just reiterate, this goes straight to the point that we've been talking about is how do we get reading scores up for kids, especially our Black kids and our Hispanic kids. It's by making sure there's a highly qualified teacher in that classroom. And it is our Title I schools that are most impacted by vacancies. So I really appreciate your doing that. Okay. If we still have several, unfortunately, several really good items, but can we take a 5-10 minute? Oh.
I found out what I needed to ask.
Oh, yeah, please do. Please do, trustees.
So I know that, though, I think it was a year, 2 years ago when we changed how we had, how we spend Title I money. And originally, my understanding was if you were at 90% low income based on free and reduced lunch. Okay, I don't know if that's still the same criteria, but then it was changed to the money would follow the student to a school that did not qualify as a Title I school, but the student qualified. And that took a lot of money that was so desperately needed at our Title I schools. And I hear a lot about, is that formula going to stay in place, or are we going to reinstate those dollars back to those Title I schools?
So because of timing and when we need to give the Title I allocations to the campuses, we did increase the percentage to 48%. But you're right, Trustee Zapata, it is still based on residential percentages versus the free and reduced lunch percentages. One of the things that we are looking into is, can we as a district move in the direction of looking at the free reduced percentage versus the economically, the residential percentage. And so that is one thing that we are going to look into. But that won't happen next year, it'll happen the year after that.
So we're looking into it when it was the original formula.
Mm-hmm.
So what's to look into?
So I just want to make sure that by federal rules, we can move in that direction. I'm not sure historically why we changed to this economic residential percentage, but that is one thing we need to investigate. And if we can, I have heard from many campuses that they would like to move in the other direction because they have those students at their campuses. And so we are going to look at that.
And just for clarification purposes, I mean, this current system was in place for several years.
Correct.
I can't even tell you how many years it's been. It's been probably more than 5, I would think.
Right.
And so it was changed long ago, and so now the question becomes, next year, can we look, not for next year, but during the course of next year, can we look at changing it for the upcoming year, which would be 24, 25?
24, 25.
24, 25. So it's been changed for quite some time. So we're trying to change it back, perhaps.
Yeah, but it was the old formula for over 20 years. So what would the 5 years, what caused it to change? That should be able to reverse. I mean, if you could look into that, and I don't know why it would take a long time.
We can look into it. I have no idea. I'd have to go back.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So I think we'll recess for a 5-minute brain break, and then we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we are back from our little break. Thank you all. So next we have our discussion that is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement. So first we'll discuss scorecard goal 4, which is 6th through 8th grade MOI, middle of year, MAP, reading and math. Mr. Segura?
Oh, thank you, President Singh. I'd like to invite Dr. Diaz.
And Gilbert Hicks to kick us off.
So good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and members of the Board of Trustees. As President Singh just said, we're here to provide an update on scorecard goal 4. And we have several guests with us tonight, in addition to myself and Dr. Diaz. We have 3 principals with us, and I will allow them to introduce themselves and their teachers, and then we will quickly run through our data portion of the presentation and feature the teachers that are here and the principals that are here to talk about the strategies that have worked for them well and the ones that we hope to scale in the spirit of the dinner that President Singh talked about the last time. She's trying to remember what that dinner was, but it was.
I don't even remember. Sorry. I'm like, dinner, ooh.
Okay, so hopefully.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent Segura. I'm the proud principal, Jose Mejia at Gus Garcia Young Men's Leadership Academy. Thank you for inviting us this evening. And I'm here to introduce Ms. LaShawna Johnson, one of our awesome ELA teachers and 8th grade department chair as well.
And just step up to the microphone. Be sure to turn it on.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is John Rocha. I'm the principal of Bailey Middle School, and I have 3 teachers here to share some really great stories about what they're doing in their classrooms this evening. So thank you for the invitation. We appreciate it.
Do you want to share their names?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is Joy Lozano. She teaches 6th grade ELA for us. This is Lynn Owen. She teaches 7th grade math for us. And this is Vicki Massey, and she teaches 8th grade math and Algebra 1 for us at Bailey.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here this evening. And my name is Angela Atkinson. I'm the proud principal at Betachek Middle School. And the teacher that was going to be here with us, Mr. Jackson, he had a family emergency, so he wasn't able to be here tonight. But he was super excited to be able to share with you guys what he's been doing.
And we also have Lindsay Almquist, Executive Director of Learning Community 3 with us. Here to support her staff members. Okay.
Okay, so as a reminder, the goals are built around middle school star performance, which will be finalized when you receive the TAPER report. Goal 4 refers to the performance of our African American and Latino students experiencing poverty in reading and math. And basically in the blue oval, those are our end of the year goals for this year. So basically what you're looking at here is a summary of all of the progress measures for scorecard goal 4. So the overall summary shows us that for 4.1, it's measuring how our African American students experiencing poverty performed at the meets or better level for reading. And here we see a modest increase of 1%. Goal progress measure 4.2 measures how our Latino students experiencing poverty performed at the meets or better level for reading. Here we saw a 2% decrease. Goal progress measure 4.3 measures how our African American students experiencing poverty performed at the meets or better level for math. This is also a 2% decrease. For our Latino students experiencing poverty, we also saw a 2% decrease. In the next few slides, we'll go into the data in more detail, but I did also want to point out that if we refer back to the previous slide, if you can flip back, because I can't, but you'll see that at the end of the year, our goals from last year, we were at a 16% for, I'm going to say goal progress measure 4.1, 18% for goal progress measure 4.2, 9% for goal progress measure 4.3, and 11% for goal progress measure 4.4. So while we missed 3 of the 4 GPMs, the goal progress measures last year, we did end up achieving our overall goal. So sometimes where we are right now is not an indicator of where we're going to be at the end of the year, but also the numbers that you're looking at right now on this slide show that we are very close to where we were at the end of the year data last year. So the end of the year window closed today, and we're optimistic that we'll see growth and achieve our overall goal.
On this particular chart, I want to focus you on the economically disadvantaged columns at the beginning of the year and the middle of the year. That's the middle column, the middle columns, economically disadvantaged. And you can see that there were, for the African American students, there was a modest gain of 1%, and then the Hispanic decrease of 2 percentage points. And then the you can see what the results were for economically disadvantaged for the other student groups as well. And that is interesting because we know that we have a target, if you look on the far right-hand side, of 30 and 32% for African American and Hispanic. And you can see where we are right now with the economically disadvantaged, and we are not there by yet at all. And we understand that it is critical that we accelerate growth in those particular areas. The next chart, it's important to note that each child has its reading growth. It has their own individualized growth target, and it's really important with MAP growth that we show above 50% of students showing growth. And we are not there yet for our economically disadvantaged student groups in African American and Hispanic. And so that is an area of need for us. The next chart shows it's the diamond chart that we've shown in each presentation we've done around map growth. We know that the goal is to swallow or sink the diamond, and we see that we did that in third grade, as we had discussed at our last presentation, but not in 6th, 7th, or 8th, even though 8th is touching the diamond, but not swallowing it.
Bless you. So in regards to math, all student groups except for students receiving special education services decreased by 2 percentage points. Students receiving special education services decreased by 1 percentage point. Just like in third grade, which we shared with you all last month, the math students seem to be growing at a faster rate in comparison to reading. So we see that all the student groups are just below the 50% marker, but they're pretty close to it. And again, as Gilbert said, or Mr. Hicks said, that 50% is an average amount of growth, so that's kind of typically what you expect to see in an average classroom, and we're going to share with you some not so average things here in a second. And again, this is just another way to look at the growth summary. And as Mr. Hicks said, in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, the diamond is touching the blue bar, so that is a good sign. It's showing that our math instruction is working, and that we're growing our kids at a strong rate. So this is something interesting that it kind of came to my mind because a lot of times I know that you all ask us, how are we doing in comparison to others? And so I was digging through the data this weekend, and I found this little chart, and I found it very interesting. So basically what you're looking at here is if the orange bar is AISD. The little purple hash mark is everybody else in the United States. So this chart is saying is if everybody in the United States took the STAR test and we expected them to be at the meets or above grade level, that the blue or the purple tick is where everybody else in the United States is, as opposed to us who are outperforming the rest of the United States. And as you all have pointed out, the only place that's not really trending, or the only grade level that's not trending that way, is 2nd grade reading, which you all have brought up. So just thought that this was something to show you as how we compare to the nation, and also is comparable to part of the reasons why, the press was asking us about NAEP scores and how we did a little bit better than others on the NAEP assessment.
So we know that people, systems, and resources have a great impact on academic outcomes. And so this particular slide does show you what our plans are around each of those buckets. And I'm not going to read the slide to you, but if you look at the large groupings, instructional coaches you've already heard about tonight, and then our academic coaching specialists you've heard about as well, and then the work that our executive directors do around observation and feedback is extremely important with coaching our instructional leaders within the district. In the systems category, our curriculum and instruction, well, really the curriculum redesign that we're working on is really important. And then within that, looking for a systematic phonics and phonemic awareness program that we're looking at different models for that. And then differentiation around our students that are receiving special education services. We've talked extensively about our PLCs tonight and in previous meetings. And then I'm going to focus a little bit on family engagement tonight and how family engagement has a strong impact on achieving these results as well. And then our human capital systems, I'd just like to point back to Ms. Hosak's conversation with you just a moment ago in the budget conversation around the strategies that are being put in place for hiring teachers and getting them into our neediest schools quicker. So within the area of family engagement, we know that working with families closely will yield results. I'd like to, and I'm sure many of you have already read this book and know it well, but Beyond the Bake Sale by Karen Mapp. It's an essential guide to family school partnerships. It was written in 2007, but it's still extremely relevant today. And in that book, Karen Mapp points out several core beliefs that are important for educators to hold around family engagement and the connection to academic achievement and academic outcomes. One, all families have dreams for their children and they want the best for them. We have to have a belief system and a mindset around that, and then we operate from that. Two, all families have the capacity to support their children's learning. We may need to help them build that capacity, but it is there. Families and school staff should be equal partners. And then finally, responsibility for building and sustaining these partnerships with families and between home, school, and the community, it rests with us, the school staff. It's our responsibility to go out and seek it and not expect it to come to us. So if we operate with this mindset and with these principles in mind, we believe that in conjunction with the strategies we're putting in place around curriculum and around instruction and around the staffing that we're doing and everything else, that will have an impact on academic achievement and growing our students. And then finally, you can see the resources. We have our AISD instructional playbook, the professional learning tools and strategies that we're putting into place as well.
And so, as we mentioned at the last meeting, we know there's a lot of work to do. But we have a solid 3 to 5 year plan. So it's a strategic plan, and it's something that we've all been discussing together as a team across departments, that the things that we need to put in place they're gonna start in the summer, but it's also gonna take some time for them to gain traction. So one of the first things that we're gonna do, and I'm super, super proud of this, is that we are asking campuses to volunteer to attend a 6-day PLC training. And it's a phenomenal training, and it really will just help shore up their understandings of PLCs. And that just went out in the PW today, and by the time it was out for a couple of hours, we already had 12 campuses sign up. So that's really exciting. We only have room for about 50. It was originally going to be 17 until Matthias questioned and said, why not 50? So we went with 50, and so far we have 12 schools signed up already. And again, we're working on the curriculum as we speak, because there were some pieces that were missing to it that are necessary for the collaborative teams to have conversations around in order to support our students with IEPs, in order to support our dual language students and our emergent bilingual students. So all of those things are being considered. And again, this plan has taken. It was a team effort from the beginning, not an afterthought. So it's been a really, I see people having fun thinking about this. Like I talked to Yvette, and she's excited. She catches me as I'm going to walk out the door and tell me, like, I really think this dual language, the way we want to organize the curriculum it's going to work, and it's going to be awesome. So, we're having great conversations. We're excited about it. And then the other piece is about instruction. So we are going to work next year on putting together a team of 10 people, and it'll be community members and teachers and principals. And that is about the literacy and numeracy frameworks. So, while we'd like to do that in the summer and have that all ready to roll out by next year, it's not possible to do all of these things simultaneously. So the thing that we're focusing on right now is the PLC training for our campuses, and then the curriculum that they need in order to be successful. I think that's all I had. And then, so here is why these lovely people are with us today. So again, I'm digging through the data, thinking about all the things, that we have been through together since I've been here in May, and the good questions you all ask. And so we started looking into what Trustee Boswell is always asking, and many of you all are asking, is where are their successes? So I started poking around in the data, and I found some incredible some incredible teachers, and these are just a representative of some, and principals, of course, because they, it's your tutelage that helps support the teachers. But what I found in the data was these people around us were growing their students in their classroom between 70 to over 90%. So that means out of all of their students in every single one of their classrooms, 70% of them were meeting their growth goal or more, because sometimes it was one class that was 70 and then it was a 90. So they just had these incredible growth rates where if you're growing 92% of your kids, that's incredible. That's unheard of. That's almost 100%. And so that's all of them collectively had those phenomenal outcomes. But then the other crazy thing was when you looked at what that growth really meant. So they had a little calculation at the end of it. And so all of them also were growing their students by 170% to 258%. Now, to a non-mathematical person, it took me a second. I had to call the map lady and ask her, how is this possible? And she's telling me it's because these wonderful folks are, their kids are more than meeting their growth targets. They're tripling, quadrupling them. And I looked at their data, and sometimes the kids were, at an 11%, and then when they tested again at the MOI, they were at a 60 or higher percent. It's just crazy, incredible, the things that these teachers have been doing with their students. So I don't want to talk anymore. I want them to tell you about their practices.
So we'll start with Gus Garcia. Jose.
Oh, thank you. So I'll keep it short for the, more? I'll keep it short because I know we want to hear from our teachers, right? But one of the things that we've done at Gus Garcia is really create a culture of data-driven awareness. Last year, we really focused on our staff, getting them that support. We partnered with Region 13, and they really came in and, did full evaluations, walkthroughs, and said what we needed to do to get to that point. The first step was getting our teachers trained on common assessment. What does progress monitoring look like? Now, every teacher, I want to say from 6th to 8th grade at Gus Garcia, we have common assessments in place. Every week, teachers come into our POCs, and they bring some kind of artifact that shows student growth. We have discussions that leads to our Wednesday lesson planning for POCs, and we talk about what does a reteach plan look like? How do we address the needs of all students when we talk about language, individual learning plan, and what does that look to close the gap? Now, as a principal, I'm always in the cafeteria and the kids are always saying, Mr. Mejia, what do I need to pass the STAR test? And my response is, I don't really care about your score. I want to know your growth. So now this year we're focusing on how do we get the students culturally aware and data aware as well too. So one of the things that we're seeing with our young men at Gus Garcia is that they want to talk about data. Our teachers are keeping data trackers for students in their Avid binders. We talk about it every week during advisory period. It's our first Monday conversation that we have with students. That leads to then teachers talking about it at POCs. It's just a great environment where we talk about data-driven instruction, and it's great to now see it at the student level. This year, we're now pushing on getting parents trained on that. What does it look like to see your child grow? So we're having sessions, we're sending student profile sheets. Our teachers, after we do short cycle assessments, we have conversations with students that we're trying to target to make sure that we push that growth a little bit more. And it's funny because last year we had that conversation with our teachers, and we talked about that correlation between MAPS and STAR. So we're looking at all the data, whether it's an exit ticket, short cycle assessment, or MAPS, and bringing it back to POCs, putting it in the classroom, giving those students that data tracker sheet, and having those conversations, and then sending them home too. So I would love for you to hear from one of our wonderful teachers, Ms. Johnson here. I just want to give her a lot of praise. She works with me at the department chairs and making sure that we're all aligned from 6th to 8th grade. And I'm going to give her praise too because she's developing a lot of the new teachers up too. So, Ms. Johnson.
Good evening, trustees and Interim Segura. My name is LaShonda Johnson. I'm an Austin native, product of, and educator here in Austin AISD. I currently serve at Gus Garcia under the leadership of Mr. Mejia. Today I'm here to briefly speak about 3 foundational components: communication, consistency, and collaboration that takes place in my classroom, creating an engaging yet rigorous and real-world experience that results in gains and growth as shown on the MAPS Growth Reading Assessment. The first is communication. On a campus where 87% of our students are at risk, 59% are emerging bilinguals, and 26 are receiving special education and 504 services, it is very important and necessary that I understand the student population that I serve, their needs, their goals, their desires, and their learning styles. Building trusting relationships in a safe environment is very foundational as the learning process begins. The second is consistency. I am very intentional about what I do and how I do it. I am consistent with my instructional practices, my non-negotiables and routines. Putting student expectations into place can drive not only student learning, but it will also hold students accountable for their final learning outcomes and goals. And lastly, collaboration. My team and I hold weekly PLC meetings to analyze student data, to plan and prepare lessons that are engaging and relevant to their instructional needs. This includes the choice of text, how we will engage them in lessons, and the final products that we want them to produce to show their understanding. I also engage my students in conversations, allowing them opportunities to voice not only choice, but to give feedback as it relates to instruction and how they would like to prove their mastery, taking text recommendations and their learning outcomes through their data. This skill teaches them to become advocates for themselves. We are unique in being an all-boys campus, but we have the grit and tenacity to run the race as we work hard. So do our young men, and we strive for that great achievement and success.
I'm not going to sit and tell you the things that I'm doing as a principal. I want you to hear from the teachers about what they're doing in their classrooms, because some of the stuff that they're going to share with you is really good. And so I want to give them all the credit. They're making it happen.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Joy Lasano, and I am from Bailey, and I teach 6th grade ELA. I come from the Montessori tradition. I'm certified in Montessori through high school. I came to Austin 10 years ago and landed at Mendez Middle School. Didn't know what I was doing, had no idea what I got into, and I loved it. It was challenging. I worked 7 days a week, 15, 16 hours a day, went to every football game, soccer game, and all those things to build community. What I come from with the Montessori, what I had to bring to the community was working with different age levels in one classroom, different levels, and also Montessori is a prepared environment. Prepare your environment for your students. Prepare yourself for what's going to come in. So, like you were saying, routines, responsibilities, expectations, and accountability right from the beginning. We just, as soon as they come in the door, we just kind of set the precedent. This is your community, it's not my classroom. So we're all respectful at all times, and we respect each other. We give each other, we listen, and we try and lift each other up. So we set that from the beginning. And yes, you know, we have a routine for our journal, how you come into the classroom, where you put your things. There's a warm-up on the board. There's something to do. Everybody knows what to do, so it's a built-in confidence for them. They come in, they know, they fit in. So once I set that in, I come in to Mendez. And I have to say that working at a Title I school gave me an incredible toolbox. Because anytime they offered me a training, I went. I've been to AVID training multiple times. I've been to, and this is all thankful to AISD, because you paid for this, thousands and thousands of dollars. So I try and be respectful of that and take all of that into my classroom. AVID trained. I have I'm College Board pre-AP certified. I went to the differentiation conference in Las Vegas. I went to Love and Logic in Colorado. I am certified, well, not certified, but I attended the Creative Learning Institute as well. I've also been Kagan trained. I mean, anything that you guys offered me, I did. So that is my toolbox that I take into Bailey. So I just really appreciate that. I'm also bilingual certified, so all of those things I take in. And so we set up our routines at the beginning. My students know that I'm always wanting to be a better teacher. I say, I want to be a better teacher. I learned from you. And then we set, how do we set up our groups and our levels, and how do we know where the students are? And I said, well, you know, we all come from different schools. You come from different elementaries, teachers taught different things. I don't know where you are, because I don't want it to be like, oh, you don't know, you don't have the same background. I just say we have a different background, and now we're gonna set some levels and some norms, and then we're all just going to figure out where we are. And then that does allow me to kind of set groups where nobody feels like they're in a leveled group. I don't know if I keep repeating that word. I think I'm tired, but my apologies. I hope that I'm coming across. I even took the meditation certification that you guys offered as well. So we actually did like a big community circle today where, you know, I like to give acknowledgments to my students, and I was like, you know, I just had this one student, I just felt like she didn't get the recognition that she needed. And I said, so we all just got in a circle, and let's just bring all this energy to this person and how much she has brought to us. So we kind of do a lot of honoring so that everybody feels safe. And then we get into the work, because that's really important. That's what we're here to do. We're here to be scholars. We're here to be students. And so, I'm sorry if I'm going too long, but the process is that we ask questions, we validate each other, we share, we make each other vulnerable. I'm vulnerable. Oh, I don't know that word. I'm the teacher. I have to go look it up. I don't know if that word. I have to look it up. I mispronounce the word. I model. I read. I act with the CLI. My kids don't understand. I will. Well, do you remember, have you had this experience? Have you ever jumped off the bed and bumped your head? Do you understand where this character could come from? And I use my own experiences to put into these pieces, these texts. And so I think I ask my students, do you relate to that? Do you have a connection? What's your connection? And we discuss a lot. So that makes everybody can be included, whether they can read or not, whether they can write, everybody has something to say and they can share something in a meaningful way. So then we get into the basics of working and processing text. And we go through and I say, okay, what was that paragraph about? Who was it about? And they tell me, and I say, okay, what about that? And we just go paragraph by paragraph from the beginning. And then after they get better at that, we hunk and chunk. What's this section of the text about, and who about that? And even before we get to that, I say, look at the title. What do you think it's about? What genre do you think it is? Let's write that down. And, just having them recognize the text and that the author's purpose, why are they writing this for you? Are they to entertain you? And then they, just kind of breaking it down so they're not afraid to read. They can approach it and they have tools. So then once we get rid of some of those, then we get into the data and we get into the tracking just like you do. And, I don't do as many discussions as you do, but I have followed that process as well. But we do, and I just want to show growth. I don't care, you're not a number to me, you're a person. And so I was telling Mr. Rowe today, I had a student who scored 12.5 on their test, 12.5, and we did a little tracking and we were conferencing, and I said, well, let's set a goal. Let's set a realistic goal for you for the next standard test. And he said, well, I think I can do a 70. And I said, well, you probably could, but let's do like 25. And that way, if you meet it, we'll celebrate. And he made 25 points, so he met his goal. The next time he made exactly 25 points. So then I was like, oh, that was so fantastic. For the next one, what do you want to set? And we didn't go to like 70, we went to like 45. Because I want them to be realistic, and every time they meet those, because this student is never going to make a 70, to be honest. But he is going to make a 30, he is going to make a 45, and he is going to meet those goals. And he's going to feel good about that. And so I just try and meet every student where they are. And then once we establish that, we just get into, I'm sure you can collaborate, the 4 basics: inferencing, summarizing, context clues, and just vocabulary. And we tack which teak they're really good at. Oh man, you're so great at 6.2. Wow. You should probably be a group leader and go help the other kids with this vocab. If you would help, that would really help me. So there's a lot of classroom leadership, collaboration, and I think we're just kind of bringing in our experiences. I think we're all pretty seasoned teachers, and I think that we have a lot of ideas, and I think that, I know for myself, I know that the district has trained me, and I want to honor that, and I try and use that every time. We celebrate everything that we can in our classroom. We share good things. We just try and make everyone feel comfortable so that they feel like they can learn in a safe environment. And, I teach from my heart, and the data and all those things are important. I'm glad the scores are showing that taking the time to do these things and build relationships and conferencing and setting goals and just slowing it down sometimes make a difference in their education and maybe even in their day. And they take that to the next class, because we do things like, breaking down the text and trying to answer, we even do this, and I'm sure y'all do it too. Let's look at the tests. These standardized tests, they're called standardized for a reason. So if you see, let's just look at it. If you see a question with the word that's underlined, you're going to have a vocab question every time. Is it going to be context clue? I try and tell them every time you have a reading passage in a test, the answer is there. Take your time, you're going to find it. If it says go back to paragraph 3, physically turn the paper back to paragraph 3 and then circle it or find it or use your highlighting tool, because they're all online now. So we spend a lot of time trying to teach them how to highlight, how to annotate in an appropriate way, not everything, who or what about it. And then, just trying to give them tools and confidence so that when they go into this testing, they're not, because they have test anxiety. And quite frankly, sometimes I feel like they're over-tested and they get test fatigue. So I was like, okay, let's just look at it for what it is. We're okay. Whatever happens, we're going to deal with. And I just feel like tracking their success and setting realistic goals, but doing all that prior work, it just is baby steps, and they get it. And I'm hoping that it's a continuing trend for your students and all of ours. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Lynn Owen, and I'm a math teacher, and it's very interesting listening to her because her climate of her classroom is very, very, very similar to my climate, and yet we're, language arts and math, the two ends of the spectrum. But what I want to say first is I appreciate your bringing us here and giving us an opportunity to talk, but the true heroes are our kids. They're the ones that did it. We're just here to provide a safe environment to learn in, and that is the key point. And that takes time up front when you are setting up a school year. I would say that's probably the most important thing, that we don't all walk in on the same level. And we're giving them the chance to grow from where they came in the door. So many opportunities to help each other and things like that. I want to say that I've been with the school district for 33 years. And so I am appreciating that Social Security. You have no idea. But so many different things have come and gone and come and gone. I'm a fan of MAP, big fan of MAP. Can we please keep it a while? Because so many things come and go in our district. MAP is a great tool because it measures kids from where they start to where they get to. This week we finished our 3rd round of mapping, and I have probably had 95% of my kids come up to me and said, "Can we sit down and look at my MAP scores, Miss Owen?" And so I'll pull it up and we'll go, "Oh, look at that hill, look at that. You were supposed to be right here, but you're way up here." And I mean, it's the joy from the kids. Even some of them, all of them grew, maybe some of them didn't climb the mountain, but they went up. And so I'm a big fan of MAP, so I'd like to keep that. Just, whatever. Don't throw it away next year, that's happened before. And so the classroom that she talked about and all the goal setting, I just brought a kid's, this is their journal, and I grabbed one off the shelf, and sure enough, we do that. This is her math goal. This, we sat down today, and we talked about her goals. She's climbing that mountain. And this is one of our students that has a lot of challenges. And bless her heart, she's climbing that mountain, and I'm so proud of her. And it's all about the environment that you set up in the classroom. Also, we talk a lot about this. We are very TEAC-based teachers, and students get multiple opportunities to reach those goals. They don't have to do it the first time. So revisiting, and also I want to talk one more little thing, and I'll let her go, but Mr. Hicks brought up something that I think is really important. For the first year in my 33 years at AISD, we were asked to do parent conferences this year. Y'all built in 4 nights. Middle school, for middle school teachers. 4 nights, I stayed until 8 o'clock and had 40 conferences in the fall and 40 conferences in the spring. And it is all about the engagement in the family and saying, I believe in your kid, what can I do to help your kid? And so that was extremely important. And you know what? The kids came back the next day and said, thank you for talking to my parents. And one other little thing that y'all pay for in AISD, I think that's real important, is the language line solution. Do y'all know what that is? It is outstanding. It's such a good service. So I want to just say that. Thank you for that. So.
They say you've done so much in your first 33 years. I can't wait to see what you do in your next 33.
I max out in 7 years. I make 100% of my, I'm 100% vested in 7 more, so that's all you got left in me.
My name is Vicki Massey, and I teach 8th grade at Bailey, and I just kind of want to give a nod to all of the teachers up here because there are many things that I'm hearing you say that is like we talk about, you know, we have those high expectations and we really want to push our kids to reach those, and it comes with consistency and routines. And from my perspective, I just feel like most of the time it's just like push, 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 go, go, go kind of a thing. We do a lot of that. What I wanted to share with you is just try to give you the 2 things that I'm doing this year, and one of them is new, and another one is something I'm getting better at and using more. But the first one was my summer read was a book called Building Thinking Classrooms, and there's a lot to that, but the main points that I'm working on this year is I went out and bought a whole bunch of whiteboards and just surrounded my room in whiteboards. And then we put groups, random groups. I don't do level groups, it's random. And groups of 3, and they're all standing, working at the whiteboards, kind of old school, but everybody's up at the whiteboards, and I'm just kind of in the middle watching them work. And we kind of use I call it hands and voices, but it's like sage and scribe, where the one person with the marker is doing the writing and the other 2 are having to tell them what to write. So it's trying to involve and engage as many people as I can at a time. And I just really like that. I think it's very effective. And as often as possible, there's another component of it. They call it thin slicing, where you kind of start with very low floor problems that they can do, and then you just kind of slowly notch it up. And I'm finding that there's oftentimes they can get to the point where they've learned the concept without me sitting down and doing the traditional notes and here's how we do it kind of thing. And I can just get all that summarized at the end. So I really like that. I'm going to continue to work on that, but I love hearing the conversations with the kids. One person will throw out an idea and then it'll bounce another idea if someone else can add and contribute. And so I'm liking that. I want to keep trying that. And then the other thing that I think is really important, and I'm trying really hard to do it as often as I can, and I'm getting better at it, but whatever I pick to give them practice, whatever concept we're working on and they need practice, I want them to get immediate feedback. Because I teach math, and so I want them to know, yes, that's right. And my class sizes are large, and so it's hard for me to be everywhere. So I use any resource that'll do that. There's lots of different, you can have a partner activity where they both get the same answers, even though they're different problems, but they can check that way. But the technology and having the one-to-one Chromebooks has really helped a lot with that. And I use a program most often. There's lots of things that I use, but one of the things I use the most is Desmos. I don't know. So, but with Desmos,
I was going to try to explain it, but I took some screenshots to help explain it, if I can share some screenshots for you. Just because I think I didn't make enough copies, but I thought they could share. But, so, years ago, before our Chromebooks, we probably would have had some type of a worksheet, some type of practice, something that we were doing to practice the skill. But now I'm taking little screenshots of that and putting it into Desmos, and I'm painfully and slowly learning how to code so that when a student types in their answer, they get like automatic thumbs up, yes, I did it right. And then it's also giving me that page 2 of that handout. That's kind of like a example of a warm-up that we did this week, and it's actually kind of where I'm spiraling things back for star review. But like that that slide 2 that you see I kind of highlighted there, I can see all of my students, and I can see who's getting it right and who's getting X's, and that's real-time feedback. And you can even click on the check, or you can click on that little X, and it takes me to their screen, so I see what they did. And then I can pull kids immediately. So like, that day I could say, oh my goodness, these two, they made the same mistake. I just pull them up and we have that conversation about, okay, let's talk about this. And then I can pull up another two, so I can do that really quickly and effectively, and I like that. If a whole bunch of kids I'm seeing are missing it, then I know, okay, we just have to stop, and we're all going to talk about this one right now. And I heard y'all mention your SCAs, and I've done that with our SCAs. After we've taken them, I'll look at the most missed items, and I'll put little screenshots in Desmos, and they'll try it again, and then I'll put up, okay, well, why did 33% pick this answer, that kind of a thing, and we have those discussions. And so those are just kind of the things that we do pretty regularly in my classroom. And whether it's Desmos or something else, I'm seeing immediately, okay, who's getting it and who's not, and that's who I can go and pull. Sometimes we go pull them up to the whiteboards, and that's where we sit there and we do some problems together. This page is after that. Those are just screenshots of a student screen, and just so you see they have, they get the little checks or whatever, and I can insert little hints. So if there's something they can't remember, because this was stuff from months ago, they have places I can insert some hints, so if I'm not there to help them, they have a resource to go to. But I also like about it is I can, like I'm on the cylinder slide, where they need to be able to find volume of a cylinder, but there's a lot of steps to that, and if, so it's kind of, I can provide scaffolding right there, and they can get that little check, okay, I do that, yep, I can do that, and I can do that, and it's kind of leading them through that problem. And that's just kind of a typical day of what we do as often as I can, swing it. That's what my math classroom looks like.
Hi, good evening. So at BetaCheck, there is a lot of different systems that we've put in place that I think are cornerstones that have helped us achieve these successes in map growth. Starting mainly with, we're an avid national demonstration school, and so having that in our building with our students has come as a forefront and is our foundation across all areas and all academics. And those strategies that are implemented in every classroom for every student is making progress, and it's showing up through these map growth scores. And then we also have our PLCs as our foundation, and in those PLCs we're looking at data-driven instruction, we're looking at the common assessments, we are evaluating interventions, we're spiraling our power standards. All of those pieces are critical to make sure that that Tier 1 instruction is very strong in the classroom, and that makes that difference that we're looking for. And in addition, with our AVID piece is that we have a strong push for having as many students as possible having accelerated instruction, academic advanced instruction, and we have our programs through our Einstein program, our entrepreneurship program, and our AVID program. Between those three, we are serving more than 2/3 of our campus in some form or fashion to push them academically and in those arenas. And Mr. Jackson was the teacher that was going to be here, but he did share with me one of his reading log folders. And so one of the pieces that he's implemented in those classroom, it kind of has, the students goal-setting page, and then they track their Lexile, so you can kind of see this student here, growth of her Lexile as she's improving throughout the year. And then we have our sentence stems, our avid sentence stems to help our students be able to write and to be able to do those pieces when they're reading their novel, and then they're having their free write. And then there's also ideas that they could write about, and then here's their log. And so this is something that they keep up throughout the year, and reading is so important. We're reading in the classroom, they're reading 30 minutes at home every night, and those are the pieces that we're communicating with our families. And then finally, I would say with MAP growth, our students each receive their data page that shows their growth that you've heard all these teachers talk about. And our teachers are having one-on-one conferences with those students, and we send out a school messenger home and let those parents know that those sheets are going home, and we can set up conferences and discuss these results with you and help educate us as a community to be on the same page there. So thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it. These are amazing teachers who have just done amazing stuff. So thank you.
I'm going to jump in really quickly here to tell you how some practices at Bailey work for the whole faculty. We've got 3 great examples here of veteran teachers who really know what they're doing, but we have to build that capacity on our campuses. So one of the things that we do at all of our PD days is we talk about data. We pull up the data, we show the data, it's public, it's ours. We have to own it. However it looks, we have to own it, and then we have to discuss, why do we think that's happening? It's not about a gotcha, you're doing great, you're not doing so great. This is all about what are the students telling us with how they answer all of their questions, and how do we interpret that by what it is that we're doing to get them to where they need to go. So that's one of the things that we do on a regular basis. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that we always discuss in a forum like this is teacher time. I'm very deliberate about protecting my teachers' time as much as I can. We don't have regular weekly faculty meetings. I've hired a bunch of professionals. I expect them to do what they do, and I need to give them the room to do it. I'm not there to teach them how to teach. They're the experts in the classroom. I'm there to get everything out of their way so they can do the best work they can do while they're in the classroom. Planning takes time, and it's a lot of time, and we need to give them as much room to be as creative as they can be so that they can get results like this. So I appreciate you letting us come to share some of the ideas that we have and some of the things that we're doing. Thank you for all of your work. We know that you get paid huge amounts of money for this. We appreciate all the time that you put in for the students of AISD. Thank you.
Thank you.
So without further ado, any questions or comments that you may have while the teachers are still here?
Yes.
So just real quick, just from my heart, I give all of my salary to you.
He means his UT salary, so take it.
I heard over and over again, building community in your classroom. I heard over and over again the sort of rigorous engagement of, like, all right, guys, now it's time to work. I heard analyses and sort of differentiated adjustment following like your dive into data. And I heard, which is really neat, the hungry use of resources. So like I didn't even know what half of these things are, but here's Desmond's, here's this, here's that. So that you all are finding the things that work for you and bringing them in, and that you're eager to find more. Where's the next training? So those were, I guess, some of my takeaways from what I heard. But here's what I want to ask y'all, and you started to get to it. How do we, so yes, professional development, where we get to dive into the data, but there's something about the affect, the spirit of the classroom, the soul of the school, and infectiousness where, like, teachers, all right, I'll be real, you can go in the wrong direction as a school community because there's charismatic toxicity that can take hold when things get really, really hard. But sometimes even when things are really, really hard, what can take hold is we can do this, we've got this, these are our, beloveds. So I'd like to hear about about the infectious culture and how you support the community, the adult portion of the community, taking the spirit in the right direction, if that makes sense.
I'd like to address that because coming from Montessori tradition and coming into public school and coming into a Title I found that it could be really competitive the way the teachers are treated with the data. Your kids, my kids, your kids, what's in your classroom. You need to teach that teacher. And really what we need to do is take the E for ego out of education. And we need to really treat each other with respect and say, wow, I really like what you're doing. Can you show me what you're doing? And then respect each other with those types of things, because I thought you were getting after me. I was like, what's happening? Be quiet. I just feel like, sometimes the system is set up for us to be competitive against each other, and I do not like that. I, will always share everything I have. I just had a bunch of student teachers. I've had student teachers coming into my classroom for the last month or so from different ACC and from Texas State, and I was like, I'll share everything with you. What do you need? Here's my drive. Because I want them to have tools. I want them to feel confident. Because when you're in a room full of kids and you don't have that confidence, and they throw you off your game or something like that, it's hard to regain. So I was like, oh, have extra. Oh, this poetry isn't working. I have another one. I have more. And you don't only get more. People share with you, and if you're willing to share. Mm-hmm. And you cannot have an ego. I feel like you need to remove that. And I know it's hard because you want to be patted, right? You want to be, not patted. I think you want to be recognized for the work that you're doing. But you also need to recognize that you can help other people and they can be helped. So thank you.
Another thing, thank you for allowing us to have PLCs. We're still learning. I've been doing this for 37 years, and I learn something every day from my colleagues. So we appreciate that time, truly. And he's made the schedule such that all the math teachers are off at the same time, and we have wonderful, wonderful meetings where we learn from each other. Mm-hmm. And so that's key. And I learn from her all the time. And, it's the best. It's the best part of our job. And it's all about the kids, right? Like you said, let go of that ego and do what's best for kids, period. So.
It's the same for us at Gus Garcia. I am a young man. I am my brother's keeper. That is something that we instill in our young men, but they also can see it throughout our faculty and staff. I've seen conversations with students and our custodial staff, and I have seen conversations with our young men and our cafeteria staff. It does not matter. Everyone holds everyone accountable. We all work together. We all collaborate. We know that it's a community. We know that we need each other. We know that this is where you are now, but this is where you have to go. We want you to have better than what you have now. So we try to instill that from the beginning, and that's what we grow off of.
So I have two quick questions, but for the principals, just if you know it in your head, can you tell me how many new teachers you have on your campus? Two? How many new teachers on your campus? 10 to 12? 4. Okay. And I guess my second part is, so lots of years, we see those results. You are a dying breed. I met a teacher today who was like, yeah, I've been in the district for 10 years. I was like, whoa, that's such a long time. And then I met the teacher just upstairs, and she's like, I've been in the district for 4 years. I was like, whoa, what a long time. Because that's it, right? 5 years. I don't meet very many teachers that are here for 5 years. What do you do on your campus right now to support those new teachers?
It's like Tetris over here. I think that's a key question, right? Because we're dealing with the staff shortage. I can tell you at Gus Garcia, we moved the whole map around in our building. We strategically put a new ELA teacher next to our veteran teacher. So during planning time, they're meeting, but in between informal times, they're able to talk to each other. Hey, I just went through this period. This lesson didn't maybe go out the way I wanted, or hey, what did you do for this particular TEK? That, I can tell you, is the best thing that I have ever done. Just look at the map and say, where are my new teachers and where are my veteran teachers, and can I put them next to each other? And I got to speak highly of Ms. Johnson. She does everything for that teacher. Ms. Ray, I'm going to use her name right now. Ms. Ray is almost like, I want to say 2 years ahead just by being next to Ms. Johnson. I literally pass by her class and I don't see her as a first-year teacher. I don't. Sometimes I forget, because she's paralleling a lot of what Ms. Johnson does in her classroom. So that's just one tip that I would say. If you have the capacity to change your maps around and figure out where your veteran teachers are and where your new teachers are, because a lot of conversation happens outside of the classroom in hallway conversations.
Thank you.
I think the piece I would add to that is we have a very robust mentor program where they're meeting regularly with their mentors, as well as monthly meetings where they are hitting the highlights in that, what we call in-time PD, like this is what I need to know right now kind of stuff. And so that's really impactful on our campus. In addition, we are PLC'd by grade level, so they're able to meet as a grade level team to support each other, as well as an academic PLC team. And so I think that's very powerful, because sometimes it's coming together as that whole group to support each other and talk about strategies they're using with students versus, and then also as an academic piece as well. And so I think those two pieces, along with learning walks, that's another thing. Go watch other teachers, master teachers, and reflect and understand kind of how do you do stations, or how do you do transitions, or how do you set up your systems. All of those little pieces, and seeing that from another teacher's viewpoint is humongous for both people. So, but yeah, those are the few things.
Excellent, thank you.
I think part of what we're obligated to do as veterans is to be leaders on our campus. And these are some of my teacher leaders. They've been involved in some of our PD sometimes. But I think that what Mr. Mejia was saying is those hallway conversations, those PLC conversations are huge in developing our new teachers, because it gives them a chance to learn from people that really know what they're doing. And when you've got a culture of sharing and collaboration, and you make that public as much as you can so the whole staff can see it, then we're not just praising certain individuals, but we're talking about their practice and how that practice can be shared. And that's how we develop our younger teachers.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions or comments? Yep, this was wonderful. Really appreciate your dedication to our students and taking the time to share with us so that we can do better as a system. So thank you. This is tremendous. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Enjoy the weekend. Be safe.
You don't have to go to work anymore, but you do. Yay.
Just gave them the day off.
Yeah.
I know, just give them the day off. So trustees, as you know, typically,
Well, there's still a question. There's still.
oh, is there more to present?
No, well, the staff, I mean, Gilbert and Dr. Diaz.
Okay. Trustees, are you all going to have any questions for our central staff? No. Are you going to have questions?
Say briefly.
We're just noting that we have a long way to go.
Okay.
That it's fantastic to hear that Joe
Yes.
has named
Okay.
data for what it
So we'll have a couple questions for y'all.
I figured.
Yeah. We're not done yet. No. All right. So, Trustee Boswell, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, I want to, thank you for this, and thank you so much for bringing the educators
Thank you for
from the
suggesting
campus
it, for many
in.
of y'all suggesting it.
I think it's really great to bring those questions that Trustee Singh especially is usually asking to light, kind of what is happening. And to hear that it's a huge climate and culture and Mr. Hicks, thank you for mentioning Karen Math. You know I have a soft spot. And talking about how that's playing out just with the relationships, the respect, engaging the families. So thank you for that. And I think as we're looking at it, it's also really important to just name that the data is still scary. Really scary, and I appreciate the honesty in saying, you know, it doesn't look like we're super on track, but also putting it in context of last year, so thank you for that. And hearing maybe, you know, one of the teachers say that maybe there was even a little bit of over-testing in that fatigue, and talking about strategically kind of where we focus on the instructional versus and I'll be interested to see kind of how that evolves. Because to hear that they just did EOS, you know, end of year, and now they're about to go roll into STAR, and I appreciate putting it before, but that's still a lot. So, just that we're hearing that from a lot of places, and I'm
It's
not
a
the
lot to
educator. I
consider.
don't know the answer, but to hear an educator say that, I think, you know, I'm glad you're paying attention to that. So thank you for that. So. Yeah, just wanted to share appreciation and just kind of name that concern. And even with that campus by campus breakdown, I think I counted, if you look at the all growth, not even just economic disadvantage, I think 8 out of the total, so fewer than half, kind of hit that 50% mark. And if the 50% is kind of the baseline of what we would expect for an average teach, that is still very scary. So, you know, let us know how we can continue to support you.
Absolutely.
To
And
get where you need to be, and to make room for more of that kind of
100%.
joyful, relational.
So, I mean, yes, this is so possible, right? Now we just need to make this more systemic.
Yes. And obviously that each one of the people who spoke to us, and I know both of you as well, have that deep faith that our students can do that all of our students can do that. I'm hearing the richness of the collaboration, the novels, the hands-on, the ownership, the letting students have a voice in their own learning was really exciting. So thank you.
Trustee Kaufman.
Yes, in a way, I'm seconding some of what Trustee Boswell said, but what I heard tonight was the importance of both the systems and aligned practices, which are critical. We are a system, we are a school system, and we need consistency, but also the importance of differentiation and discretion. And so not treating, not carrying a hammer and treating everyone like a nail. Like, we got to make sure we're not hitting people over the heads when they're doing their best. What I heard was highly motivated people, and I want to make that assumption of everyone in our system that they are here for kids and that they are highly motivated, and that we focus more on really understanding what motivates each individual and trying not to get into punitive systems as much as we can. So what I heard tonight was inspirational with that, but I also appreciate the acknowledgments that there were new teachers throughout our system that need a different type of support. So really looking at that. I will say, harkening back to what Trustee Foster asked about earlier, I think there's the belief system, right? So, the data is scary, right? So you look at this data and it's hard to celebrate, right? We hear the teachers and we can celebrate. We look back at the data and we can't celebrate anymore. And so, I just want us to keep focused on the we must. Like, we must do better for kids quickly, but that we operationalize that must as like, we can do this, right? Not you better do this, right? Because I hear from other systems and other districts where that the threatening nature of the work, the punitive nature, the punishing of teachers, right? Like, we just have to be not doing that. So I appreciate that we are looking at not a you better do better, but like our students can do better, like a belief system that our students can if we provide effective instruction, and this belief system that teachers can if we support them and we collaborate. So I just want to, I feel that there's a good balance of that right now, but no shame, no blame, no excuses. Like, we are not anywhere where our kids deserve to be. And we don't have to blame anyone, we don't have to shame anyone, but we have to do better. But that kind of belief system, I just want to go back. Like, 2019 is when House Bill 3 set these goals of 90% of kids reading on level by a certain age. And I just remember working with Mr. Hicks at that time, like he was working on operationalizing those goals. And I felt that belief more than any time I had in this district, that we can do this. Like, it was like, you know what, there's no choice. Like, we had that conversation that we must do this. There is no choice. Our kids deserve this. And so the conversation was like we're going to do this. It wasn't, oh my God, how are we, And so I have the chart still from those days. It's like, there's where we are, but there's where we're going to be by 2025. And then COVID hit like 3 months later. And so I just wanted us to get back to that thing and that belief that we can do this. And there are insurmountable problems. There's mental health concerns. There's social economic concerns. There's behavioral concerns. There's new teacher concerns. There's teacher shortage. Yes, there are. But we just have to have that belief that we can do this. So I just want to balance those two things. So one question, the Karen map list of beliefs around family assets. I really appreciate hearing that, because that went back to what Trustee Hunter had brought up the last time we looked at really bad data, and the importance of our families being involved. So I just want to ask, how do we develop those? Those are beliefs that are important, but what steps can we be taking right now, or are we taking to develop those beliefs so that we know that our teachers do believe in those 4 things about parents and family?
We have to operationalize that, to be honest with you. It's about mindset growth. And, if you look at what is our mission or our purpose, what is our mindset, and then what are our methods? Those all have to all be aligned. This is part of the mindset piece, bringing families in and making sure that families are part of the solution. And so I don't have an answer for you about how right now, but like you said, we will.
Okay. Well, through our parent support specialists, through our parent champions, through our partner organizations, let's do that. Let's operationalize this, and let's make sure that and let's measure those beliefs, right? It's not let's look in that black box of how do we get from here to there, and let's figure out, are we getting there? I won't even ask this, but I didn't see oral language and student engagement on the list of strategies. I just want to ask about let's make sure that our oral language is in there, because our middle school kids need that as much as anybody else does.
Absolutely, and several of the teachers reference that.
Yeah, so awesome. Thank you so much for bringing the team.
But Dr. Kaufman, I would like to say, though, that the AISD instructional playbook does include that, but it doesn't spell it out here on our list.
Thank you. Any other trustees? I have one question, which is, I've been hearing, first of all, that was amazing. But I have been hearing, I'm experiencing a little cognitive dissonance, because it's like, okay, that's great, and these teachers are doing an amazing job with these kids, and they're really taking the map seriously. But I do worry about the over-testing and thinking about are there other ways that could get us that growth, and get kids on grade level that aren't so test-oriented, where it's more of the hands-on kinds of fun, authentic learning.
I think that's, some of the teachers also mentioned that, right? It's not, these are just, this is a dipstick 3 times a year, but a lot of them mention things like exit tickets, formative assessments, common unit assessments. It's the work that the teachers do that are really going to track the movement of the kids, because if you wait until the middle of the year, the end of the year, it's too late. It's it's all the magic that happens in between.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I would be curious to know, if there's much of a correlation between a student's MAP scores and their actual report card grades, because what I tend to hear from my own kid, is they don't take it seriously. They don't take the MAP test very seriously, but they'll take their homework and their real tests seriously.
Right. So, and I think that's part of, again, the teachers demonstrated how they kind of have to talk to the kids. And again, it's not everything. It is a thing. But I know that part of the reason that some of the data we're getting back, and I'm going to be honest with you, it's an implementation problem, and it goes back to the fact that the implementation, again, it happened during the pandemic. It has switched hands many times. I'm hoping that it'll stay, in my hands, and we can come up with a plan to really think about the best way to kind of re-roll it out and get more buy-in, because we also know that there's a lot of misconceptions that people have. There are even people on my team, I get a text from one of the ACSs, and they're telling me, I think some of the people on our own team do not understand the purpose of this assessment. So these are larger questions and philosophical things that we're considering about our assessment philosophy, and what does that look like, and what can we pull back, and what are the things that will best support students and teachers. So I'm working with kind of just basically anybody who will volunteer to be on a team of assessment talks, and coming up with different proposals and some surveys that we can send out there. We know that we have a short runway, so some of the changes that we're going to make are probably not going to be super astounding, because we don't have a lot of time to make changes on that grand of a scale. It would take the whole year to go through, but there will be something immediately lifted off of their of what we are insisting that campuses do.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I think one thing I really liked, I heard the teachers talk about, was that the students kind of have an ownership of their learning and monitoring their own progress, which I really like. I also know that you don't have to monitor progress through a test either. There are many ways to monitor progress, right? So anyway, it's a very complex situation. I know you guys are handling it, but I really appreciated just hearing from, the teachers that were producing really amazing results. So thank you for being responsive to our requests. So any other questions from trustees? Okay, then I know that normally we kind of like raise our hand and this and that. I think as a board, we've kind of agreed to skip that process because it's not really useful. I'm sorry, but it was useful for a while, but I think we need to regroup and have a proper retreat and really rethink some things about the board monitoring report to get it where we want it to be. So until then, we will be pausing the little formal hand raising on these. But thank you all very much. Okay, there's more. Next, we will discuss scorecard goal number 6, extracurricular and CTE.
I'd like to invite Dr. Fannin and team. Oh, we got the whole team coming up? Perfect.
All these exciting things all at once. We've got like CTE, athletics, arts. Yeah, I know.
We got a smaller screen. I'm not sure everybody's noticed that.
Yes, I did notice. It's way better. Thank you.
All right. You good?
Hello, once again. My name is Gilbert Hicks. I am the interim chief of schools, and welcome President Singh, interim superintendent Segura, and members of the board of trustees. For this portion of the evening, we will be reviewing scorecard goal number 6. And I have several members of our team here with us tonight, and I'd like to just let them start by introducing themselves, and then we will move straight into the data, starting down here.
Good afternoon, President Singh and Interim Superintendent Segura and School Board. I'm Lil Anderson. I'm the Athletic Director for Austin ISD.
Good evening, President Singh and trustees, along with Interim Superintendent Segura. Philip Taylor, Director of Fine Arts.
Good evening, Dr. Kreslin Fannin, Executive Director of Early College High School and P-TECH. Happy to be here tonight.
We can go ahead and go to the second slide.
Good evening, Tammy Caesar, CTE Director.
So our scorecard goal for tonight is to increase the percentage of students in grade 11 or 12 who successfully complete a third or fourth course in a non-course subject on an approved list. And the list includes CTE coherent sequences, athletics, fine arts, or visual arts sequence. The goal is to go from 48% to 80% by August of 2026. Tonight, we will focus on the coherent course sequences that occurred in the school year 21-22. An example of a coherent course sequence would be Band 1, Band 2, Band 3, Band 4, or Theater 1, Theater 2, Theater 3. And there are some high-level strategies that we'll talk about later. And this particular scorecard goal slide, stay on that slide right now, that you're looking at, shows that our goal was 51%, and we actually attained 49.8%, which means we were 1.2 percentage points away from our target. And that's 51% of students in those grades 11 and 12 that had the coherent course sequences. Across all categories, 49.8% of 11th and 12th graders in AIC completed at least a third course in a coherent sequence. So and that's the information that's in the top part of the graph. If you look at the bottom graph, the bar on the far right shows the 49.8%, which we attained. And one of you right now, I'm sure, is adding up all the little bars and saying that doesn't equal the 49.8%. And it doesn't. It's more than that, because there are students that take more than one of those sections, and so therefore that's why it's more than 49.8%. The 49.8% represents unique students that obtained that particular result. So the next chart shows you, in case you're interested, the 11th and 12th grade split. By which the number, you have an N on there for each one of the groups, and the percentages of kids in each one of those areas, and all the different student groups that obtained the results that we're looking for in 11th and 12th grade separated. And then we're going to move on into the next chart that shows 11th and 12th grade combined. And a few things I'd like to point out on this slide. Our three departments have participated in our Austin ISD Showcase, academic town halls. We've collaborated on universal choice sheets, course catalogs, and connected with campus leadership and counselors to share program changes and opportunities. We've also focused strategies on the emergent bilingual students and students receiving special education services to increase the numbers of kids in 11th and 12th grade in those particular student groups that are finishing those course sequences as well. We know that when we look at the numbers, and I'm have to turn this around so I can actually see them right here, that that in connection with Cody Fernandez, that's our Director of Multilingual Education at the secondary level. We know that one of the issues that we need to deal with is that some of our emergent bilingual students are taking ESL reading courses in those grade levels, and that takes away a particular period of time that they could use to participate in the program areas that we are targeting. So we need to solve around that. We need to solve around our special education students and the ones that are receiving special education services, and how their individualized education plans might impact their ability to take some of the courses that we would like for them to take. And we need to be more intentional about including opportunities for students in all of these, in all of our specialized student groups to be able to take more of the courses that we are targeting right now in this particular scorecard goal. So skipping ahead, our improvement plan is to make a focused and targeted collaborative effort working with all the people you see here at the table and their departments to explore the causes that are being restrictive with regards to us being able to pull more students into those particular courses. So I'm going to transition to Mr. Taylor, and he's going to talk more specifically about fine arts.
Good evening again. My name is Philip Taylor, the Director of Fine Arts for Austin ISD. So the slide that you have here just a brief overview of the fine arts programs in Austin ISD. We currently have over 450 fine arts teachers that serve all of our elementary music and art students and over 37,000 secondary students enrolled in those programs. Excuse me, just 1 second. There we go. You can see here, noticing the trend, we're back on a positive trajectory from pre-COVID numbers. So we're at our highest enrollment in fine arts since ever. So we're really happy to share those numbers with you. Our fine arts programs include visual arts, band, dance, orchestra, guitar, choir, and theater arts. Our students and teachers have increased participation in co-curricular and extracurricular activities, garnering many local, state, and national accolades. And the total for all of the fine arts areas combined on the previous slide is about 34.1%. And so that's up from 23.8% in previous school years. And as Mr. Hicks mentioned as well about some of our strategies we're using to increase participation and retention, they include collaborating with campus leaders to ensure that alignment in course offerings on those choice sheets and in our catalog for courses throughout the district. We want to identify and remove financial barriers for participation associated with fine arts programs, and to continue to develop and deliver high-quality professional learning to our teachers. Additionally, the Fine Arts Department is currently in communication with the Parent Support Specialist to provide tools for success training in the fine arts. And we've expanded our partnerships with local organizations to provide free private music lessons for our students in the district, instruments and supplies, as well as resources to expand our free fine arts summer program learning opportunities. So thank you, and I will now turn this over to Mr. Lil Anderson for athletics.
I'm so sorry. I have a point of privilege. So sorry, I'm going to take that time since you're on fine arts right there. I want to give a shout out to Starlin Rivera, who has been nominated for a Heller Award for her lead in the Northeast Early College High School's production of All Shook Up. And so she's been nominated. Y'all, that is amazing. That was their first musical in 10 years. And tickets are on sale now for April 19th. Yes, for April 19th at the Long Center. So congratulations to Starlin Rivera. Her mom is also an AISD employee at Graham Elementary and is so proud of Star. This was her very first step out. She was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And, okay, yeah, so there's many benefits to participating in athletics. Athletes who participate have many academic-related outcomes, for example, higher test scores, even higher graduation rates. Additionally, there's other benefits which include higher self-esteem, increased social status, and even future success in academics. And these are all things that work to improve the overall health of the kids that participate and the overall success of the child. Since all athletics are UIL athletic events, we can go to the next slide there. Athletics plans to increase the number of UIL athletic offerings in the 2022 through 2023 school year. Additionally, athletics has participated and will continue to participate in such items such as Town Hall for Success, Tools for Success and Town Halls, which are conducted at the middle and high school families. In conclusion, athletics will also explore options to participate in the elementary level opportunities through the LRP process. That was something that came out through many of the conversations that we actually had going through the LRP process throughout this past year and a half. And so we're going to look to continue to explore some of those options to see what can be done there. And again, we're actively involved in getting additional students involved with athletics by having them talk with their teachers, their coaches on their campus, and their counselors so that they can get signed up and participate in those athletic opportunities. Next, I will turn it over to Dr. Fannin for an update on CTE. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. The Career and Technical Education Department is committed to providing our scholars with academic and technical skills to succeed in future careers and to become lifelong learners. Our CTE department, we have over 320 rock star teachers, and 95 programs of study, which represents 14 of the 16 national career clusters and 13 of the 14 state career clusters aligned with the Texas Education Agency. We currently have 25,778 talented scholars enrolled in at least one CTE course. So to continue improving our CTE completers numbers, which is defined as a scholar who has completed at least 3 courses in a CTE program of study, we are going to make sure that we deploy 5 strategies. And trustees, I promise you, we're going to continue our commitment to making sure we are not working in silos. As you see, we're all here today supporting one another and making sure that we're working with our counseling department as well. And so that's our first strategy that we're going to make sure that we continue to do, which is collaborating with our counselors and continuing that strong collaboration with our counseling department that's led by the amazing Dr. Twyla Williams to ensure our high school counselors are confident in their knowledge of the CTE programs of studies and encourage those scholars to start, but also to complete their program of study. Second, we're going to make sure that we build more career awareness around all of these wonderful opportunities, starting with our elementary school scholars. And today just happens to be our Future Ready Day. Thank you for all of our scholars and our teachers who adorned all of those wonderful college career military readiness t-shirts and their gear that they had on today. Thank you, Trustee Boswell. I see that UT Texas shirt you have on today. Our wonderful elementary counselors are hard at work creating college and career fairs for their scholars, and we are supporting them by bringing on some of our wonderful industry partners to participate in these fairs as guest speakers and bringing some hands-on pieces for them, bringing out the STEM trucks, bringing out just so many great, wonderful things, all the robots and things like that that we had at the showcase. So we're really excited about that. And our middle school scholars, they're exploring their career options through CTE classrooms with things like Project Lead the Way, which is such a wonderful program that we have to offer. And they're participating in some wonderful field trips and also having some guest speakers that are coming out that have been invited for them on their campuses. Our high school scholars, while they're continuing their CTE coursework in their programs of study, we provide those wonderful teachers with support in building deliberate work-based learning opportunities throughout all 4 years of their student experience, as well as attending some real-life opportunities that they get to engage in, such as South by Southwest EDU with Trustee Candace Hunter. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. And third, we're going to be working collaboratively just across the entire district with our CTE teachers, including Coach Nick Lebo from Austin High School, who was just named he was recognized as the state CTAT Teacher of the Year. So we're really proud of Coach Lebo for that state honor. We're going to continue working with those counselors and college and career advisors to provide our career interest surveys in Navient so that our scholars and our campus staff and our district staff, so that we'll have that information regarding how we do CTE programming, what they're interested in, what they're great at, what they like to do, so that it aligns with these programs of study and they're getting into this coursework that they really, truly want to be in. Our fourth strategy, our fantastic CTE department led by the wonderful Miss Tammy Caesar, is continuing their strong collaboration with Workforce Solutions. Workforce Solutions Capital Area is an indispensable partner that we couldn't do this work without. And they connect our Austin ISD students and teachers to all of the Austin area businesses that you see coming in with this work-based learning and the practicum classes that our scholars go out and do that hands-on learning. They do everything from hosting campus career fairs and finding those wonderful guest speakers to come into their classrooms that you'll see. Workforce Solutions Capital Area also hosts some professional development sessions, and our district administrators, they get a chance to learn about job opportunities and do externships, and just making sure that they have the needs of the local businesses in mind when we bring them in to engage and say, what is it that our scholars need to know when they're out there in the real world? In addition, we are building strong relationships with the Summer Youth Employment Program with Travis County. So just last week, we had an opportunity to meet with Trustee Zapata and the Summer Youth Employment Program leadership team to just share about our central office internship program right here at the district office. So this summer, I'm proud to say that we will have 57 interns working in all of our wonderful departments. So thank you, chiefs, for having our interns here. Thank you, Mr. Segura, for inviting our interns to work here, paid internships here from the Summer Youth Employment Program with Travis County. So we're excited to have those departments, communications, community engagement, college career military readiness, our leadership development team, student support services, human capital systems, prime time department, and financial services. We're really excited about having 15 interns in this district working and doing this work, paid internships as well. So 57, yes. And in addition to 45% of the total participants in that summer youth employment program, 238 out of the total 528 applicants in Travis County, 238 of them were Austin ISD students. Isn't that wonderful? So lastly, vertical alignment, which is really important amongst our middle school and high school feeder patterns. The CTE department has met with each and every one of our middle school and high school principals and the leadership team. And not only to modify their programs of study to align, based upon what TEA tells us that we need to do, but also to truly ensure that the program alignment is there and that we have those middle and high school offerings that our scholars are asking us for. And in this way, they can continue their interests from middle school right on into high school and have a seamless transition there. Our next steps. Our programs will continue to do this collaboration that we're speaking of with counseling to make sure that they understand the programs that we have to offer and those requirements and any prerequisites that we may have with the scholars so that they can become completers. We're going to continue to increase our efforts with our parent and community engagement efforts with our student enrollment and advocacy department, community organizations, and just community events to share all of our wonderful program options. I know that we have a literacy event coming up, and we also have a unity walk coming up, and so put your sneakers on, and we'd love to see you there for that as well. We're going to continue to educate our campus stakeholders, including our case managers, about our respective programs to increase participation amongst our students receiving special education services. And just continued and deliberate collaboration with fine arts, with the CTE, counseling, multilingual education, special education, athletics, to increase our percentages across this goal. So we're really excited about that to get them through this coherent sequence in the 3 areas that we presented tonight. I'll turn it back over to Chief Hicks.
So thank you very much, team, and we're open for any questions or comments that you may have.
Yep. So a point of gratitude, thank you for CTE. I have an 8th grader who will walk into high school next year with 5 high school credits. And then I also want to lift up a concern. I saw this today, and I believe it 100%, all of the benefits of athletics. But where I really think that we're concentrating in an area that's maybe not as helpful as it could be. So I've been talking to coaches and meeting with coaches of my high school. I have 3 high schools, well, actually I have 4 high schools in D1, and coaches are saying, we can't put together a football team because the middle school didn't even have a football team this year, right? We can't because they don't even know how to, we're not reaching down. I also see that our middle schools are having so much trouble. They need to be in a sport, right? 6th grade, UIL, they can't participate, but 7th grade, they need to be in a sport. I understand, I was the drill team person. What do I know about drill team? But I knew our 6th grade girls at Sadler Means needed something to do. So we were at every home game and we did pep rallies because they needed something to do to get them ready for cheerleading next year involved. We're losing kids, academically, because they're not coming for English, science, math, social studies. We know that. And if there is no football, there is no basketball, there is no soccer, they really they're not coming, right? And when they come, they're getting into trouble, right? If I know that I can risk playing football versus vaping, I'm gonna make some different choices, right? But if I don't have anything to do, right now, I've heard from 3 different middle schools where children are literally roaming the hallways in packs, right? So I think that we know sports are important. We need a serious, hard drive in 7th grade to get those kids throwing some kind of ball, right? And the last thing I want to lift up is, like I said, the coaches were, I said it, coaches, is accessibility. So my kid plays track. She don't really like track, but I'm making her play track because I think it's important for her to be in a sport, right? So I make her do volleyball and I make her do track. She didn't play last week. She was here with us because the place she was going to the track meet didn't have something for the whatever you need to be able to do the discus. I mean, what did she do? Shot put? They didn't have it. Her little friend didn't go. Thank God the rain came because her little friend wasn't going to go tonight because the school they were going to didn't have a net for discus. I don't know what that means. Do you understand what I'm talking? Okay, good, because I don't know anything about that. And then also didn't have an area for the jumpers. I guess the long jump. I don't know, but she was just telling me that those weren't available. And so if we have kids that are practicing all week long, staying after school till 5:30, and then on track day, my event's not happening because whatever, it's not. We have to think about that, right? Because these are the kids that need this. So I'm just asking us to lift up building those sports in middle school, doing whatever we have to do. I'm sure the bond will take care of, I hope the bond will take care of some of this. Like we'll have those really awesome facilities, but I'm just telling you, for a 7th grader, 8th grader, it's demoralizing when you put in everything and then you're told, well, you can ride the bus and cheer your friends on. So I appreciate all the work y'all are doing. And like I said, we do know the benefits of athletics. We know the benefits of fine arts, and of course CTE and all of our other programs. And I thank you for the work that y'all put in.
Yeah, and I just want to acknowledge what you've expressed there, Ms. Hunter, and just sharing that information. And so you're right. I think you made a lot of different points there, but athletics is one of those things that absolutely hooks the kid to coming to class, to wanting to be there, to passing their class, to staying out of trouble. And those are the things that we want to lift up and build up so we can have as many kids experiencing those outcomes and those benefits that we just talked about here involved at an early age as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. I really appreciate the attention that you all are paying to raising participation in these activities and encouraging students to continue. I think they're all very important for other reasons that Trustee Hunter brought up and the reasons that you describe in here. I'm very grateful to see the attention to the financial barriers for some of these activities, and I think that that's something that as a district we really have to commit to if we believe these are important for students, that we have to try to figure out ways to erase those financial barriers. The cost of participation in some of our activities, not all, but in some, is prohibitive for families. So just I hope that we can continue working on that. I think another barrier, though, I know there are some schools where anybody can participate in that sport if you basically walk on. And there are others where it's a very selective cutting process. And if you haven't been playing that sport since you were in 3rd grade in club sports, then you're not going to make that team. I think that there are elite private schools, right, where everyone participates in a sport. It's intramural, but the expectation is that everyone participates in a sport because it's good for you. I hope that we can achieve that status somehow, where we have alternative sports and make sure that every school has a variety of things, not just varsity level sports where you get cut or where maybe the atmosphere of win-win takes precedent over the attitude of participate. So I just hope that we can recognize, continue looking for ways to expand opportunities for a variety of entry points to sports for students and other activities. But thank you all so much.
Any other trustees? Yes, Trustee Boswell.
Want to thank you for all of this and for the presentation. Really thank you for the links to the great resources that help show that evidence. This is not fluff. This is richness, and it amplifies so much of our other work that we're doing for our kids academically, socially, in terms of behavior and attendance and all these other great things, and just enriching, joy. So thank you for all of that. That Texas Cultural Trust study is really fantastic. I've been looking forward to that, knowing it was coming, and it's thrilling to see the academic connections, and I know that's all across all of the work that you're doing. So thank you for including that backup. for why we know this works. We don't think it works, we know it works. So thank you for that. Appreciate the conversation about the barriers, that kind of having it on the scorecard is sparking new ways of looking for those barriers. And we've talked about the financial, the other. Want to make sure that we know that the time commitment that is required for some things and the rules that certain activities impose are sometimes so inflexible that children feel they can't participate if a couple of days a week they're taking care of a sibling or Saturday they have a job. And, I know kids who've dropped out because they said I had to be there 6 days a week and my mom can't pick me up 6 days a week, or I have to work a couple of those days. And really thinking about our philosophy about those rules, where there's enough to go and meaningfully practice and participate, but maybe not that they're so rigid that they're preventing kids. I know someone whose son was taking an SAT on a Saturday and was told if he took the SAT, he couldn't perform in the band UIL competition. And that's like, we need to find that happy ground where we're expecting that real engagement and rigor, but not making it so hard, so hard that most people, many people can't participate. So thank you for that, kind of looking deeply at that. And also want to really go back to the double blocking of academics. I asked in the tracker a double blocking question, but wasn't super precise. And that double blocking of academics in middle school. And when kids are double blocked to catch up on STAR testing and kind of academics in middle school, it takes away that elective period that puts them in the pipeline to be participating in these things at that high level in high school. And when we have a middle school that's done a lot of double blocking, merging with a middle school that hasn't, and some kids are 2 years or 3 years ahead, and then the kids who haven't had those opportunities come in, and you never have that chance to feel successful in the same way if you're trying out for a team where everyone else has been playing club for, years and years. And I think just really being thoughtful about what kids are gaining and what kids are losing when we do that double blocking at middle school, and how we might make room for that academic growth, but still leave space for these things that we really believe in for all the good reasons you're talking about. So I think, we know who's getting double blocked and where people are getting double blocked, and we want to make sure every kid has access to this as well. So thank you for that. And I have a question about whether, I understand for scorecard purposes, we're tracking things that are very measurable, the classes, but I also know, especially in some of the arts, for example, you don't have to take a class always to participate in the art experience. I think like theater is an example, where kids don't always have room for theater 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not even offered on class. You might take the class 1 year and then participate in the plays after school, as an activity more than as a course. And kind of, are we making room to measure that as well, even if it's not on the scorecard? Because that's another way you get the benefit of that long-term connection, that richness. And I don't know if it can show up on our scorecard, and I don't know if we have athletics where you play on the team but don't take a class. And are we missing kids?
Yeah, so to speak to that, that's a good point, because sometimes you have those courses that are not necessarily in your athletic period, and what you're seeing there, the numbers that you're seeing in the data is pulled from the athletic period.
Right.
And there are a couple of courses, for example, maybe cross country or track, where kids are participating before school or after school, and they're not counted in this survey because they're not in that athletic period. And so the numbers are probably a bit higher than what you're actually seeing because of that fact. I'm just not sure if there's actually a way to pull that and add it to this report.
Yeah, it may not be trackable. Yeah, and those cross-country kids are up early.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, very early. Good. Well, I'm really glad to see this and just excited for the variety. And when we talk about, charter schools and other options out there, we do this better than anyone by a million miles. So thank you. We talk about choice, and we've got it in a really spectacular way. So thank you all for all that you do with it.
Any other trustees have questions?
Super clarifying question for fine arts. The chart shows 37,000 participants in the fine arts. I just want to check, that must be number of classes taken, right? Not the number of students?
So for clarification, 37,000 enrollees. So I could be a theater student
Okay.
and a choir student, and I'm counted for both.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Anyone? Yes, trustee Zapata?
So I'll begin with the athletics. So I know as PTA president, at one of the high schools, I organized healthcare physicals. Let's get physical events. And so because so many of our students could not go to the district one because of transportation or they just couldn't get to that one day. So we brought it to the school, and we had huge turnout. And then the second year, we invited the middle school, and we had 130 of those students. And they were so thankful. The district provided the bus to bring them to the high school. And they wouldn't have never been able to play the sport if this event had not happened for them. So y'all do a great big event at the PAC, I believe. And sometimes there's those students that really want to get in but can't for many reasons. And so bringing it, working with Central Health and their doctors and, vision screening, that's where I learned that vision screening doesn't happen at high school, that it stops at middle school. And so many of our students needed classes, and they're in sports, So trying to figure out a way to do some of those in maybe the Four Corners where it's more accessible would help students engage to be able to participate. And the other thing is, it's sometimes the culture of the students in football and cheer and dance. There's this culture of that we're higher than you. And so I don't know how you can address that, because that's a turnoff for a lot of students. At one time they want to play, they want to be part of it, but it's just not the spirit. The school spirit is not the drive. It's about me. I'm the head cheerleader, or I'm the head football, I'm the famous football player. So what are you doing to help change and really address how they're leaders? They're leaders for that campus. And what things can you include so that they begin to really show school spirit, school pride, to begin bringing that kind of culture into the campus?
Sure, thank you for that question. So first of all, just to speak to the free physicals, so that is something that we're still currently offering, is the free physicals. We're actually doing them at some of the community care centers up north and south this year, and providing transportation for the kids to be able to get on the bus and go to those facilities. So that is still being provided to help reduce some of those barriers to entry into athletics. And then the second part of that, just with the school spirit, you're right. I think that in a lot of times your athletes on the team will kind of help set the culture for the entire school, because they are leaders on your campus. And so we have conversations and meetings really monthly with our coaches about sportsmanship, teaching more than a game. That's actually our motto for AISD athletics, because it's more than just simply playing football, running, jumping, and those kind of things. And so it's having those continuous conversations about being leaders in the classroom, on and off the court, on and off the field, and doing the right things even when no one is looking and no one is around, and having those conversations with the kids. And so those are things that we'll continue to stress with our coaches, with our kids, as we go out to the events to support them, to make sure that they're being leaders on the campus for everybody in the school, because they set the tone and the structure for the entire school.
Okay, thank you. And so now it's the theater and arts. I was just thinking, I don't know if you know Allison Orr with Forklift Dance. So she did a book signing the other day at book people. And when she introduced herself, she talked about being that loving dance, and that she ended up being on the drill team at Austin High. And I never knew that, you know. And now she's the founder of creating dance and art and having people share their stories, and it's about justice. You know, that would be someone who I think would be, you know, you don't have to have a certain level of a knowledge, but she knows how to find people that can tap into their untapped talent, and that could, you know, get interested in doing theater and arts and dance all together. I just thought that it just made me think about her and her amazing story and what she's doing now. That I think she'd be awesome to have a conversation and how to engage students. And then the CTE, yes, I applaud interim superintendent for really being open to hiring some more of our students. Dr. Fannin, how many did we have last year that y'all hired? I mean, y'all hired from one day to the next, because we were like.
We had 5 last year.
5. So growing from 5 to 57, you know, hey, that's a huge jump, and thank you so much. And we can get more and more, you know, and how awesome to hire our own students to begin learning about the district they attend, and hopefully they may be our future leaders here, you know, to pursue higher, to get their degrees and to become those chiefs in the future, you know, growing our own. So thank you so much for that work. And Dr. Fanning goes above and beyond with these students, because what she did with our students last year is meeting them one-on-one and really helping them see where they are academically and where they want to be. And so it's, you know, doing that extra step, I think, is so important. And you know, now you have those strong relationship with those students, and you know, and I think that's just an amazing model of what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Sabata. Anyone else? Yes.
So I definitely want to acknowledge, Trustee Zapata, all of your work in actually getting the interns into Austin ISD. I remember being with you at Travis Early College High School. I mean, you spent multiple weekends with families and students signing and getting them to engage. So a lot of this would not be possible without you. So it needs to be said. Just want to make sure that was done. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate the presentations and all the answers. Thanks for investing so much in our students. It means a lot.
Good job.
Okay, so this ends the section on the information reports from the administration. So now we're going to preview the upcoming regular board agendas, and this will allow the public and trustees the opportunity to review the agenda items that will be considered for a vote at our next regular board meeting. AISD staff is available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. So we'll begin tonight with item 9, which is the agenda preview for upcoming business and finance items. So trustees, are there any questions on these items?
I hate to do this at midnight, but
Go
yes.
for it. Go for it, Trustee Kaufman.
So we received a constituent concern around changing our health care providers in the schools. I think saying concern that we might be changing from Seton nurses. Is it possible that was, I see that agenda item 9.1 is around community care for an in-school clinic. Yep. Is that possibly what they were concerned about? Are we reconsidering our partnership with Seton for our nurses?
So this specifically, so as part of the 2017 bond program, right, we did phase 1 modernization at LBJ, and I'm not sure if you recall, Trustee Kaufman, but as part of the design process and planning process, one of the things that actually fell out was the clinic. We wanted to have a clinic opportunity, or an opportunity for a clinic to be co-located, and we wanted to have an opportunity for our students to engage in that space. We had to go through a competitive process because it's a lease, and so we went through a competitive process. We received proposals. And this is the partner that ultimately was successful. So they are different. This is specifically to LBJ and specifically for this space. So I'm not sure if that's where the confusion is, but these are separate.
So I appreciate that, clarifying what this is, and then clarifying that at this point, there is no plan to, I mean, Seton is still our partner for providing nurses on our campus?
Currently, right now?
Yeah.
So I want to make sure, because I know there's been a couple things. Oh, I guess there's not. Yeah, we'll get that clarification
Okay.
when they come in.
But that's, okay. Okay, thank you. And so that's something we can just follow up later? Or?
Yeah, Dr. Diaz could probably answer that. This is regarding Seton and nurses on our campuses.
And so I guess it's not an agenda item, so maybe just a very quick clarification.
So,
Or we had a constituent concern around, are we switching away from using Seton as our nursing? And I was wondering if that was attached to this agenda item, but it's not. So now it's just a clarification around, are we on track for Seton to be our nursing provider for next year, or is that something that's under review?
so that we went out for an RFP because we are in the process of growing our own nurses, as you all know. So we're starting with high school, where those jobs are posted. We will have our own nurses for the high schools. So the idea is we're going to start out with the high schools, and once we have them fully staffed, then, you know, the next year or a couple of years later, then we'll try and roll in middle schools and then elementary to where we're using our own nursing staff. So right now, we put out an RFP for K-8 or pre-K-8, and there's two possible bids that are being considered.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
so,
you.
okay, so I'll follow up with you later then where that exists in policy or in previous board meetings. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
And on number 9.2, just a real quick question about our ESSER funds. Is it accurate that we have a balance of $84,869,837 on our ESSER 3 funds due to be expended by the end of 2024?
So yes, that's as of the end of February, but we do have that budgeted for the 2024. So that is accurate as of the end of February. We also have a budget for the 23-24 school year. So right now, we do know that we have about $15 million to work with as far as district priorities to use with ESSER funding
Okay.
that are not
And was
committed.
that, did I miss that budget for next year somewhere? Or was that in our, either the budget documents that were discussed earlier or in this?
So the budget for next year can be found online on our ESSER webpage, and it
Okay.
includes the 3-year plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So the next section is 10, facilities. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay, I've got a couple quick questions. The first one is regarding 10.1, the Public Facility Corporation. So I just wanted to ask that we, for the notice for the meetings, could you just make that align with our notice for regular board meetings instead of what's proposed here? Because I think it's very short. I think in the documentation, it shows that we would only need like a 2-hour notice for a meeting.
Yeah, I think as we move through the development of the actual agreement itself, or I would say the bylaws themselves and governance,
Yes.
we'll be able to generate them so that they mirror actually
Okay.
y'all's practices.
Thank you. I know. So when we vote, are we just voting on the resolution, or are we voting on all the supporting documents as well?
So I guess there's going to be two parts of it. Do you want to, well, we actually have a little presentation. I don't know if you want to go through it or if you want us to answer that question.
I don't think we need, do we need a presentation?
All right.
Okay, we don't need the presentation. Sorry, y'all.
No, it's all right.
They're just waiting to give a presentation. Okay, yeah, but,
So the vote will be to authorize a resolution to create a PFC.
Okay.
Part of that resolution includes bylaws, which are included, but those bylaws can be adjusted and edited by the PFC board, which is the Board of Trustees.
okay, great. Okay, thank you. And then the other quick question I had was on the resolution regarding the long-range plan committee. Could you maybe add an attachment of what those 7 conditions for student success are? There's a reference to it, but I
Yes.
wasn't sure what they were. That was it.
Absolutely, we can do that.
Okay.
It'll be another attachment, it's not a problem.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any other questions on facilities?
Well, only if these gentlemen are here, but could you just let us know who they are?
So,
Not that we got the presentation,
in
but-
case the Board of Trustees had questions regarding the Public Facility Corporation, we do have our financial advisor, Rudy Mejia, with Estrada Hinojosa, and we also have our bond counsel here, Arnold Cantu and Adam Harding with Cantu Harding Montoya.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I do have a, is this something, so is creating this type of corporation required for renting out space to a community partner like the, like for childcare, a private child care facility or the like medical facility?
No, traditionally you wouldn't need to use a public facility corporation for that.
We have our own facility rental program in the district, and so it would go through that avenue. Public Facility Corporation would be with regards to acquiring, building, any type of new facilities, renovating existing facilities, and the financing to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Yes? Okay. Trustee Hunter?
I think this probably is to the superintendent. Just so I can be really, really clear, and I'll probably put this in the tracker next week. To do this public facilities corporations, I got the acronym right. The board has to be us. Correct. Okay.
Correct.
I guess my next piece is when the time comes, maybe we won't even be on this board, maybe it'll be somebody else's problem. When the time comes that it's, when we shake everything out, to be really clear where that definition lies for people. Because if we're meeting here to talk about academics, I don't need somebody at the information session talking about, I got roaches, right? Because people, it's not clear in people's minds, the difference. And so as we move through this process, we need to make sure that we're really clear in our communication about where the lines are, who they should be talking to, those sorts of things, right? Because people talking to me, I'm like, I don't hire principals, that wasn't my fault, you know? And so we just really need to make sure that our communication lines are open, that people understand each step of the way what's happening, that there's transparency, so that we have a good, you know, we're still getting emails, like, people still have the wrong idea. They think it's like government housing, we have to all live here. You don't have to live here, you know? And so just as we continue to move, just good clarification.
No, I appreciate that, and we absolutely will.
So now you made me think of a question. Thanks, Trustee Hunter. But I guess my question is, like, how much of a time commitment do you think this is going to be for the board?
Over the course of a period of time, I don't suspect that it'll be a significant commitment. I think early on, there'll be a little bit more as we work through the bylaws. But once they're set, and again, the idea is that this is a tool that allows immense flexibility in how we provide unique opportunities such as housing, workforce housing specifically. But once we're moving and continuing on, there may be, I think, quarterly meetings. But again, what you would do typically is you would close this meeting and then, you know, start the PFC meeting, have that dialogue and conversation and close that. So I've seen it done. Travis County does this. Pflugerville does this. It's not something that's overburdening. So we can work through that with y'all.
Okay, thank you. And it does have to be the Board of Trustees that does this, correct?
It would be our recommend, yes.
Okay,
That's what
sounds
we would,
good.
that's
I'm
what we,
just
that's
trying
what,
to
that's the
ask,
best
just trying
situation,
to
yes,
ask.
yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next, the next section is 11, Human Resources. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay. The next section is 12, Policy. Trustees, are there any questions?
I
Yes,
have one
Trustee
that will be
Boswell.
very quick on 12.6.
Yes.
So
Oh.
this is, just want to help people understand why we're doing this. We've already adopted this as a legislative priority, not exactly this language, but this concept is a legislative priority. And there is some interest in, TASB is gathering a list of districts that have passed resolutions similar to this, that, so they can collect it and say this many districts across the state have also adopted a resolution. And I think we're ahead of the game often because we adopt legislative priorities kind of at a volume and with an intensity that not every other district does. I mean, I think the access to the Capitol and living in this environment that we are active in that area in a way that not every district is. So talking with a couple of trustees about this, there are two things that had given people a little bit of pause. One is the word schemes, voucher schemes, that I think some people had put alongside the language with vouchers just to amplify how people felt about it. And so I think we can consider taking that word out. It's in there a few times, I think at least twice. And then one was the idea, the 1, 2, 3, 4th whereas, that education savings accounts and other voucher schemes give private schools, not parents, the right to choose. And someone had some concerns that, my understanding is the language is in there, that's language that's being used by advocates to say private schools have the choice to reject people, and often do reject people, and but that there are also parents who have opportunities, especially parents in areas that where a public school may not be serving, and had pause about that. So I want to be sure we discuss that and have a modified resolution if we want to before we come back
What is your recommendation?
next week. Well, I think schemes without question.
Take that out.
It's easy to take that out, I think. And I think the other personally bothers me less, but I don't have strong feelings about it.
Okay.
I think the important thing is that we show solidarity with other districts in doing this. I think the specific language is less important than the
Yeah.
fact that we're reinforcing our position on this, is how I feel.
Okay.
So
Thank
do we have
you.
thoughts?
Yeah, I'm good with whatever you and the advocacy committee would recommend.
You want to take out the 4th whereas and take out the schemes? Is that easy? Jacob, can you help us with that? Thank you. Everyone good with that?
Yes.
And we just put a substitute in? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This will end our regular agenda
Hey,
preview.
Almost.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to just say at the voting meeting, I am very excited about the policy changes that are proposed, and it's now too late to talk about them. So I just want to say these are very exciting policy changes, and I plan at the voting meeting to comment on them before we vote.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Awesome, thank you. I know, thank you. So this will end our regular agenda preview. What?
Whatever, it's,
Yeah.
brain is melting.
This is our, so we will now recess the open meeting at 12:24 a.m. Oh my gosh, and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.082, 551.08.0821, 551.129, and 551.071. When we are finished with the exec session, we'll return to open session. Thank you. Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
So having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Sabata to adjourn, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at 2:20 a.m. Thank you.